for it. Wait for it. Oh, is it live? Where is it? Oh, there it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate course. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the Post Powell. However, it seems like the whole narrative has to do with CPI coming down. So we had a big day with Powell yesterday. The reaction was muted. You held the gains of CPI. And even today, it does seem like the big story is inflation coming down rather than what occurred with young Powell. So we're going to deal with that. We already had the PPI. That actually came in lower. There was interesting parts about it, both goods as well as energy effects there. We had a little bit of a reaction, actually a decent one, and then now you are still holding pre-PPI levels, but even the PPI, it confirmed what you had with the CPI. Again, we've been seeing these drops everywhere, so that was a big factor, and then you still got to deal with pow and all of the other stuff that follows. You did have jobless claims too, and that was a little bit better, but for the most part now, it's taking this into Friday. We got a little bit more data, and oddly enough, even though the dot plot was a little bit more hawkish, the market is feeling good, man. It's quite interesting. So, Chattadonia, I hope you're ready. I hope you're feeling good. I hope you're ready for a good Friday Junior, baby. Yeah, that's today. That's today, baby. But good morning. How are ya? Good morning. Oh, Battleborn, Tyree, Space Monkey. Good morning, Najee Wolf. Oh, Tim Whitman, Hallie, Michael, Malcolm King, baby. Philip Hamilton, Marcus Hanlon. Oh, good day, Star, Chart Lemon. Oh, brah. El Chapato, Matthew Warman, James Cass, what's up, fam? How you living, man? Big Curly, Bank Market, Anzel, Chris Trapper, Wolf. Good morning, baby. What up, Foolish, Michael, NRG, Roy, Kevin, Ryan, Gregor. Oh, what up, baby? How you living, the Jacksons? What's going on, Keldrick? How you living? I'm more business. Hezaiah, Habibi. Hezaiah, Mark J. Chad, what up, Chad? What up, Winnie Lozer, Jay Samuels, V Nasty, Kenny Miranda, Zach Perez, Carissa Hines. Good morning. What's up, Straw Hat, Kenny, Buck, Clinton Meyer, Pablo, Max Quality, Gunner, Agent, Astro, Mr. Ricardo. Good morning, baby. How you living, Rip? Mr. Mastercards, Carrie, Little Lebowski, Uncle Terry, Zuraj, Micah 47, Notorious Brown, Tom Cruise, Mr. William Kaminsky, and Reynaldo. What about the Twitch? I feel I didn't see Laker J. Where Laker J at, baby? I'm still saying Laker J. Good morning. Oh, what about the Twitch? What about Dan Royalty? 333, Mother Liquor, Feed Me Seymour, Rocky Bow Blowout, Charlie in the Tray, Hailstone, S. Jones Jax, Toy Soldier, Robo Handtech, Ibex, Destroyer, Higgs, Midwest Finest, oh my goodness, Blowing Dough, Blizzy B, V-Rock, Danny V, Uncle Nick, El Coyote, and Robo Handtech, baby. Good morning. Oh my goodness. And yeah, there was not a watch list yesterday. I was with Colt Real Estate, so we were doing something. Actually, I mean, I might even tell you a little bit about what we're doing, but yeah, so even then, even maybe like every 2 weeks, you guys might have to sacrifice your Wednesday watch list. We got some cooking to do, baby. But chat, don't worry, you're going to get a live one tonight, though. I'll be with you live tonight. I don't know if that's good enough, baby, but what's going on? So, Chattadonia, I hope you're ready for a good morning. Again, there's honestly a lot in store, especially after yesterday and just all of this stuff, man. I'm telling you, very wild, and a lot of people focusing on inflation coming down, and even today's data supported that. So the real question is, how hawkish was thy dot plot, you know? You know what I'm saying? So we will see. But Chattadonia, I hope you're ready. I got the news. I got the headlines. All I'm looking for is a like on the video. Honestly, the likes look pretty good 5 minutes in. So that's a good sign. You might, let's go. Get the momentum going, baby. But here is the news. Stock futures hold firm as traders weigh Fed path. U.S. stocks are set to hold at record highs Thursday as traders weighed a softer U.S. inflation print against the Fed's more hawkish tone on interest rates. Futures contracts for the S&P 500 edged higher while those for the tech-heavy NASDAQ 100 rose 0.6%. Treasury yields in the dollar were little changed. Risk on assets had rallied on Wednesday after a report showed the U.S. Core Consumer Price Index fell to the lowest in more than 3 years, spurring bets on faster policy easing. Later, the Federal Reserve penciled in just 1/4 point interest rate cut this year, down from 3 seen in March. Swap traders are currently pricing in a 25 basis point rate cut by November, with a 75% likelihood of a similar reduction by year end. That compares with a 50% chance of a second cut 2 days ago. U.S. initial jobless claims and producer price data may offer more signals later on Thursday. Among single stocks, Tesla Inc. surged in pre-market trading after Chief Executive Officer Elon Musk said shareholder resolutions to ratify his pay package and moving the company's legal home to Texas were passing by wide margins. Broadcom Inc. gained 14% on robust demand for its chips. In Europe, stocks relinquished gains in response to the Fed's rate projections. The stock 600 dropped 0.7% after advancing the most in a month following the softer U.S. inflation print. The Fed dot plot was marginally on the hawkish side, causing some pullback in the market, said Mohit Kumar, chief economist for Europe at Jefferies International. Any sell-off in stocks would be a buying opportunity, he said. Adding to the caution, European Central Bank Governing Council member Joachim Nagel warned that consumer price growth in the Eurozone is proving stubborn. We are on a bumpy road, but we all know that the last mile is the most complicated one, the Bundesbank president said. In a separate development, the European Union's bonds fell after MSCI Inc. said it won't add the bloc's debt to its range of government bond indexes, and investors, however, are remaining confident in the equity market's resilience despite the hawkishness of central banks. The S&P 500 will climb to new highs regardless of what the Fed does, according to Bloomberg's latest Markets Live Pulse client survey. Treasuries will also extend their rebound for a second straight annual gain, according to a majority of the survey's respondents. The positivity generated by easing U.S. inflationary pressures is sending investors back into U.S. markets, said Peter Rosenstreich, head of investment products at Swissquote Bank SA Limited. I would still be overweight U.S. stocks because I expect them to outperform longer term. In commodities, oil dipped after a 3-day advance as investors weighed an unexpected build in U.S. crude stockpiles and the higher-for-longer Fed rate outlook. Gold declined. Broadcom Inc., a chip supplier for Apple Inc. and other big tech companies, reported results that topped estimates, lifted by robust demand for artificial intelligence products. It also announced a 10-for-1 stock split effective July 15th. Fed fallout. European stocks relinquished some of Wednesday's gains after a softer U.S. inflation print as the Federal Reserve's more hawkish tone on interest rates weighed on sentiment. Policymakers expect to lower borrowing costs only once in 2024 instead of the 3 reductions penciled in previously, though Chair Jerome Powell kept the door open for more. Still, traders have held on to increased bets that the Fed will move to cut rates in September. Futures contracts for the S&P 500 and NASDAQ 100 are pointing higher, while the dollar and treasuries are little changed ahead of Thursday trading. European caution. Adding to the sense of caution in Europe, meanwhile, European Central Bank Governing Council member Joachim Nagel warned that consumer price growth in the Eurozone is proving stubborn. The Bundesbank president reiterated that he and his colleagues won't simply lower borrowing costs automatically, but rather judge conditions at each meeting as it comes. European Union bonds also fell after MSCI announced late Wednesday it won't add the bloc's debt to its range of government bond indexes. The news dented investor speculation. The bloc would swiftly be included in the more widely followed benchmarks. Musk's pay deal. Elon Musk said late Wednesday that two key proposals to re-ratify his $56 billion pay package and move Tesla's legal home to Texas from Delaware are currently passing by wide margins. The electric car maker set a deadline for investors of 10:59 p.m. Central Time, June 12th for votes, a day before the annual shareholder meeting. Those in support of the pay deal include Scottish asset manager Bailey Gifford, Kathy Woods, ARK Investment Management, and Ron Barron, who runs Barron Funds. Those against include Norway's sovereign wealth fund, Norges Bank, and California Public Employees Retirement System. Nuclear boom. The surge in the price of uranium is a testament to the magnitude and speed of the pivot back to nuclear. Over the past 5 years, the metal has climbed 233%, more than triple the gains in gold and copper. Even after declining a bit in 2024, the mania has spilled over into the stock market, and some of the biggest names in finance have piled into the sector. But that boom could, of course, go bust, and then the world will have to grapple with how to dispose of the radioactive waste. Top overnight news. Tesla shares jumped pre-market after Elon Musk said preliminary results for proposals to re-ratify his $56 billion package and move Tesla's legal home to Texas were passing by wide margins late yesterday. BBG across China, 16 or more cities have allowed companies to test driverless vehicles on public roads, and at least 19 Chinese automakers and their suppliers are competing to establish global leadership in the field. No other country is moving as aggressively. The government is providing the companies significant help. In addition to cities designating on-road testing areas for robot taxis, sensors are limiting online discussion of safety incidents and crashes to restrain public fears about the nascent technology. NYT BOJ could dial back its QE intensity at tonight's meeting, taking the monthly pace from JPY6T to JPY5T Nikkei. Mexico's peso gained after the country paid off a dollar bond due next year in a bid to calm a market sell-off. It also said it'll refinance local debt due in 2025. Banxico said it's ready to intervene in the peso if volatility becomes extreme. BBG, Washington set to sign a 10-year security agreement with Ukraine that will commit the U.S. to supplying Kyiv with weapons and other military assistance, although future American presidents will have the ability to withdraw from the pact. WAPOWA. Blackstone and Ares-backed private credit funds have found a cheap place to raise money. The IG corporate bond market, they're among funds that have raised over $13.4 billion in the U.S. market so far this year, nearly double the $8 billion raised over the entirety of 2023. BBG. OpenAI is building an international team of lobbyists as it seeks to influence politicians and regulators who are increasing their scrutiny over powerful artificial intelligence. The San Francisco-based startup told the Financial Times it has expanded the number of staff on its global affairs team from 3 at the start of 2023 to 35. The company aims to build that up to 50 by the end of 2024. FT, this U.S. passenger railroad Amtrak, said on Wednesday it expects ridership to top pre-COVID 2019 levels this year for the first time and reach a record high even though it has less capacity. Ridership was 20% higher in the first 7 months of Amtrak's budget year that began October 1st, and ticket revenue was up 10% versus the same period in 2023. RTRS, Apple isn't paying OpenAI to use its chatbot as it believes promoting ChatGPT's brand in tech is just as valuable. People familiar said BBG. BBG. That's crazy, though. Apple ain't paying them. Everybody was talking about that'll get rolled into the price. But there is more. S&P futures, they are up by 0.3 Thursday morning trading after today's light PPI reading. An uptick in jobless claims comes after U.S. equities moved higher on Wednesday, with NASDAQ and Russell both up over 1.5, and the S&P hitting its 28th all-time high this year. Tech once again is the standout. Treasuries notably firmer again with yields down for the third consecutive session. 2-year now below 4.7. Dollar is up by 0.2. Gold is down by 0.6. Bitcoin futures up by 0.4 and WTI down by 0.4. Renewed disinflation traction surrounding cooler CPI and today's softer PPI are helping to underpin the market's preferred soft landing narrative. Uptick in jobless claims also likely to be discussed as part of the Fed rate cut calculus, given that the focus on labor market dynamics. Note, while the Fed's 24 dots delivered a hawkish surprise yesterday, cumulative easing expectations for this cycle remain unchanged. AI continues to drive tech outperformance with Broadcom earnings and building on the positive takeaways from Apple and Oracle earlier this week. Buybacks continue to be flagged as another tailwind still. Some scrutiny around the breadth and big tech index concentration. Also some recent talk about politics as a looming late summer overhang on risk sentiment. Headline May PPI unexpectedly declined in month over month, and core PPI was cooler than expected. Release noted that the largest goods decline since October 23, driven by lower gasoline, while services were flat after a 0.6 gain in April. Initial jobless claims ticked up to 242, highest since August the 23. While continuing claims were their highest since November 21. New York Fed President Williams moderating a discussion with Treasurer Yellen today at 12 p.m. Williams said in a late May that he sees policy as being well-positioned to continue the progress that the Fed has made towards achieving its objective. Broadcom, big winner with takeaways focused on AI strength, better than feared VMware performance, upwardly revised full-year outlook, and 10-for-1 stock split. Tesla up on Musk comments that two key proposals to ratify his pay package are passing by wide margins. Disney and Florida DeSantis reached an agreement to end their feud, paving a way for a $17 billion planned development. Play weaker after it missed in Q1, with company flagging a complex macroeconomic environment and a consumer demand curve. OXM lowered full-year guidance on a difficult macro backdrop. There is more. Fed now projects one cut in 24 from 3 previously. Powell sends mixed interest rate signals, wary of past mistakes. Fed is taking its time. ECB Nagel says inflation sticky and stresses meeting-by-meeting approach to rate cuts. ECB Vassal says more rate cuts likely, the expectation of further disinflation materializing. Bank of Japan to discuss tapering JGB purchase at Friday's meeting. Traders push up odds of September Fed rate cut following May U.S. CPI report. Benign U.S. inflation could be a positive signal for large swaths of the stock market. Roaring Kitty Gill may have sold some of his recently disclosed options in the company, strategists say. Japan fund sells most amount of foreign debt in 9 years amid central bank policy shift. Broadcom raises AI chip revenue. Tesla rallies after pay package. Nadella spreading his bets, turning Microsoft into the world's most aggressive amasser of AI talent, tools, and tech. Apple not paying OpenAI as part of partnership, sees mutual benefits from the distribution. OpenAI has more than double annualized revenue in the last 6 months. OpenAI ramps up global affairs with lobbying team to influence regulation. Is this not? It's literally FTX. Sources say Boeing tells Justice Department it did not violate deal after 737 MAX crashes. FedEx planning to cut 2,000 back office jobs in Europe amid weak freight demand. China credit cycle. Global influence waning amid sluggish economy. Eurozone industrial production unexpectedly fell at the start of Q2, with intermediate goods driving decline. Australian unemployment rate falls. Market pairs RBA rate cut expectations. Biden administration extremely concerned about risk of all-out war between Israel and Hezbollah. Blinken says Hamas seeks unworkable changes to ceasefire plan. Hamas denies proposing new ideas. As expected, U.S. expands Russia's sanctions to undercut war machine, targeting chips sent via China. G7 leaders agree to funding in Ukraine with profits generated from frozen Russian assets. China EV stocks shrug off EU tariff decision. EU tariffs risk derailing green goals. And German government plans supplementary budget to save coalition. Wow. So there's more. Broadcom up 13.8 earnings and 10-for-1 stock split. Tesla 6.8 off Musk and shareholder resolutions being approved. SRPT up 3.9 in reaction to Pfizer gene therapy failure. ANET up 3.2. Mobileye up 2.1. WRK 1.8. KMB 1.7. Bank of America upgrades to buy. WLY up 17.9 off earnings. AILE 14 off nothing. Next up 7.3. Aramco and Next Decade announced heads of agreement for the 1.2 MPTA long-term offtake LNG. Vanny up 13.5. FDA clears investigational new drug application and its clinical hold for NPM 1119. ALDN up 6.8, DM47, EVgo up 4.2, Blink up 3.2, MREO up 3.1, Baird initiates outperform, Planet Labs up 2.9, nothing, BMEA 2.8, insider buy. Argentina stocks broadly higher, select crypto stocks higher, select semis higher because of Broadcom. Ares down 2.9, offering of one at 134.75 a share. CPMG down 1.8. MSTR down 1.4. Proposed private offering of $500 million. GLW down 1.3. Morgan Stanley downgrades to equal weight. T-Mobile down 1.1. Nothing. Play down 9.1 earnings. NEP down 3.6. Nothing. Eco down 3.3. Jack down 2.6. Goldman Sachs initiates sell up down 2.3. FRO down 2.1. SIG down 0.7 off earnings. Cara down 26, part A of Courage Study 1, evaluating difelikefalin in Notalgia paresthetica. That's crazy. DTC down 24, profit taking 198 after yesterday. Jill down 17 off 2 million offering. SPSE down 10%, 1 for 20 stock split. MDIA down 8.7. Proc down 6.4, Very down 4.9, 300 mixed shelf, gold, silver stocks trading lower, and select semis trading lower. So somebody lost after the Broadcom stuff. Wow. So Chatadonia, I think we got good time here. I got a couple of plays. Actually, not too many today, but I do think we are riding a lot of the same plays that we were dealing with yesterday. I think the market is going to get good. But Chatadonia, I think if there's a commercial, I'm going to take a pee. Yeah, I'm going to use it, bro. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I hope you're ready for the morning. I hope you got some plays, baby. So let's get it.
Fans, you seem to miss them in your equation. So for one person who is getting upset by like a very polarizing personality, maybe you have another person that is actually very enthusiastic about it. So yes, there is a demand issue for Tesla. You pointed it out. That's right. That's really like the number one controversy on the stock today. I wouldn't associate that to this idea that Elon Musk would be damaging the brand. I think it's a shortcut that doesn't really make sense from like an analytical standpoint.
Right.
The situation that we have today is that Tesla cars were selling so well that at some point, Tesla management, the market, a lot of observers, including me, thought that market could keep growing and more and more people could buy these cars.
Okay.
What we've realized in the last 12 months is that these people are actually not that many, and we need cheaper Teslas for Tesla to keep growing.
Okay. Hey, Pierre, listen, I'm just trying to take a contrarian view with the bullish analyst. I appreciate your time. Pierre Farragut of New Street Research. Coming up, we're going to give you the morning calls, and then later we'll speak to Adam Hetz of Janus Henderson, who's seeing opportunity in U.S. small caps and mid caps. This is Bloomberg.
I don't know if you guys got that. You know, they try to hit him with the music, but you can't get the French out like that. He said, "No, you're talking about Macron. I'm going to finish." He's like, bro, I'm just taking the contrarian view, bro. Why are you keep talking? No. What are you talking about? I have a time slot. I'm going to speak. You know this? And Macron, he's a bullshit. I resign. I'm sorry. I really get into the European politics. Oh, where's my croissant? So, Chatadonia, we got 1 minute, baby. You got 1 minute, baby. What do you got for me? What do you got for me? Post the plays, baby. Post the plays. You heard the French. Now it's time that you post your play. Post it in the chat. Let's go. Boeing short. NVIDIA puts, like the video, ARM in NVIDIA, GME, HODL, NVIDIA puts, 0-day spy puts, Cognex Group for the long-term, question mark, Vanny, Broadcom, ZKH, Reversal, MHO, short Tesla, short NVIDIA, NVIDIA calls, Patience, Medicall, ARM call, Sock sales, Snow calls, Tesla 210, Rocket Lab, Morning Chatadonia, Baba puts, Spy puts, Semi calls, ARM, AMD calls, Spy 360, Tesla, ANET, Chad calls all day, Apple calls, TSMC, NVIDIA, Medicall, Gold short, MSTI, Tesla calls, Gold Law, NVIDIA, TSMC, short Argentina, They're actually going up right now. That's kind of interesting. RXRX long, My Nvidia, SPX, TSMC, watching Longeveron, 400 Vanny shares, Vanny, AXU or XAU, calls on AJ, baby. SPY puts like the button, Vanny, SPY calls Horton Oracle, AMD, TSMC, GME, long Argentina, Vanny, FSLR, RXRX for the long term, Nvidia long, buy McDonald's, SPY calls, question, close by TLT calls, and the final plays. Long India, Tesla long, Charge Point, and NQ calls. Wow. Chadadonia. Are you kidding me? My goodness. So, ladies and gentlemen, we got the plays, but something is more important. Every day, baby, here at the Cult, before we do anything, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people that has made a sacrifice that most of us never have and never will. And I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the Cult, the people here, the people not here, I want to give a huge special shout out all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country, even the families, for real. Thank you for your sacrifice, dedication. We are living in the sacrifice of many and enjoying our freedom. The least we could do is show that love and appreciation. And I hope all of y'all carry this in real life, baby. You know what I'm saying? So veterans, thank you, baby. And God bless you all. And big shout out to anybody else out there giving back to their local communities. All the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the coaches, the garbage men. Anybody giving back to their community, baby. God bless you and thank you. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Send it to Jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Horn. Let's go. Oh, good morning. It's Friday, Junior, baby. You still got data tomorrow. You already had inflation data today. The data yesterday. Oh, my goodness. My goodness, man. So let's have a good one. I hope you guys are ready. We got about 1 minute until the bell. So you're going to have a lot of carry through from all of this inflation stuff. I would keep watching those Fed futures and bonds. And like we've been saying, I mean, it's going to be something more along the lines of either bonds and are going to lead with equities or they are going to lag. But for the most part, it has been all about inflation, less about Powell. So we'll see. Bank of Japan, they're probably not going to raise, but they're going to cut their QE. They're going to start their tightening as well. But, Chad, we got less than a minute. We have less than 1,000 likes. So like that video, baby. I don't know, 40 seconds. Actually, you only need a couple of people, man. It only takes a couple. It only takes a couple, baby. So let's see what we do, man. So what do you got, baby? PPI was good. It was because of energy. That's the weird part about it. It was energy and goods. So it would be nicer if it was services, but yeah, there was a good one. So less than 20 seconds. We need like 10 likes, bro. Oh my gosh. 13 seconds. And Chad, if you have, there you go. We hit it. That's what I'm talking about. So if you have any questions, you guys let me know. And we got the news wire up. Yeah, we're good to go. And that's it. 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Fight. All right. My goodness. We did it. We made it, baby. All right, yeah. And Vanny, post your plays on Vanny. I know, even though we like it, you can't. Don't try to get around that, dog. You got to post the play. You're going, there is news, though. So that one is starting to do good. I'm surprised. I thought it would have went up more pre-market, but it's doing good. G7 reached agreement on using frozen assets. Again, Broadcom, they have a stock split. It's going to take another month, but that is part of it. Tesla, again, even the Tesla stuff is very, very good. I think NVIDIA is even feeding off of the Broadcom. There's only like 3 chip names. Well, actually, I haven't checked Intel. Yeah, Intel is one of them that's going down. And then Disney on the high. Pfizer, again, SRPT, that's the one in sympathy of it. So watch out for that. Baba options aren't showing up. Give it some time. I'm sure it will. And then TLT, man, you're already back up there again. How everything played out. I think even the Russell came down, but that one went up. Interesting. But see if the bonds keep catching a bid or not, and pay attention, short end versus long end. F-Cell on the pop. Marvel on the high. I've been seeing that one a couple times. That ran into yesterday. I don't know. In a weird way, I feel like Marvel benefits off of Broadcom. Correct me if I'm wrong. Oil ripping on new war news. Oracle. I forgot about that. Oracle, good, man. Very, very good. Oh, I didn't even tell you guys my plays. I'm only watching RTY and gold. Gold came down, but gold's actually even getting interesting. Tesla's running on the pay package news. So Elon's getting what he wants. That means more AI for Tesla, and they're moving the company to Tejas. Woo! Hood dropping. Yeah, a little bit. Remember, they were just hitting highs yesterday. Oracle. Bro, Oracle 142. That's pretty good. And Longeveron. Longeveron James, you guys remember yesterday. That one was a great call out. That's up another 40 right now. So, again, it was something with the Lomacel B getting approval, I believe. And then GME on the high, back to 27. I don't know. Intel said they're stopping, like, Israel stuff. But, like, they halted production of one thing. But I didn't think it was that bad. And then, again, you just got to think about it, too. The more everybody else does better and they're not performing, I mean, it just looks ugly for them. Baidu is ripping. He have a long way to go, though. But China, I think maybe those China options opened up. So let's see what happens there. NXE. AMD running. NXE is up on the high, too. Smaller stock. AMD up 1-1. Again, Marvel, they're up 3. NVIDIA is up 3, and Broadcom is up 13. Where's ARM, too? That one went crazy yesterday. BITF rip. Where's crypto? Remember, crypto, yes, it was insane yesterday. ClearSpark, the miners on the high. Pfizer, I mean, if Pfizer can, like, really, really dump because they killed somebody in a trial, which is wild, but if it could go, like, around that other average there, I think we were below 26. I still got that deposit waiting for me. Dell on the high. Not bad. Yeah, Dell's up 1-3. Apple, oh my goodness. Dude, Apple 1-4 again. So again, Apple's been insane, you guys. I don't know. In the last 3 days, a lot of this market, and you got to think about it. The Broadcom is helping out the NASDAQ. So the NASDAQ has been very, very supported this week, just off of 2 big rippers and then nothing else really going down. The last deposit was Intel, believe it or not. So I bought, it was around this price. I grabbed Intel at like 30, somewhere around there. But Intel, and then I kept one deposit just in case. Just in case I don't make it home tonight. I'm going to buy a lantern for the last time, baby. No? Okay. Big Ozempic lawsuits. I didn't hear about that. The only bad Ozempic news was, what's it called? The state of Michigan saying they're not going to cover the weight loss stuff under insurance. I'm showing my age. Yeah, look at that. You said showing your age. Heather's like, I remember that song, Old Heads Unite. Hey, man, it is what it is, bro. But there's some good songs. They don't know that, man. Just in case. They don't know. They don't know, bro. They don't know. China, their data wasn't bad. Not too bad. Yesterday was pretty bad in terms of the industrial, and then something about like EV and a couple of real estate things, but I didn't think it was that like noticeable. Yeah, Vanny's still going. So again, Vanny got a really big approval here. So you guys should know I'm holding this. I have like 5,000 shares. I'm in at like 221. Half of the shares were free, and then the other last purchase was at 179. That's when I last got it, but they literally just got approved to test on human shit. So now that trial, they're going to be doing a GLP-1 like addition for some of the Ozempic shit. So it's pretty crazy. But then again, this thing, it's still like a long ways out. Phase 1, you know what I'm talking about? So I wouldn't say we're home free yet, but definitely a good update. But that one's still going. And then SPY dropping here, still near the low. Oh, did I open up another one? No. Bro, banks, I feel like banks have been selling the last 3 days. Your rule breaking LT is up 10%. Well, listen, man, don't try to like glorify the rule breaking, especially when I showed you a lot of love. You know what I'm saying? And I think I like the risk you take. Don't you know what I'm saying though? I don't know. You know, you could have just said it's good, baby. You could have said it's good. You know, it shouldn't have made you feel that way. Buru halted pending news. Is stock lending worth it? I mean, yes and no. I don't like lending anything, but at the same time, it could get you a little bit extra money. So, I mean, I think it's kind of a personal choice. Doesn't really matter. Vanny got an approval to start a trial for Ozempic-related, GLP-1 related stuff on humans. So they're doing a trial there to test this weight. It's like a device that's supposed to go hand in hand with your GLP-1 drugs, and it's supposed to enhance it. And then they also have the animal shit. That's the thing. They had a clinical hold, and now the FDA approved it and said that they could begin this trial. All right, SPY trying to go up. Oracle came down. Lulu. I mean, it's not bad. I'd prefer Ulta. I feel like Lulu and Ulta are kind of similar. I mean, obviously different industries, but like in terms of like how they've moved recently. Yeah, so I mean, they kind of match up in a weird way. Let me pull out a higher chart. Yeah, bro, these stocks are like kind of almost the same. So I prefer Ulta. I think Ulta, I'd feel much more confident over the long run owning the women's makeup and cosmetics versus the clothing. My Vanning is at 221. I have 5,000 shares. But like I said, again, I've made a lot of updates on these. So half of the shares were free after the first pop, and then I made my last average a couple weeks ago at like 170 something. Would you buy off market in a 55 up? How does that work? If it's like a really ballin' 55 and up community, and it's there, but those are a little tricky. I think Pfizer Divi comes out, or I think it was the other day. Let me double check. $5.9, so 6. I think it already paid out. I gotta double check, but it should be around this time. It's a Margaritaville. No. Yeah, so I mean, if it's like if that performs well in that area and there's really value, yeah, but it will be tricky because again, they have like weird HOAs at the 55 and ups. The option chain on Baba's still not going on. That's crazy. And then Ulta had a pop there. Mama on the high. It's literally mama. Apple testing again. Yup. Bro, Apple's a behemoth. I mean, we already knew that, but it's still like, damn, son. Oh. What time is it? It's only been 10 minutes. Is PayPal dead money? No, I'm down to add to it. But I'm also at the same time, like, that's been a name that's been kind of pinned and hasn't really shown the recovery, you know what I'm saying? In like years, if you really think about it. But I do like the general idea of PayPal. I just have it every moment I've gotten all of the cheaper value names. So, you know, I'm kind of hoping PayPal is going to be the one for me sitting there if just, you know, once all the other plays start to move or if I can't get my hands on any good value. It's already got a renter. I don't know. Maybe talk to the HOA. Ask if you're allowed to own it. Because I don't know if they'll let you own it and rent it. Because the people have to be above 55. But that is very interesting. There is news on Vanny. I don't know. What do you guys say? Like every 30 minutes? Oh, I could repeat it. Or let me type it into AI. Because I already answered it many times already. And I could already sense that everybody is going to ask it. So I don't know how y'all want to work this out. But there was news. I'm sure you could go find it. No. Don't be sorry. You're fine. I'm just saying, like, you know, maybe we gotta find a way to do it. I could get Josh AI. Oh, it's not loading, bro. So Josh AI does not want to work. Oh, there it is. Music publishers file FTC complaint against Spotify for fraudulent business practices. And then Bond's ripping. Bro, high-low ticker, you're getting best of both worlds. They're both like running equally right now. And then Bonds keep going. Airbnb flushing. I'm trying to get Josh AI prepared for all of the Vannies. CRM still selling off. Remember, I said that level. I'm glad I got out of it, but we got a decent profit. But that 240 on them was huge. Why is my shit not loading? Uh-oh. Do you guys hear me? Because my thing is not loading all of a sudden. E-trade down. We'll get him again next time. Well, that sucks. Yeah, my E-trade just disconnected. Bottom right. ARM 150. The Tesla, I think, is it tonight or tomorrow? Okay, I don't know. Is this good? I don't know if this one will work. It's kind of... Oh, yeah. All right, my E-tray still tripping. It's weird. My charts still work. It's just not letting me load up the other one. NVIDIA pumping. Airbnb getting clapped. I wish I could load up things. Oh, yeah. Airbnb's down 3. And Expedia and Booking not as much, but I'll check if there's anything on there. AMD flushing. Just restarted. Nah, man. That's the trap. Anytime, like, I feel like that's how it is with all of these, all of the, like, brokers when there's, like, an issue. Sometimes as long as you're on, it's good. But then, like, once you, like, close it, yeah, you can't get back in. Yeah, I'm not leaving. Screw it, I'm not. I'm voting me in. I'm staying. 4 more minutes. 4 more years. UK Navy explosion in close proximity to merchant vessel. ARM 160. Yeah, let me check. I think I'm good to go now. Yeah. So CRM, I mean, it could still, sadly, it has like $30 of range. It could come back here to like 220. And then if it does fall below 215, that 190, 170-ish was the problem. And then SPY going lower. And then who's the other one? BNB, I'm looking up for news on that. But yeah, tourists were zip-tied and robbed in LA short-term rental. Should it even have been open? I don't think that's why it's down, but that came out at 3 a.m. Airbnb insiders sold 16 million yesterday. Chesky, CEO and chairman, sold 115,000 shares. Pre-scheduled buyback blackout begins tomorrow. Oh. How come you never get served breakfast at Airbnbs? You can, but like, as if you stay in a room, like, and you're not like trying to rent out the house. You know, a lot of people still do it. But yeah, there's like I don't know. Do any of you guys do I have any backpackers in here? My girlfriend's friend just started doing backpacking, and I'm like, what do you mean? And they like go and like just take a backpack and stay at hostels and shit. And I'm like, that sounds kind of not fun, but I feel it's adventurous. Tisha on the high. UPS going low. Again, I got no news on Airbnb, but they're dumping. You kind of see it in travel, but Airbnb is definitely selling a little bit more. Reddit again. Oh, damn. Reddit's at 68. Where did it close yesterday? Yeah, this is that level, man. And Spotify on the low. Vanny's holding decent. Dude, those Reddit contracts are crazy. Reddit's interesting, though. I don't know if you want some of that momentum there. Like, we were looking at it for 70 yesterday, but it didn't do it. Adobe, let me check. I like Adobe, but if it's too big, it's near the low, man. I don't know. Maybe. I know the options are going to be expensive, but that might be an interesting one. Baba options. I don't know. It just says non-standard options. This is weird. It says it looks like the whole entire chain is new. Yeah, something's going on with it. So I see volume. I think I could buy one if I wanted to. But it's still it says non-standard options. And then the whole chain is like, it says literally looks brand new. That roaring boy at the sales some. That's what was it Bloomberg, I think, or somebody, some analyst. That was a headline there, or they said Reuters, I think. They said that analysts believe that Roaring may have sold some of his position. All right, not bad. Vanny getting a candle. I thought it was going to go down, but it's going all over the place. Oh, yeah, is he not posting his positions anymore? I thought he was. Mm-mm. 4 years ago, you mentioned how the stock market insulating indicator for elections. You think you'll be backwards this year where the stock market will move post-election? I'm down to talk about. I'm not really understanding, though. What are you saying? Gold's green. I mean, I'm kind of worried on the gold play. Like, again, I didn't like the dot plot yesterday at all. And then Powell opening up the door to 25, but all of the inflation data has been supporting it. Here's another leg down. I mean, we're chilling. 0.17. Russell and Dow are murdered. And then again, the NASDAQ, that effect there from Broadcom, Apple, all of that, it is looking very good. Yeah, again, Tesla's news was big. The boy Wall Street Journal reporter deemed wrongfully detained is indicted under Russian espionage laws. Oh. PPA month over month came in negative. Yeah, it was even the core came in break even, but then PPI last month on core rocketed, but it was because of manufacturing and then oil, not necessarily manufacturing, but goods. So, but all the inflation data has been good. I mean, and that's where people are focusing on it more. That's why it's interesting how Powell kind of dialed back. Damn, Marvel flipped. So Intel was already lower. I mean, AMD, dude, they all flipped. And NVIDIA is holding up. Interesting. It's been what, only 23 minutes? Adding more Intel. This is where I grabbed it at. Like, it was like 10 cents lower. You know what I'm saying? So I'd wait a little bit. Because like I said, if I didn't think this was the bottom, I just didn't want to like wait too long and kind of play that. Still kept one deposit, but I mean, low key, I think Intel could go as low as $25. And then if not, it could get even uglier. So I'm down to wait a little bit more. You know, we at least have our position. You know, maybe you could kind of reconsider around like 27, maybe 28, but I'd say 27 to 25. Otherwise, we see. And then, or if anything changes, Boeing dumping. Boeing, a decent candle down 1.4. Oh, you're saying that if the stock market is up leading to election, there's like an 80% chance that the incumbent wins. Asking what you think it'll move pre-election or post. I think a lot depends on who wins. And then Boeing really getting volume there now. I don't know if that is real, but in a weird way, that like insulating factor, it was proven wrong with Donald Trump. Donald Trump, the stock market was up. The stock market was actually doing really well, and they voted his ass out. So in a weird way, it kind of reminds me of the lesson we were talking about just like kind of, I think, end of last week, where it was saying how we have to consider that like, there's even a lot of new study and new like schools of thought, how not everybody reacts to interest groups or pocket voters, in the sense where it's like some people nowadays are reacting to more like opinionated stuff, and they care more about other reasons rather than their interest groups or not. So I mean, I usually believe there is the insulating factor where, again, there's a strong history of, if your economy is good, if the market is good, the incumbent really is able to ride that. But at the same time, it was proven wrong with Donald Trump very recently. You know, you only get them once every 4 years, but our last election, that is what we saw. I know, Josh. I see the comments. I see what you're saying. They support me. I know. Can you believe it? If I say any more, they'll ban me. But they won't ban Hillary. Oh, I'm dead. Yeah, I know. I really like Jack. Get a long term. Fuck. Yeah. But yeah, I'm all about the yield curve. I don't want to jump to conclusions though either. But like I'm pretty sure it's kind of good news, bad news, you guys. But I'm pretty sure Bloomberg talking shit. I don't know. On Harrow, maybe you could ask him for me or any of the Bloomberg guys who still like me. You could ask if that was about me. It was at like 5:18 this morning. I hear them talking about bonds in the curve, and then they're like, "No, they said no bill and tinfoil hats," and they brought up 6 months. I'm like, "Oh, I felt targeted," but then again, at one point, the last time TLT was on TV, that was fun. They don't feel me. The voiceovers on the Apple event make you laugh. That's good. That was a good time. It's a good time. Oh, Boeing investigating new quality problems in some undelivered jets involving incorrect installation of fasteners. Jeez. Aries said to explore deal for real estate investor GLP Capital. Bloomberg exclusive. They're dropping on that. Spy's coming down. Said Vimeo chat. Remember, Vimeo went up on the Apple stuff. Spy going down again. Russell and Dow pretty bad already. It's been just under 30 minutes here. Square on the low. Hood. Coin, Lyft, a couple names. And if it's kind of holding, except like certain chip makers, they already gave it up. But like Tesla and a couple others doing pretty good. And then Disney, again, they had the Florida deal thing, but they're right at 100. Remember, their gap fill is like 97. Yeah, we didn't have a watch list last night. We're going to have a live one today. But we were with Cole Real Estate. So I'm going to see how I could do it. But even then, like every 2 weeks moving forward, I might have to skip the Wednesday watch list unless we change the time. But even then, like even for my like voice, I could only do so much. But I'm doing something with Cole Real Estate where investing-wise that we want to focus on. I said maybe we'll talk real estate today. And then even then, if anybody's listening to me right now, and you are real estate, and you know what I'm talking about, it's been 30 minutes so far. Been live for an hour already. I don't know if you got your list yet. You know what I'm saying? You could hit up the title reps, and you could get a phone call in by now. Oh, I don't know if they feel me. Oh, maybe I could do an AI watch list. You geniuses. You're right. I could just type it out. Yeah, because then that's it. I don't even have to edit it. Oh, baby, let me see if I can work that out. I'll just have to write a book. I mean, on and got this off mark. I love it, baby. But yeah, that one, contact the HOA. Contact the Margaritaville and ask them if you're allowed to own it and rent it. But that's the thing. I know some places won't let you own it, but others, they just won't ever let you live in it unless you're 50. Oh, it's ripping. Yo, is this what Aries... This isn't related to the Aries Capital thing, is it? I guess it's not ripping too much. It just looked... It stood out on the high ticker there. Is that on Broadcom? Thank you for the earning play, man. That's good. I hope you use some strategies. Ford to sell select EVs at all 2,800 dealerships. Demand for dealer facility upgrades to sell EVs. Announces shift in EV retail. What are they saying? It's good or bad? Metamorphic. What's up, baby? Metamorphic. Welcome, my friend. The GME meeting at 11. What GME meeting is at 11? I did not know there was one. So, just had that pop and drop. Again, you just heard something about reinvesting from Ari's. I don't know if that's it. Supreme Court upholds full access to mifepristone abortion pill. Is that why Perrigo? They're the ones who benefit off that. We played that before. Perrigo 0.79. That's the sympathy to that, or that's the stock for that headline. But yeah, I didn't know there's an annual shareholder meeting for GameStop. I didn't know. I don't know if I'll listen to it. Maybe. I think we'll just see, depending on the schedule. Are they not going to have, they should get Roaring Kitty on there. We got a special guest. They should start doing that on conference calls. They should get, openers. You know what I'm saying? What if, Lil Baby came out before Apple earnings? Tesla, Elon could get, Grimes or something. I think it'd be cheaper. That'd be good. That'd be pretty dope. Get it a special guest. Okay, this is becoming too much like Idiocracy. I guess it makes sense. Yeah, the Perrigo, big pop and lock on that. Dell going up and SMCI. They should just give him the company. No, for real, though. Eli Lilly, they're going up here, too. Again, SPY still been trending down here. Again, everybody was liking all the data even this morning and whatnot, but you have that weird overhang from Powell, but also very good data in terms of inflation. Vanda Pharmaceuticals confirms receipt of revised unsolicited offer, I assume. PPI good. Why isn't the SPY rallying? Who's to say that this, we might rally by the end of the day? But right now, it's really just a push-pull between Powell, this idea of less rate cuts or not, but the market doesn't believe him. So far, that's what we were talking about yesterday. It was half priced in and all of that, but the issue is that the Fed futures are still pricing in 2 cuts. So even yesterday, that was still the case, even after the dot plot said 1. But even today, the bond market is still saying, no, we're going to get 2 rate cuts. We don't believe you. So I think as that starts to fade, that's it. And then I think part of why people believe that is I think they're riding some of the good momentum off of the inflation data. And that's a big driver. PPI was good and CPI was really good, but it's only really good. I'm not saying that inflation's low and that your prices came down. No, but in the sense that this is that okay, it's finally going down below certain levels. The pace is calming down. This is making people feel very, very good about this whole trend of disinflation and all that. Vanny on the low. So Vanny held up. That's why I was it held up a lot better than I expected. I thought there'd be more volatility, but that's slipping now. And then Dell's still going up, and then SMCI. Tesla over 190. And then bonds too. As I was saying, that's what's going to be really interesting about this. All of the bond stuff, whether it's yield curve or Fed future, those are going to be the things we got to keep in mind. But I think the volatility of that is going to move some things around, give us a lot of back and forth. What's the reason some options have huge spreads and others are very tight? Liquidity and volatility. So, simple rule of thumb with anything. If the spread is wide, there's an element of illiquidity. And then at the same time, it's probably going to be more volatile. That's why you have a big difference between the two. Same thing even applies to bonds. Yeah, Longeveron killing it and SMCI. Dude, Longeveron's insane from yesterday. That was up 100%. And then again, SMCI is still going. And then Eli Lilly's on the way up. Do you believe in NVIDIA for the next 10, 20 years? Yes, but not how most people believe in it. So I believe in it if you remove price out of the equation. NVIDIA is going to be around for 10, 20 years. I mean, it already has been. And then again, they are the leader of this whole entire trend, but I'm not necessarily a believer in buying it at the price it's at, or pretty much I think there is a possibility that at one point in my life I will be able to scoop up NVIDIA at a discount. So, but I think the company is going to be around for a very, very long time. Do I think the numbers are skewed then? No, it has nothing to do with that. It's just too much demand on it right now. That's all it is. People are willing to buy it. They're willing to pay a high valuation. I just think there's a possibility at one point in my life, and then that 10, 20 years, God willing, that there will be the demand won't be as high. I think people will not like it one time, one month, one quarter, and you'll be able to grab it and get something pretty decent. What valuation would I buy? See, that's the tricky part. It would be kind of more relative value to where things are at the time and what the market looks like. It's literally like the Netflix and the Meta in our long term. So when we made the long term in 2019, everything was high. Even Meta was rocketing. Again, somebody asked, they're like, why don't you have Apple? And I was like, because when we started it, Apple was the number one stock in the world at the time. It was already up. I didn't want to buy the premium. There was names like Abivi yielding 7% at $80, $90, So it's relative to what's going on there. But I didn't really think I would have an opportunity that soon to get Meta at sub $100. Even Netflix and how it dropped. So it's just kind of the same logic there. It's the valuations. It's going to be relative to where things are at, where the bonds are at, because I think it's always going to be trading at a higher future value for NVIDIA. So it's more or less just I'm waiting for a lot of the hype to die down, if not for it to get a little bit unpopular before it gets popular again. That's the thing about it. That's why I like what's it called? I like the nature of popularity. Have you guys noticed? Popularity fluctuates. So that is something that I'm a big fan about. And it's just crazy how it actually, dude, you guys don't remember how unpopular Netflix really got, and then how unpopular Meta really got, and it's not like they were bad stocks. You know what I'm saying? You all knew about Meta and Netflix, and people loved them. They were buying them at these crazy valuations, and then it really got unpopular, bro. Netflix, man, that one. Meta, I got a lot of shit for, but not as much as Netflix. And I made more on Meta, but at the end of the day, dude, Netflix was, that went from everybody loved it to in the doldrums. That thing was just, I love Squishmallow. That's a funny joke. You guys remember, wasn't it Dollar Tree? They're like, we bought too many Squishmallows and people do not want them the same way. So, but popularity. So that's kind of what I'm looking for. And then again, relatively to where things are at and how they're at. I'm selling NVIDIA. Okay, well, I'm timing you out for 24 hours because I didn't say that. You know what I'm saying? And, like, I don't like those jokes because I think long-term, if I had NVIDIA already, I would hold on for dear life, as I've said over the last year or two, long-term. DTSS on the high, SPY going lower. Five below. Yeah, well, those cheaper retailers, they're going to a lot. Because, again, costs are higher, then they're, like, raising, and then it's kind of even changing a little of the customer base. And then, again, some depending on how they load up on inventory. ARM is dropping now, and Apple. Longeveron unhalted, taking off, 307. And then SPY going lower. Wait, that's Airbnb. I was like, wow, the SPY's at 145. So we're getting into yesterday's close. That's great. You didn't even get higher than the Powell, and that's even off of good data. That's kind of concerning. Trump too small, trademark bid rejected by U.S. Supreme Court. Oh, it sounds familiar. Yeah, remember it was like, I think it was a lawyer who was trying to like get I think he was trying to make like anti-Trump merch, and I think he was trying to use the name there. Rhythm. I mean, it's the weird effect of like everything coming down, but like there's still a lot of green out there, and there's really just Dow and Russell, man. Again, unfortunately, it kind of feels like 2018 in a weird way, when you've really had big dominance out of Amazon and Netflix and Meta. Because, dude, I'm telling you, Broadcom, NVIDIA, and Apple just over the last 4 days, like, dude, there's a huge gap between the Dow in this week between the Dow and the NASDAQ, and it's kind of nuts when you think about it. So there is like whatever you feel right now, and then we'll see after the buybacks. They're going to be beginning here, the blackout period, so that should ease up some. But at the end of the day, I mean, you are just numbers wise and keeping an index up when some of these names are going crazy. That's it. But you are watching weakness in the Russell and Dow. And Longeveron, I got that in the top right. Some rumors of NVIDIA going to the Dow. I don't know. I don't know if it would qualify as a Dow name. But then again, I want to say Intel is. I don't know. Maybe. That's kind of nuts. Yeah, I mean, honestly, get rid of Intel, throw in NVIDIA. Honestly, it has a little bit more weight. And then, because again, I think year to date, Intel is the worst on the Dow. And then Boeing is the second worst. Garmin, like GRMN Garmin? Is that it? Yeah, Garmin. And then Tesla even coming down. SPY's still at a low. Bonds haven't moved at all. So your bonds are break even on the day. recovering some of. They had gains yesterday, gave up half of it, still closed green, and they're holding Citron negative on Garmin. I'm gonna say homie's like, nah, I want GameStop, I want Garmin, but Garmin has some pretty ill patents. I'm pretty sure they're actually like their GPS and like satellite shit is actually pretty fire. You've been using their watch since 2018. I've seen those. They have good tech but poor data. UBS picks China over Citadel Securities for Credit Suisse unit. JPM on the high. I feel like we haven't seen banks go up in a minute. They enter exclusive talks with Beijing government fund. The battery lasts 96 days on a Garmin? It's crazy. That's a 96-day battery life. What if your iPhone? Wow. That'd be game-changing. We made it thinner, and it lasts for 96 hours. Days. 30-year bond auction. It'll have some reaction. I mean, depends on the results. Right now, the theme is pretty good demand. And now, like, after all that inflation stuff yesterday, it'll be interesting if that one's going to take more weight or if Powell's rate cut comments or lack thereof have an impact. So we'll keep an eye out for it. AMC pop on volume. Uranium's going up. Tesla, CCJs. Yeah, all the uranium names pop in. AMCC? Or is that you just add two C's? You add an extra C because you're Canadian. That's why he's like AMC Canadian. I get it. Actually, I have tin, bro. I have tin from it's from Canada. My Canadian brother gave me some tin. It's not tin in Canada, but it's just, it was interesting. Gap dump. Where's the other one? Oh no, Longeveron 2. You want the Canadian tin? All right, we need like 20 likes. We're almost at a solid level. It's not even tin. It's kind of even related to yesterday. But I was like, ooh, I heard this yesterday. And I was like, it's interesting. It's honestly, this might make you want it. I don't know. This will tell you the level of tin it is. It's related to Cat Williams. Yeah, it is. And SPY going lower. So you're getting into the first candle of yesterday, and then this was like the lower end of that last wick, and then that was like the first low set by the Powell move yesterday. You're either gonna bounce off this shit, or we're gonna get a little bit more flush. But again, this is where you were dancing around yesterday. And the MPAA, a lot of small caps still running, but even then Russell's destroyed. NVIDIA's still holding a decent gain. It's just crazy, though. Like AMD, Marvel, Intel's already down. Let me see Qualcomm, but Marvel and AMD were looking very good. And then they just flipped. Even a little bit of Qualcomm as well. The Powell digestion sentiment, I mean, I think right now, the way what I'm seeing, it seems like people are trying to downplay Powell in the dot plot and focus on inflation. Because the inflation data and PPI this morning has been good, but there's another 40-50% of the market, analysts, investors, they're trying to downplay the dot plot and what could happen. So I in a weird way, it's like a stubborn, like kind of clinging to the preferred soft landing narrative. Maybe that's a better way to put it. It's the preferred narrative. You know, I think people like the soft landing there, and even though yesterday and Powell wasn't necessarily the best in the dot plot, people are focusing on, and they're, what do they call it? Magnificent disinflation. What's the word? Immaculate. Like, again, I think it's Goolsby who started it, but even the news media and everybody else is just running with it. But they're focusing on the disinflation rather than, well, yeah, Powell just said this. Like, again, what Powell said about jobs was crazy. And then even the fact that he opened up, in my opinion, he opened up the door to 2025 and you know, giving himself a way out just in case he doesn't cut this year. I'm not saying he will like abandon the cut this year. That I don't think I can make that judgment, but I definitely think homie is building up the roster so he has something to fall back on just in case. Boeing deliveries of 787s have not been paused. FAA administrator says agency 2 hands off in oversight of Boeing before Alaska Airlines incident. Senate hearing. Yeah, the job things was, I think I made I didn't like explain it. I think I just said that's interesting because Powell did make a very interesting comment yesterday. Some people are pissed about it. Some people say don't look too much into it because he quickly kind of backed it up by saying the market is still strong. But he did, I don't know, maybe he said that to not get the boot. But even then, I'll tell you the tin now. We could come back to this topic. Remind me of Powell Jobs comment. But here's the deal. Here's the tinfoil. Someone said this in Call Real Estate yesterday. And I took it a different way because I was like, I'll keep it simple, man. It's not even tin. It's a question. Are you ready? Damn, and SPY flushing. Another low there again. Bonds, SPY's going before anything now. SPY is now in the red. And like I told you, this level, this was yesterday's like initial lows off of the meeting. So I don't know. I think this level has a little bit more importance. That's why I think the candle was so big. That was 5 points, but watch here, and if we break 54.10, then that's it. You'll probably get a little bit of aggression. Broadcom, yeah, they're flipping. They got a lot of room, though. Zillow's on the high. Remember, they had data yesterday. So here's the tin, or question tin. What would happen to the economy if Powell was caught in a scandal? So the other way to look at it, someone was just saying how, like, you know, they brought up that Cat Williams comment, the year of truth. But it's just like, what if we find out Powell? What if this is either Powell, like I said, that meeting yesterday, what if that's the meeting we look back at and we ask questions? But what happened? What if Powell, I don't know, dude. What if, I don't know what type of scandal, but like, what if Powell got caught up in some shit? That's a funny comment, but I think think about it. Bro, they already got caught insider trading, and I think we needed the Fed, so we brushed it off. But yeah, I don't know if it'd be a trading scandal. I don't know. What if he leaked info? I don't know anything. It's not. That's why this is tinfoil speculation. But somebody said that, and I was like, you know, I've never really thought about that. That's it. That's why I thought it was interesting because I don't know. I don't know if I viewed Powell as unfallible, both economically and in everyday life. But Yeah, it was an interesting take. He doesn't seem like the scandal type of guy, but like, isn't that every scandal? 2 new growth drivers from Qualcomm. It says, isn't Ming Chow? Isn't that the Apple analyst? That's a website. Oh, it's paywalled? I know you got a little bit of it. Yeah, that's that analyst, I'm pretty sure. Why is it on a website? That's weird. Uber sold off $3? No way. That's a lot. Oh, I guess it was up $3 or because remember it was just at 60 or 60 something. And then SPY going lower, man. You're starting to give up. Dude, that's already 30 points on the day. Pretty big. So we will get the bond auction. That might get in the way of some things, but otherwise, I mean, if I would just be if we end up turning into a bigger flush, I think that will be the Powell hitting underneath the surface. But again, and like I was saying, like why does it, like I just told you how I felt and kind of the digestion, but if you don't understand, it's very simple. Powell and the Fed said something yesterday in terms of rates, and the market is pricing not what he said. The Fed futures disagree with Powell and the dot plot still. So where is this? This is 5:30. So take pretty much. Oh, I could have showed you on that chart. I want to 50 again 54.12, 54.10. That's the level. We break it in yesterday's low. It could get pretty interesting. ZQZ 24. So here's the Fed futures, but look, the odds are just holding the CPI gains. So it's even though Powell and the Fed, they said 1 rate cut instead of 2 or instead of 3, the market is saying we're going to stay at 2. Honestly, though, but then at the same time, think about what I just said. Powell says 1. We were just at 3, and the market says 2. Unfortunately, fortunately, depending on how you want to look at it, what do you think it is? Tennessee has banned retail brokerage Webull from government-issued computers and smartphones of state employees, Wall Street Journal. Hi, that was 3 minutes ago. But do you get the whole Fed thing? Powell says 1. Fed futures say 2. And then, where were we just at? Think about it. This is where it's weird. And this is why the market may fight back a little bit more. Bro, right now the market is just straddling. I don't know if y'all feel me. So does it make sense, even though we had good inflation and you could try to pick apart the data, when it's all said and done, do you see the balancing act? So Powell says 1, bonds say 2, you were just at 3. So the market's just pricing low-key in the middle. Powell's getting the lower end. Powell's the cautious end. We were just at the optimistic end, and now the market's just saying, nah, we'll stay in the middle then. And that's where it's kind of giving you balance in a very weird way. But just pure nature of it all, as of the last 24 hours of digestion, Powell in the dot plot says 1, but then your boy, the Fed futures are only saying 2. It doesn't make sense if you look at the transports, clearly showing something's brewing. They have been dying. I mean, even then, a lot of value names. Go look at everything, strip apart the market without 8 names. Go look at the jobs reports and go really beneath your, even then, the PMIs, the contractions, like you're not incorrect on that. You know what I'm saying? So it's very simple because it is like you have some truth to what you're saying. Like something is brewing, but this is where I go back to the beginning. Everybody is stubbornly, or not stubborn, but preferred. There is a preferred inflation level, or a preferred idea of this soft landing that everybody is taking. And they don't really want to adjust regardless of even if the data could crater right before your eyes. I actually have a good question I want to talk about. Remember yesterday, Max, I emailed you back because Max was like, yo, did you get my email? And I was like, no, I didn't. But then he sent it to me, and then we stopped talking about it. But then I got his email. I don't know. Max, are you here? Because I would like to read his email to everybody because it's a good one. I think it was a pretty good question, and I think some of you won't like it, and then I think some of you are gonna you will probably agree massively with it. Hello, Josh. Hello, Chad. Hello, Ray. Yeah, I don't think Max is here. Max probably early. We've only been here for an hour. Well, the market's been open for an hour. Amount of workforce decrease. So again, that's where some people act a certain way with what Powell said yesterday. It was kind of weird. So again, Powell said and the point is he didn't have to say it. And that's why even what he said afterwards, he came back and he said, well, it's still strong. But, like, if you didn't catch it, people are making a big deal about it. But he literally said the jobs market is overstated. He didn't say it is. He said there's an argument. So that's like, who the fuck is arguing about that? What do you mean? Hold on, what are you saying? But then he said it's still strong. But then some people, if you wanted to politicize it, that was an easy one to politicize. Again, during it, I think I just said interesting because you don't really hear that. The Fed chair has not really said anything like that before. Usually he kind of takes, this is King Tom Brady punting. Like he finds his way, but he did say there's an argument. He was talking about it in passing. It's not like this was a major focus. And then he moved on to say how the jobs market was still strong. But again, he literally mentioned there is an argument that the jobs are overstated. FAA says no specific conversations with Boeing. I didn't even know there was. I read that one of the other headlines. I didn't know there was a Senate meeting on Boeing. Only 100 people are watching it. MPW back at the level. Well, they just paid out the dividend. So you got some of that effect. And then, again, the bonds, they've gotten a little bit of a bid. But now, even after yesterday, this rate cut plan. Because, like, here's a thing for MPW. Like, in any REIT, do you guys realize once the rates get cut, yes, if the economy slows down, that'll be bad. But for especially a company like MPW that needs money or that has maturities and stuff to pay, that if the rates can get lowered, that could ease a lot of their problems. So if now we're talking 1 instead of 3, and then now maybe who knows how long it takes, then now it's going to kind of throw some doubt into all of that. And then quite simply, they just paid out their divvy. So they had a divvy run up at past X dividend, and then it. ETH approval circulating in summer. I thought, what approval? Didn't we already approve it? You got like a $25 pop on Ethereum. Powell missed out on a Hall of Fame career in the NFL, best punter of all time. Gensler sees ETF, ETH, ETF, S1. ETH, ETF is hard to read, man. Approval sometimes in summer. People are debating if Roaring Kitty sold. Some people say he did. There's a Reuters report, but you know Reuters. Do you still believe that Powell is waiting for something to break? Or is he just waiting for consecutive good prints? Oh, my goodness, Oscar. Asking me a great question with a dono. Are you kidding me? God bless you, bro. Happy Friday, Junior. But I do believe that Powell is waiting for something to break. And if he is going to cut, or otherwise, it's going to be a soft landing. Does that make so? I think he's going to hold the rates kind of higher. Maybe give you a ceremonial rate cut just to make you feel some sort of way and show you that he's not behind if you get those multiple consecutive prints, right? But at the same time, I do believe that he is. I mean, he said it yesterday. Again, even with the jobs comments and all of it, it just seems like, if there's a sharp downturn, a sharp pullback of the economy, that's going to be the thing that gets him to move real fast. If you want Powell to move and actually react and make a move, I think he is waiting for an economic shock, whether it's a sharp decline in jobs, economic activity, GDP, or anything of that nature. But at the same time, if that doesn't happen, I think he's going to go slow and steady and that's where I'm like, maybe there is that possibility, even though it is the base case right now for a lot of the market. I don't see it as base case, but I think it's possible he could slowly work his way into that soft landing. But if a shock occurs before that happens, I think he'll be ready to cut instantly, no hesitation. And why do I say that? Because Powell is the man who has done that. So again, the TLTs that we hit was homeboy cutting, even when in both of those instances, those were hard decisions. So, but but I think he will cut if he has to, and if he gets presented with that decline, he will cut. And Powell has no shame in it. But at the same time, I think he's going to drive slow because he has a weird chance to make it happen. Thanks for posted Longeveron play. Oh, it was Troy yesterday. He hit him with the news. He dropped that Lomacel B news, and then I think a lot of Chads, you guys like Longeveron over the years, and we just rode that. But I didn't get in on that one. I had my good time with Longeveron. Longeveron James. Well, yeah, man, great question. Watching charts, I see the trend. Powell put, I'm back again. And the Bears, they comprehend market moves. It never ends. I hope I got it. Eloquent answer, bro. Great question, man. And that's what I say. And you just throwing money behind a great question. God bless, baby. Shout out to Oscars. Look at that Oscar duo, baby. Horna. Amen. Amen. Yalla. SMCI running. Yalla. Urgent halted pending news. The Saudi Arabia thing, we already talked about it a lot, I feel like, over the last couple days. So maybe I'll put that on the watch list, or we could talk about it live tonight. But at this point, if it does expire and set in as of today and there's no renewal, let's see where it goes. I think there's an element of trying to get bargaining power, but, I mean, that's the closest thing to the brick. What do you call them? The brick lovers? That sounds really weird. But, you know, like, I really think that's the closest you would get if there is going to be, like, a shift. But, like I say, we got to wait and see. But I think that's 1 point on the brick side. And I haven't given y'all a point in a long time. You know what I'm saying? So, but at the end of the day, I think there is an element, though. They might try to use it for some negotiations as well. The brick squad, okay. Brick squad, that one works. I'd call you guys brick lovers, but I'm not gonna do it I'm not gonna do you like that. It just sounds too weird. Like, what do you love? Bricks. No, I don't know. Okay, we'll just brick squad. That sounds brick riders. No, don't do it. I'm not doing them like that. I'm not. No, I'll go with brick squad. I think that's a happy medium. Brick riders. Brick riders is probably the best one, though. But like I'm saying, though, they get a point. Every other year, the bricks. Oh, no, like that Saudi shit is probably, that's the only thing that gives you something. And then TLT starting to dump, man, both days. Yesterday, the dump happened a little later after Powell, but you are starting to give up half of that now. And just keep context of where we were at yesterday. So bonds are at the low end of Powell, markets even lower. That's the irony of this. So bonds went lower intraday yesterday, but now the bonds are higher, whereas the stocks are at near the Powell lows. Oh, oil, you're right. Let's take a look. Yeah, oil's running up 78.85. It was at 77.60 this morning. Cha City, Cha City, man. Cha City, Cha City, yeah. 10, 25 basic points. No? Okay. I want to listen to that song. Bro, at one point, man, that was the coolest song in the world. You had to be there, bro. I don't know, man. Like, life was good, man. When Rack City came out by Tyga, and it was like, then that was like, life was good, bro. That was a great time in the world, I feel like. You know, something about it. Rack City was just, it was great. You were there? Amen, man. Amen. Just listened to Tyga yesterday. I'm going to listen to that. I'm going to listen to Rack City. A time was had then. That brought Trey out. This guy, his first time chatting the Twitch, he's like, yeah, I feel you, Josh. I need to get it on the playlist. GME pump. So again, I think there's an event in 11 minutes or 15 minutes. It's at 11. Oh, man. Damn it. Chad, I'm sitting down. I didn't realize it. I sit down towards the end right before the bell because I got to hit the desk, and it doesn't sound good when the desk is up. I forgot. I got to stand up. It's not push-up time, but Chadadonia, I think it's been another 30 minutes to all my real estate investors out there. I'm just saying, another 30 minutes, baby. Another 30 minutes, little by little. Little by little. Will you stream GME's event? I don't know. I don't have to poop yet. I don't think I will. I didn't eat a Costco Poke Bowl. I don't. If you give me $100, I don't know, man. I might be down, but I don't. Y'all got GameStop money, right? I don't know because I took my L. I'm just saying. I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know. Let me see. Let me see if I could even find it and if everything is. No, I didn't eat another one. Dude, that was awful, bro. That was awful. Like, I don't know if it was just awful Costco or if y'all just were witches and cursed me. Because it was so funny how many people told me you're going to shit yourself. And then yesterday, bro, like an hour, 2 hours into the market, I'm like, oh, damn it. I was like, I don't know. I had a surprise poop attack. And then even after hours, bro, like, it's crazy. I missed you. I've been super ultra lurking. I know, man. What's up? How you been, man? I hope everything good. I hope the long term. I hope the craziness of the world does not reduce your joy and peace. Yeah, bro. I ain't seen you since January. It's good, man. Good to see you. Poke Bowls at Costco. Dude, it was awful. It seemed like a good idea. You know what I'm saying? I was like, oh, I like Poke. Oh, Costco's great. Oh, I don't have to go eat out. Like, perfect. You know, I put it in rice. I put my little toppings on it. Like, you know, I tried. It seemed like a great idea, but nah, that shit. That was insane. I only had like 3 pieces, too. It just tasted gross. Where is it? I'm trying to get the event calendar. Annual general meeting, 11 a.m. I don't have a link for it unless it's on their website. But what is it, GME? And I don't know what this GME annual meeting going to sound like. Oh, RIP MasterCard. Is it RIP MasterCards or RIP? Bless the chat. Bless the traders and investors. Bless Joshua and his input every day. We are booming and this nation will never stop. Amen, baby. God willing. Horn. Friday Junior. Friday Junior, baby. Yeah, bro, I can't find this annual meeting thing. Oh, there it is. No, 2023. Listen to webcast. I see annual meeting June 15th. Are y'all sure you got the right date? I don't think it's today. Correct me if I'm wrong. So I don't have, I see one calendar that says today, but then this one says June. Oh, that's 2023. I don't know. I can't find this shit. And I could get access to weird shit, but not this. On Comforter Share. I saw that website, but it won't load. So we'll see. Is Longeveron? Yeah, 3:30. I'm still going. Tesla, Pfizer, little bounce. Dog, I can't believe, like, and again, I'm a shareholder now, but, dog, they low-key just really just said our trial was bad, and then they just did not bring up why it was bad. Like, there was efficacy that it didn't meet, but I can't believe they just, Bro, that's why Pfizer could get away with anything. Like, they don't even have to say shit. It's nuts. And Intel just chilling. Lagarde was hawkish cut, so Powell is hawkish hold. Well, we don't really have like the connection between the ECB and us is, like they are notorious for going early, like way too early and randomly. But if anything, that's why I just keep a note on the broader trend of all of the countries and all the central banks moving in a direction. So, like in our case, here's the deal. Powell yesterday was hawkish, but our data was dovish, a.k.a. the data follows the trend of, we'll be cutting soon, versus Powell, who's kind of, he's kind of trying to add the air brakes a little bit, or he's just, again, like I think, my belief, he's opening up a backup. That's it. It's just like, that's the simple way. Yesterday was Powell he's trying to get a backup. Is he going to use the backup? Does he have to? That I don't know. Maybe he'll never need it. Better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it. Shout out to Stream Alerts. So, I don't know. That's just all I got out of yesterday. I like gold, but I am a little worried if Powell again. But then if Powell takes long, that won't be good for gold. But the thing that's going to drive up gold will be the other countries. So even then, until it happens, that will be it. The dollar de-dollarization, they can't have yields fall. Wouldn't that be bad as commodities priced in? Well, what de-dollarization are we talking about? But in the other realm, that's kind of one of the big challenges for everybody right now of literally commodity prices as we cut rates or as we do it. That's the thing. That's why I need to find that chart. But you guys should remember I was telling you how if we start cutting rates and oil starts rocketing, we're going to have a problem. But if that's why too, it's like if Powell can really drive slow and like I think you're pretty much your soft landing will happen if Powell can cut rates and oil doesn't go up. That I think you will get you extremely close to a soft landing. Maybe a no landing. But just in general, if all of these banks all around the world, if you could get rates lower and inflation down without energy and commodities moving rocketing up off of that dynamic, then it'll look good. Because the times in history that has occurred, that was the answer. Anytime you've really got a soft landing, even that 93 that Powell talks about a lot, or even like Bullard and Goolsbee, it has to do with commodities not rocketing as they go about their policy. So I think that's a huge element of everything we're going through now. That's why oil, just a couple weeks ago, it was kind of aggressive and it didn't look that good. And then also at the same respect, maybe a month ago, it looked, what I'm saying? We're at $88. Even then, end of the year last year, we were at 95. And then again, the curve steepens that July and then everything, oil plummets. And then oil comes back up here. April, we start, comes back down again. So if oil could stay low, I really think it'll, that's more evidence of your soft landing. But the real test will come when they cut rates. But then again, just like gold, you're already watching people cut rates around the world. So some of that is getting factored into this. Uber Advertising announces exclusive partnership with T-Mobile. That's crazy. Because again, that means, I think Amazon said something too, but like Uber's actually building out this ad network. Is anybody a member of Uber, like Uber One? That like monthly Uber service? Is anybody a member of that? You are? No way. Why? Are y'all like, what? Whoa. No way. Why? Yeah. Why do you wait? What do you get out of it? It's like Uber One or something. I've seen it my whole life since they've introduced it. But what? It's free from credit card. No, did somebody like buy it without a promotion? Deliveries for food are cheaper. It's cheaper if you order a lot. Discount on overpriced item. Wow, no, I thought a lot of you guys wouldn't have it. That's crazy. It's free with Amex. Unless you tip more than $5 for delivery, I will never bring it to you. That's good. Oh, what about the peach? Oh, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Friday Jr., Post Powell, got the PPI, and now you have Bradley Frizzle in the Peace Nation. Get your ass up. Oh, no. Holy, bro. Bradley Frizzle, my man. How you feeling, man? How you feel about Powell? How does the peach feel about Powell, bro? Oh, I hope your day is going good, man. I hope life is going good. Amen. Amen. You got Dash, but no Uber One. Yeah, I have the Dash One with the Chase card. I don't know, but if Amex gives you the Uber One, I might have to use it. I only use Uber when I travel. Like, because otherwise I just drive. Thank you, soft landing vibes, eh? Oh, the peach says soft landing. Bring it home, eh? Amen. I think it's such an interesting environment. History leaves me hard-pressed to believe, but if Powell brings the possibility, it's amazing. Uber pays you $2.60 per delivery. So then what do you do if they don't tip you the $5? Do you just like take their food, or do you just refuse the ride, or like what do you do? Apple Flushing now, 212. Kind of nuts, man. You were at almost 220 yesterday. Apple went from doing nothing to just giant moves. You refuse to take the order. That's not bad, but you're not like stealing their food, right? When you first said it, I was like, damn. Homie's like, nope, this is my food now. Should have gave me my $5. Tipping to deliver food is dumb. I mean, are you Middle Eastern? Because my dad, why I give a Jesus a 10%. Why I give you 10%, huh? It don't make no sense. But I don't know. I'm down with the tipping for, if it's good service, and then you got to bring the food. It just sucks that they inflate the price and then the tip. Your boy, all these providers are just skimming it off top. Yeah, man. Why do I tip? I mean, honestly, you should tip. Because y'all were just telling me you don't know how restaurants are. I own a rest. That's why, like, I hope my appreciation for their service, they do not poison me. And I mean, they're putting in the work too, man. There's a service industry. If it's a good service, you get something. Bad service, fuck you. I won't. I don't know. I'm very, and I'll time them out. If it's bad service. Does your girl tip? Yeah. Yeah. And then and she said it was weird at first, but she's been around me, so that helped her out. But in Europe, they don't really tip. That's what's like in Europe, it's really weird to tip. She said it's all like rolled into the price, and like you only tip if it's like something really good. But like it's not like it's not the same tipping culture that we have here. Zap up. Was this? Is this one of those halters? This looks insane. Well, good luck. I see it as disrespect. She didn't tell me that, but she just said it's nothing like here. Like it's not really expected there. But it is into the price, and then at the same time, like, if you really feel like there was good, like, if you just wanted it was amazing, and that person blew you away, or whatever it was like, yeah, here you go. GME meeting. I can't get it for y'all. Unfortunately. I was just making jokes about it, but I don't know how to access this. Oh wait, there is it says error processing your request. Reload. The site is down. All right, that's not just me. Is membership worth it for the Uber thing or what? Oh, for my channel? I mean, it's ironically enough, a membership is just like tipping me. So you're like, well, fuck you. I'm not getting it. Oh, why would I? But, that's kind of the general dynamic here. I don't try to put things behind paywalls. I have some things for added convenience, but it's not like, the general idea. I don't want to, like, separate things. Like, oh, we have this private thing. If you pay me more money, I'll allow you this. It's like, no, just get a fucking long term. You know what I'm saying? But that's it. It's up to you, my friend, but not trying to incentivize it or make anything. That's why I'm grateful for all this support. All the people who have tipped me over the years, I'm the stock market street performer who pisses off a lot of rich people. It's kind of funny if you think of like, bro, Bloomberg be getting mad at me once a month. And then other people, and it's just like, I just come on live. I'm like, hello, the stock market. Jesus, the stock market. And then I don't know, it gets people mad, man. Noah. See, he's like, here, you get a gift, baby. I am Roy, baby. And living with Brahmatin. Bro, that picture, man, that don't do you justice, bro. You got the beard. You know what I'm saying, bro? You were looking good yesterday, man. That's it. He had the OG beard. Oh, they don't even know, bro. They ain't got nothing on you. Horn off. Let's go. You can get a horn. I don't know if that's incentivized. Amen, amen. I'll be like you one day, Connor. I'm telling you. For now, I still got a couple of patches on top of my head. But we're getting there. We getting there. We getting there. Yeah, you guys know too, like with tipping, it's often like in America, you know, you should tip your police officers. I'm just kidding. That's a joke. That's called bribery. You will get arrested. Do not try to tip a police officer or a judge. That is different service. Public service, you do not tip public service. Okay, just to make sure. Oh, I almost got pulled over yesterday, bro. It's funny. I was on the phone. I wasn't like holding my phone, but like I was, and thank God, because I was like in a conversation. It was right after Cole Real Estate, bro. I needed to go get some food. And then I was like, man, I need to just go outside, bro. I was inside like for a minute yesterday. And I was like, I need to walk around. I need to go out a little bit. And I'm driving, bro. And this cop, this was some like Call of Duty ghillie suit shit, bro. He was like on the sidewalk, like perfectly out in the open. And then like perfectly hidden. And then he literally pulls over the dude right next to me. I was going under the speed limit. And then homie in the F-150, they clapped him, bro. They clapped him. And it was a motorcycle cop, too. It was late, and I was like, man, no way. But, yeah. That was a close one. I shit myself thinking I was getting pulled over. Nah, I only like get nervous if I knew I was going fast. But that's why that one time when homie got me, I was just like dancing and singing. I was like, he ain't doing shit. And then he in fact ended up doing shit. So yeah. Why is it acceptable to tip the mailman? I don't know. I've never tipped a mailman in my life, actually. Am I an asshole? I never even knew that was a thing. Mike Guitar, thank you for the tip, baby. Horn. I don't know why. Oh. Mike and my guitar. Just me and my guitar. I like that song. Have you ever heard that? It's a Boogie with the Hoodie song. Me and my guitar. It's kind of like, I played it and then someone was like, who hurt you? And I was like, it's a good song. That's it. All right, I need to go to the bathroom, but I hope this is as funny as it looks. You know what I'm saying? I really hope this is as this looks great, man. All right, I hope this is it. Ready? Senator Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'm going to talk just for a few minutes.
Title, Biden is an inflation
about
machine.
My people in Louisiana. They are hurting. Inflation is gutting them like a fish. This inflation, like all inflation, is man-made. And that man's name is President Joe Biden. President Biden has proven to be an inflation machine. He has spent trillions and trillions of dollars that we do not have. He has injected so much money into this economy that we are practically drowning in liquidity. And unless you were in the quad playing Frisbee during Econ 101, you know that inevitably that is going to cause inflation. And indeed it did. Now, I realize there is a yawning disconnect between what President Biden says and what my people in Louisiana are experiencing. There is. President Biden says that the economy is just fine. He says the economy is just wonderful. And I'll tell you what my people say. My people say, with respect, Mr. President, you need to put down the bong. Because in our state, we are paying more to live worse. And we're not going to be able to retire because of you, Mr. President, until 4 years after we're dead. Louisiana is not a wealthy state, Mr. President. Our median household income is about $58,000. That's mom and dad both working, 2 children. $58,000. It's about $4,800 a month. President Biden's inflation is costing my people an extra $900 a month. That's not a year. $900 a month. $11,000 a year. My average family's making, once again, $58,000 a year. They've got to find all of a sudden an extra $11,000 a year. Since President Biden has been president, his inflation has caused the average family in Louisiana an extra $22,000. You don't have to take my word for it. You can see this chart. You don't have to be a senior at Caltech to see that the direction is up. And these extra costs were caused by inflation. The prices of consumer goods in my state, on average, are up 20% since President Biden took office. Some are up a lot more. Some are up a little less. But the average is 20%. Credit card debt is up 46%. The average credit card balance in Louisiana is now $5,800. When you're making $58,000 a year for a family of 4, $5,800 is a lot. Delinquent credit card debt is up 11%, the highest in 12 years.
Bro, all I know,
a record number
this
of
girl had to learn the
take
speech.
Early withdrawals from their
She's getting the
retirement
cues.
accounts, Mr. President.
He did. He said, "Put down the bong." I chuckled. That was funny. I said I knew the thumbnail and the topic. I was like, this has to be funny. Every time he gets mad serious, but he dropped you with one of his usual bars. He said, "Put down the bong." I cannot access the GameStop meeting. If you guys can email me with $100. No, I'm kidding. But if you could email me, I'm down to play. It says service unavailable. I don't know if I'm able to access it. Isn't the Fed in control of inflation? No. Every president spends money, so Biden doesn't make sense for the blame. Well, unfortunately, I mean, I agree. I think Biden and Trump are both to blame. So hopefully, if you're too involved in the politics, I mean, it's not as if everybody has blood on their hands or inflation on their hands, better yet. But it is the Fed is responsible for price stability. So it's the Fed's job that whatever the fuck the government does, they got to kind of stabilize it. That's why they use interest rates, quantitative easing, tightening, funding, reverse repos, all of these things, literally even loan facilities to make sure that there is price stability. So that kind of is the thing there. But technically, you can't control what the government, like, again, the budgets and the approvals and spending a lot of this money, deciding to do this. The Fed does not have control of that. Let's be real. 75% of Trump's spending was bipartisan COVID relief. I don't know if I can agree on a percentage. I mean, in the beginning, there was obviously COVID, and I do think a lot of people don't give Trump the pass on COVID, even whatever he did. But, I mean, there was, like, that little final stimulus Trump did, like, towards the end, like, right before the election, he pulled a Biden, a pandering. There was one more stimulus check right at the end. And then right when Biden got in, he's like, I got one more for you too, man. So it's kind of both there, but I don't know percentage-wise. I mean, obviously there was some because of COVID, but, I mean, my problem with both Trump and Biden when it comes to this topic, all of it was excessive. That's like, you know what I'm saying? There was a point like that's at last $600. Come, like, you know what I'm saying? That wasn't COVID. Yeah, like he put his name on the damn check. Like that one was not COVID. But it was like all of them, like everyone's just excessive. That's it. You know what I'm saying? Like all of it was excessive. Just when it's all said and done, I do think, and then again, it goes back to why the fuck did we have the stimulus? It's because you shut down everything. And then that's like, why? I mean, that starts a whole nother conversation. But when it's all said and done, I mean, there was a limit where, sadly, I don't know if it was the event or as a society, and nobody fought back. Nobody on Wall Street, no citizens, no nothing. Like, we just were okay with the government just lot by lot, not little by little. And they just flooded a lot of money, man, more money than we have ever witnessed ever. And then again, like, it just, there was a lot of consequences when it was all said and done. How do you fight back? You have little say in anything. I mean, no, you don't have little say. Literally what you're saying is literally the collective action problem. So like this, we literally talked about this the other day where that's part of the collective action problem. Everybody gets the same thing out of it. So some people are like, why would I even have any commitment to the issue? And then another part of the group, when you're in a big group, some people think that it's worthless. Like, oh, I don't have a say, so what's the point of even doing anything? So just, I mean, it's easier for the government, and it's easier for smaller groups and corporations to organize versus, a bunch of citizens. And guess what? What makes the collective action problem even harder? Anytime we say Trump or Biden, 20-30% of you want to fucking stab each other. If the other animals, Anna's sick. How do you believe it? Oh, they got everybody fighting against each other over what? Like, you know what I'm saying? When we're the ones who have to deal with it, regardless, Republican or Democrat. So, the collective action problem was already difficult. But now, in the last 8 years, you have heightened political ideology. And again, I mean, we don't have the same community in the sense where, like, yeah, we all have to benefit or suffer, some more than others. But when it's all said and done, like, we are arguing over other stuff that it just makes it even harder for society to organize as a whole. I think social media, yeah, I agree with you. You could blame social media because social media started as social media and then it became low-key like the biggest political advancement ever. Because again, like people didn't even care about politics before, if you really think about it. But And that's why at the same time, my views even towards voting have changed because of social media. Ether ETF should be fully approved by September. That was older. Well, another update on that. You think it started with Fox News? Nah. Like Fox and CNN, like, dude, they've been around all of your guys' lives. You know what I'm saying? Like, dude, in the 2000, there was Fox and CNN, you know, and like you had all of that. It was social. I think social media. It was a new development. You now were able to reach people. You were now able to target people who were on the fence. You were able to, like, again, social media is one of the biggest political tools now. It wasn't like that. So it's like we've already had Fox and CNN, but whether they were crazy, whether they were extremely biased, it didn't reach the same amount of people, if that makes any sense. And, like, you didn't have the same, like, aggressiveness out of both of them. It was just in their own little groups. And they were popular. They were the literal mainstream. But social media created a whole nother realm. I'll not watch Succession. They're all friends and need the ratings. I love that show. When do you think the mainstream started being so dishonest? I mean, when it started to not matter, social media. That's like you could control it all. Like, it's not, dude, the internet used to be the Wild West, bro. Like, y'all got to realize it. It wasn't like, bro, how do you think I made my come up? Like, the internet was insane. It used to be, bro, where like the internet was like, it was uncontrolled. Like, that's where the info was. You could go there. Like, you would just, it wasn't the same as like the mainstream. It was a whole nother outlet. And like, it was for years, bro. You know what I'm saying? And it was like little by little, though, the mainstream found a way to create a mainstream internet, if that makes any sense. And that's what it turned into. And that's where finally it just started to fall into that category. It wasn't more difficult. No, the internet just, it wasn't controlled. But that's why it was crazy. Like, you used to be able to Google shit, and it would just show you what you Googled. So you get what I'm saying? But then when you Googled it, and then it would show you, like, popular things, but then, again, that's why they were like, people were getting radicalized. That's what they said. And it kind of is true. I don't disagree with it, but there was, like, you know, I think there's a limit. But, like, it was, like, yeah, it wasn't curated. There wasn't AI. The algorithms were not as advanced. They didn't have the same, like, ways to stop things or, like, again, present you certain info. It was just show people what they want, put ads out. That's it. And then it started to develop. But it was crazy. That's what I'm saying. Like, it was actually nuts. Like, it used to be very powerful, like, even finding info, but you would get exposed to so many things. That's why I say it was the Wild West. One, you would find what you were looking for. The next minute, you would find a fucking Alex Jones video. So you would find this theory, and then you would go back. You could get, like, both educational resources all the way down to popular, sensationalist, untrue media. But it was, again, people were reading it. People were looking into it. So it's all just, like, again, it's gotten more controlled. I guess even that's why, like, I don't know, for all my gamers, like, you got to think about it. Bro, Xbox Live was insane. In the early days of Halo, bro, and Halo 2, Xbox Live was insane. And why I bring that up, because like, bro, people were like, dude, you could like hack people from Xbox. You were getting people's IP, like the internet. It wasn't as protected. But then like, this is what I want you to think about when I'm saying like even the control of certain things. Nowadays, bro, if you go on PlayStation and you cuss somebody out, they'll ban you. What? Like, that's what I'm saying. It's just like you have more control now on certain things. But like, that's the difference between then and now. You could just say something on the game now and you could get banned for saying it, versus like you go back 15, 20 years ago, online gaming was the most toxic, awful thing. But it was just like, you would never be like, what do you mean ban for calling somebody a noob? Beep, 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 beep. You know, like you could say whatever. But then again, society and whether you believe people should say, you know, certain things. It was awful. It was, and that at the same time, bro, it was bad. It was racist. It was awful stuff. So that's where it's like there is a weird double-edged sword to it all, because it's not like these people were saying nice things. That's why the first AI, like when they were like train the AI off the internet, it came out racist because of all of the shit on the internet and like how people were and what they were talking about and how it would either, you know, nowadays it's different in what you can communicate. So yeah, long story short, internet used to not be mainstream and now it is. Same thing. And then still social media. And then it had the mainstream element, and that's what it is now. Sad your kids will never get to experience true gaming. I don't know though, bro. Like, I don't know. Like, did that shit fuck me up? Maybe. Like, dude, I was on Xbox Live very early and young, and I heard a lot of things, and I said a lot of things, and I was exposed to a lot that my little conservative parents did not know what the fuck was going on. You know what I'm saying? Like, it molded me. It was like, it's kind of nuts to think about. Did I ever tell you? Did I ever tell you about my online girlfriend when I was young? Oh, Alex! It came in, baby. I want to thank you for everything. You provide so much value and change my life. Shout out to you in the chat and the LT. Finger to the sky. Oh, no. Mm-hmm. Amen. Oh, I never told you about the online girlfriend, bro. Thank you, Alex. I can't believe it came in. It was like, no, it was kind of like an AOL girlfriend, but it was a real girl. Dude, I was like in the 5th grade or something, 6th grade. I don't even know. And like, I had this homie on PHILO. And one day, he let his sister play. And she got on the headset. And it was his sister. And I was like, oh, shit, no way. And then I was like, yo, hit me up on AIM. And then we started talking. And she was cute. At the time, I mean, I was in the 5th grade, 6th grade. I was like, all right. And then I had an online girlfriend. But then I got in trouble because I called her on the phone. And then they charged a shit ton of long distance. They used to do that. And then, yeah, my parents are like, who the fuck is calling in New York? And I was like, oh, I don't know. That's weird. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And that was that. We had to break up. It was too expensive. Mm-hmm. I never got to meet her. I should post to Craigslist. Missing connections. Mm-hmm. Good old days. The phone bill. Yeah, bro. They used to charge you long distance. That's sad, actually. I know my parents stopped me from finding love on Xbox. It's a fun time, bro. Fun time. Getting closer to 4 years, baby. Telling PNC. Yeah, some people don't know what long distance means, like long distance calling. So, like, if you don't, like, back in the day, if you were in California and called to New York, they would charge you extra per minute, like a lot of money. So, like, if you were pretty much, like, if you were calling outside of your zip code, like, you know, like 619-760-858-310, like, if you're calling outside, and depending on where you're calling to, they would charge you per minute like a couple of dollars. Like, it was expensive. It would add up. (1-800-COLLECT), right? Now, you remember the ads? Bro, they used to advertise 1-800-COLLECT like that shit was DraftKings. Yeah, calling cards. I remember that too, bro. It's weird. Now you got the iPhone everywhere. And then Broadcom stopped moving. Intel's on the high now. SMCI's running. I think Marvel came back up. No, I'm tripping. Weird dude. Chips all over the place. I remember calling your mom, Collect, to come pick you up. Yeah, my parents just didn't pick me up. I was the kid who would be like after school for like an hour or two, and they judged us hardcore back then. Because then the teachers hated us. I just would leave. I would just walk away. I was like, you don't have to wait. I'm not gonna do that to y'all. Call from come get me. Low key, everybody knows the stock splits make you go up, but after Nvidia, then Broadcom, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. I feel like everybody's riding the split wave. And then again, Broadcom's earnings, it had a lot of sympathies there, but it's been a while. I feel like I haven't seen SMCI move up 10% in a while. Chipotle soon too. Yeah, again, you had Walmart. You know who I'd like? McDonald's split. Give me some $20 McDonald's. Man. I don't know. McDonald's is actually kind of coming down, bro. This would be glorious if we could get a good price on Mickey D's. Did Adobe split? Adobe? Now, I would love... Oh, my God. You see it. It's an M. It have the golden arches. It's beautiful. It's meant to be. Of AMSC? Nah. I don't recall anything. And then bonds are running. TLT on the high. No one's... It got expensive. I mean, I don't know if it was already getting expensive a lot, but they've had a lot of negative media coverage. But either way, McDonald's, I really believe McDonald's is Brondo. You have to watch the movie Idiocracy to understand that. But, like, although it's funny and, like, I am joking to a degree, I like, genuinely believe McDonald's is going to be a very fundamental part of the world as long as America remains, even if it doesn't. But, like, it's like, dude, it's Brondo. Whatever happens, I don't think McDonald's is, the price, the value, again, just like NVIDIA. It may have popularity, it may fall out of it, valuation and all that. I do not think this thing is ever going away anytime soon or ever. Yeah, that is, bro. Idiocracy, that is where Crocs showed up in that movie. McNuggets, yeah, that's what plants crave. No Watchlist last night, everything good? Yeah, man. We did a Cult Real Estate live. And I think every other week I might have to skip the Wednesday ones. We're doing a new investment thing. And honestly, we're not even really going to, like, I don't know. We're kind of done trying to recruit people. It's not going to be public because, like, I was going over deals with them. So, unfortunately, like, I was showing them off markets, the addresses. So we had to keep it, I can't be trusting everybody. You know what I'm saying? But tonight we will have a live one. But Chatadonia, it is push-up time. Ugh. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Micron is at a 52-week high, and we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video, okay? And today, I don't know, we're going to do it a little different today. Okay, we're going to do it a little different today. Are you guys ready? I don't know, man. I had a realization. Push-ups. I don't know. Y'all should just go smoke a cigarette right now. Yeah, actually sit down. You know what I'm saying? Just sit down. Try to hunch over more. And then you got any, like, alcohol in the fridge right now? Take a shot. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Wouldn't it be weird? Do you see how it sounds? Do you see how it sounds, Chatadonia? Huh? Come on. Do you see what I'm saying? Do you hear it? Come on. It sounds not bad. Really? That sounds weird. Sounds weird being encouraged to do them, like, yeah. Versus what? Move around. Stand up. Be healthy. Come on. Come on, baby. Oh, man. Don't be fooled, my brothers. Don't be fooled. Oh, sounds weird coming from you. It is 8:30 in the morning. So come on, baby. Stand up. Move around. Be a little hell. Just because you're going to do the other stuff anyways. Come on, man. Come on. It just all sounds weird, bro. Like, you have the whole world telling you to do all of this stuff every day, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, just breathe a little bit. Chest to the sun. Do some arm circles, man. Come on. Like, even if you're going to end up doing all the other stuff, you might as well, like, move around a little bit. So come on, Chad. It is push-up time. Just move around. Change body position. Do something healthy. And actually, I got something for you, man. I got something for y'all. Has anybody done the arm circles with me the last 2 days? If anybody has done the arm circles the last 2 days. Has anybody done it? You're allergic to air? Well, I'm allergic to you, okay? I'll see you tomorrow. Have a good day. Thank you. Has anybody done it last 2 days? All right, here's the deal. Are you ready? Today we're going to do it. We're going to do the arm circles for a minute backwards. Make sure your hands go above your head, but here's the deal. If you did it the last 2 days and it was difficult, I want you to notice today it is going to be easier. Are you ready? Watch. Get ready for this. Watch. Watch the progress. Watch the progress. Are you ready? 3, 2, 1, go. Let's go. 1 minute. Arm circles. That's it. Kind of hurt. No, don't try. It's going to get easier, bro. My clap back is serious today. Oh, you should have seen yesterday. I even felt bad a little bit. I was like, I think some claps were a little unnecessary. But for the most part, man, I do not really care anymore about quantity. I care more about quality, and I really do mean it in all aspects. So it's the same time, man. If you want to be here, I'd love to have you. If you don't, and you want to add nonsense, I don't really want to have you, unfortunately. Are you doing them? Are you ready? It hurts. It feels, but look, it's easier. You only got 15 more seconds. All right, 3, 2, 1. There it is. Was it easier? It's got a lot easier. Day 3, usually, you're going to, So it's good, bro. It's good. That hurt? Yeah, it did. I mean, it's good, though, man. If you have pain doing this, this is exactly why I'm telling you to, because if you have the pain now and you're like, it hurts, like, what do you think is going to happen if you don't do anything? You know what I'm saying? Any exercise that I could do while driving? There is. I mean, it depends on the level of mobility. Like driving, make sure you're like putting weight on your heels. So like when I drive, because I don't do it. Sometimes my foot just be like limp. Like you have to like make sure you get good posture in there, drive the weight through your heels, and then you could even the hip tuck and then the core and flexing your core. That does a lot. And then even then at work, if you could stand up and try to, again, a lot of things for the people who sit down a lot, y'all got no booty. You know what I'm saying? I have no, like, it's fucked up. My glutes don't even activate on certain things. That's what's going to happen. If you sit down all day, you are losing the ability to use your glutes. So, like, simply standing in a way that, like, activates your glutes while you're working, if you have a standing desk or are able to, that right there will take you a pretty long way. I can't get the shareholder meeting for GME. It does not load up. So, yeah. But even then, bro, if you're like, damn, remember, you guys got to think how trippy this is. Y'all don't remember doing arm circles in PE? Stop it. When you were in PE, none of you complained and said this hurts. All of you are like, why the fuck am I doing an arm circle? What is this going to do? Like, you're not, like, you just questioned what you were doing, but it never hurt. That's why I'm saying it's like if it hurts and you feel the tightness and pain, I strongly suggest that you do this more and more. Otherwise, if you don't, I mean, it's only going to get tighter. It's only going to get less mobile, and it's only going to lead to just having an issue, says the man with the torn rotator cuff, practically. Messed up from sitting. I mean, you're good, though. Like, you're 23, dude. You could change that. It'll take you a couple months of just actively doing it, but if you don't care about it, I mean, it'll only get worse. But Yeah, good thing you're young. The body is resilient. You'd be surprised. And then SPY hit VWAP, literally break even. Came back down. This is literally that towards the lower end of yesterday's Powell. Yeah, literally back into the low end where we closed and all of that. All right, I need to hit my resistances. Those hip things, man. Those hip resistances kill me. Is it better to be on your knees? If you activate your glutes and then put a pillow, otherwise your knee will hurt really bad. The hip exercises, I'm doing like it's a resistance band. I have a couple of them. I have a couple for strength and then a couple for just like flexibility. But you just take a resistance, step on it. It's like the circle ones. And then you take the other one on top of your foot and then you just do a hip drive, or I think it was called. Like you just drive your knee up to your chest while standing, and then the resistance gets you that, and then you put the resistance around both legs, and then you do defensive slides. Those go hard. But like I'm honestly clapped. Like they hurt. I'm hella sore from it. Because I have awful glutes and hips. Yeah, one leg and then bridges. Those are great. Oh, elbow to knees. I've seen those. I need to do that. The Tesla buyback thing. I don't think it's a buyback, but it is the pay package for Elon. And they're pretty much giving him his 25% ownership, raising his pay. People thought it wouldn't get approved because it got denied. And then they're moving the company corporation. Everybody voted to move it to the company from Delaware to Texas. And why they're doing that, because last time Elon tried to get the pay package, the Delaware court is the one that said no. So Elon said, screw that, I'm leaving. Damn, gold's dumping. Gold 23.17. Elon. Well, gold's setting up nicely. I mean, if gold goes down a little bit more, but it's right now it's like gold versus it's US versus the rest of the world. That's where I'm trying to figure out here, because I don't think yesterday was good for gold. I think the CPI was good for gold. That's why I added another one of the MGCs. But then the Powell and the dot plot, I did not think it was a good thing for. Oh, ow. I just drove the knee into the desk. Yeah. No, I'm still in the gold. I'm down on that one. I closed out the Russell and NASDAQ yesterday, and that worked out considering Russell got clobbered and then the NASDAQ kept going up. The annual shareholder is up. Mine still says error processing your request. Yeah, I don't see it, man. They just postponed. Because we got a special guest. Yeah, I love dogs. Going down. I thought PPI was good. It's a weird dynamic. There's still the digestion of a hawkish Powell, but at the same time, you had very good inflation data. So the inflation data yesterday, today was really good. That whole disinflation trend and what that speaks to, phenomenal. But Powell was the only thing that didn't really match up with it. But that's why, Powell and the Fed say one cut. The market, because of this data, is saying two. So there's still like a little mini battle going on underneath the surface. I think Powell's the way he is because some political pressure. I mean, there's always political pressure, but I don't know. I really don't know like what it is, because what he said yesterday was very anti-Biden. But I don't know if it was a slip up. I don't know if it was purposeful. He right away said something that kind of, negated it. But then again, bringing up the rate cuts, Powell just set in motion a very good environment for the last 8 months economically or stock wise to help out with whatever, make things look good. So you could say he's helped out Biden. You could even say he's kind of hurt Biden. So people go back and forth. He was appointed by Trump. The last even 4 years, though, he's been very supportive of whatever policies. So I think he's done a good job of more or less being neutral. I think the political pressure is always going to be there, but I don't know. I can't say with any certainty. I don't like that, and that's good. I don't know if you agree or not, but I think that's a good thing. I don't know if he's full Biden. I don't know if he's full Trump. Obviously he has to work with everybody regardless, but I think that's where, I do give Powell a lot of respect in some areas, because I think he does a good job, and some of it is explained through that. But I'm sure everybody has different opinions when it comes to that. GME, yeah, they canceled it. Everybody in the GME. I still need to do another stretch, homie. It's today, 8 minutes. I'm getting a lot of different words. Yeah, TLT is going back up. And keep in mind where it is. This is higher than Powell now. So this was like a 2% move from the other day. That's kind of crazy. All right, give me a second. I'll be here. I'll be on mute.
That's
I just
right.
need to do
This
these
is a
floor
case
stretches.
from 2022 in which, as you said, workers, engineers say that because they worked on an open letter raising concerns about the company's culture and Musk's behavior, asking whether the company's policies were being applied equally to the chief executive, asking whether this was the kind of culture they wanted to bring to Mars, that as a result, they were fired. They brought a case to the U.S. Labor Board, which issued a complaint saying they were illegally retaliated against in violation of federal labor law. Now, that case at the Labor Board is essentially frozen by a federal court injunction because SpaceX responded by accusing the U.S. Labor Board of having an unconstitutional structure. So now this is a different front where these workers are saying that the company also violated California state law. And in this case, they are able to name Elon Musk personally as a defendant. They're also able to seek damages that the Labor Board can't.
Now, we want to get to the response from SpaceX and Elon Musk. They've not immediately responded to the request to comment on the lawsuit. They've previously denied, though, wrongdoing, as you said, and said the fired employees violated policies and that Musk was actually not involved in their termination. But ultimately, have we seen responses coming from the business, more coordinated fashion, to try and tackle at least some of the issues that are now being circulated amongst citizens as well as those within the company?
Well, we've seen in the Wall Street Journal, for example, Gwen Shotwell, the company's president, saying that allegations that have been made don't reflect the culture at the company. The lawsuit that these fired engineers filed seeks to get a court to force the company to change its policies to address what they say is the company and the CEO knowingly creating a hostile work environment and retaliating against people for bringing it up. They note that Musk has publicly mocked misconduct allegations against him in the past.
What could the implications be for SpaceX if these engineers are successful in their lawsuit, and the implications for Elon Musk as well?
Well, they're seeking damages. They're seeking an injunction that would force the company to change its behavior. One question here is how much the entities that SpaceX contracts with care about this, including the US government. Elon Musk has shown a lot of tolerance for controversy and for legal battle and for appeals, as we've seen in a number of cases. We will see if the company chooses to change anything in response to this escalating controversy.
Does it have any implications for Tesla or any of Elon Musk's other companies?
Well, people who've come forward with allegations have said that they see patterns at each of these places in terms of the company's behavior and in terms of the CEO's willingness to continue taking the approach that he's taken, even in the face of public embarrassment and allegations. The company, again, is denied wrongdoing.
Bloomberg's Josh Idelson here in New York. Josh, good to see you. Thanks for joining us on this. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Great to have him in the studio. Meanwhile, look, that does it for this edition of Bloomberg Technology. You don't want to forget to check out our podcast. You can find it on the terminal as well as online on Apple, on Spotify.
I think they're talking about the patterns of attacking Elon. Or maybe, but I don't know. Elon's loco sometimes. Even then, like, even my mom don't like. Sometimes my mom hate Elon. Sometimes my mom's like, he is a smart man, but evil. But he's better than some. Elon even be confusing my mom, bro. So, I don't know, man. Steve Jobs was crazy. I don't know. Is it true? Is it true that when Steve got sick, that he tried to, like, cure himself? Is that true? Gold's still a new low. Let me see. Yeah, hitting a new low right now, 23.13. Yeah, it was holistic medicine. If I was Steve, would I? I don't know. I'll just drink water, go to bed, but at the end of the day, you never know what someone, like, dealing with health shit is crazy. So, but yeah, I remember hearing that, though. Like, because people gave him shit. Yeah, Yellen is going to be on TV or a live session with New York Fed President John Williams, I believe at 12, maybe in 2 minutes or in another hour. It's one or the other. He would still be alive if he took in the doctor's suggestions. Yeah, that's what I heard. Like, that's why I think people criticized it. And they're like, he shouldn't have passed away, but I think he refused a lot of things. I don't know if there's a GME meeting, man. I think Ryan Cohen just likes confusing the shit out of y'all. That's it. And then now Roaring Kitty stopped posting his updates. And now Reuters is like, he's selling all of it. So it's still a good price considering everything that's happened. I thought it would have definitely gone lower. But, you know, when it's all said and done, all that drama, GME's holding up pretty decent. If you really think about it, like, this is that same price or a little lower, and yesterday was even higher too. Meeting canceled due to technical difficulties. So there you go. This is 105 pre-split. Yeah, that's high. That's what I'm saying. It's still like holding this. It's not like for weekends at a time. The last time it went up this high, it was gone after a couple days. And SPY going lower now. Again, bonds led the way though. So here's the weird part about today. NASDAQ is up. Russell is doing opposite of the bond. So again, yields are going down. Small caps are selling off, and the SPY is negative. And literally from this bottom here, bro, bonds were already ripping. So bonds just went one way bullish, but then equities, they are not playing around at all. They're not playing along. Him's gonna eat off all the hair pulling. New minoxidil. New GameStop minoxidil. Has the stress been getting to you? Has Ryan Cohen dumped on you twice in 1 month? New Hims GME with finasteride and minoxidil to grow your hair back. With a monthly subscription of $29.99, we'll deliver it to your door discreetly. And maybe you can't get hard. We could help with that. Hims.com. What? All right, you're dumping. Very interesting. I don't know, man. I think this could be a little bit of the, it's still mad early, too. I think this is more Powell digestion than not. This is literally dumping from where I closed my NQ yesterday. So this is like the low of yesterday's Powell for the Nasdaq's still doing amazing, but this is starting to go down a little bit more. China is said to be working on increasing tax on EU large engine cars. And then SMCI ripping up here. I'm still in the ARC place. I mean, I got one till December, but that one, I don't know. I bought it off inflation, but I don't think Fed boy Powell, I don't think he helped us out with that one. I don't know if yesterday's volume was high, but my problem with this is unfortunately it's getting too pervasive. Like the NASDAQ, a couple names on the NASDAQ are creating this weird ass effect. And just like the other day, like, dude, things are dumping. But even then, even if you wanted to try to go after it, I mean, if the 4 or 5 names do good, it is concealing a lot of the downside. So that is what's making this very, very difficult, because then all it takes is those names hold up a little bit, and then once something does turn around, I mean, it's showing off its resiliency. Bond market, I don't know if you want to call them the vigilantes, but over the last 24 hours, they've been buying. So again, even though dot plot says 1, the bonds are saying 2, and then that's why I'm saying it's weird though, because equities are not responding to that. So like, you would think small caps would get a little bit of a bid or something around there, but it's only the bonds. Let me check if Janet Yellen's, because again, Fed Williams will be there. Got killed on gold. Yeah, I'm losing on it now, but I mean, if you've seen any of the gold plays, sometimes you get hooked up on the entry, but with the range it's been in, I mean, I think it's going to make a swing back up, but unfortunately, there will still be a downside, or you still have the potential of a drawdown. But I think gold, I'm not liking it after yesterday, but in general, I do think this whole rate cut thing, and then again, the central banks, that's where it's at. Yeah, there is, I think, the downside. If it hasn't gone below these 23s in a while. Long term doesn't agree with SPYs. Again, pummeled. Mine just didn't go up as much. I think it went down a little bit. I'm still holding up decent, but it's because value. That's what I'm saying. The Dow, like, there's shit dumping, but it's unfortunately heavily concealed by Apple making one of its biggest moves, NVIDIA, and now another chip name going up, stock split, even Microsoft, even Meta. So then again, Meta helped us out a little bit, but if you did have a lot of value, you're paying for it. rumored that GME meeting was hit with DDoS. Nah, I don't think it's a DDoS attack. I think it's crackheads trying to log on. They're like, I don't know. We're getting millions of requests to see this. Oh, it's literally. I think it's just the GME army. Let's buy one a little lower, and then we'll see where it takes us from here. I checked Yellen. I couldn't see it. I don't see anything yet. Let me see my other calendar. Follow through. 12 p.m., yeah. So John Williams and Yellen should have been on 5 minutes ago. I can't find a live feed, though. Yeah, it's Economic Club of New York. Usually we can't get them. Let me see. I'll check. I'll double check, but they be hating on me. Boy, what's up? Yeah. Boy, what's up? Yeah. Yeah, I don't think we're going to get live. I'll get you a headline when it comes out. But unless you're in the Economic Club of New York, they said no new friends. Yeah, I have Thinkorswim. It's on for the Schwab and E-Trade too. Yeah, Broadcom, I think half of the Broadcom gain is because of the stock split. Where is the volume for today? SPY volume after almost 3 hours, 15 million. Yo, man. That's crazy. It's very low. That's 5 million an hour, with 2 of those hours being an active hour. Damn. So, yeah, volume is super low. Unfortunately, because yesterday was a pretty big day with all the events and all that, but right now, SPY volume, not so hot. You think 90% of Broadcom is the split? After NVIDIA and Broadcom, that'll be the new thing. I could see that happening, where it just seems like all these chip guys, and they're like, just kind of a little extra turbo boost, just announce a split, especially if you've already gone up so much. I'm about to cancel my Uber One and subscribe to Yash. Oh man, shit. Where are you located, man? I don't know if I could deliver you something. Otherwise, thank you. I don't know if it's an equivalent trade-off, but at the same time, I'm appreciative. So I'm down. Let me know, man. Let me know. Actually, does anybody have a DoorDash account that I could use? I want to do DoorDash for a day. Not like some weird TikTok shit where I'm like, ooh, let me make a video being somebody. I want to try it though. I want to see what's up. I kind of want to talk to some people. I want to see if they're nice. I want to see the other side. Why not short gold? I guess I was just a dickhead and I went early off of the inflation. But then you got to think about it. I was going early on gold to the upside because of the rate cuts in the ECB in Canada. So I was already holding a gold play. I was going green to red, and then yesterday I added to it after the data because I thought Powell, even then, unless I didn't think Powell would get too hawkish, but even if he did, it just seems like gold is still, like I've been saying here all day, it's going to be one part the rest of the world versus America in terms of policy, because gold is riding off of other things. So that's why. But I've been keeping them small. Like I'm not trading a big GC. I'm going with MGCs. So the general idea I could work my way into it, but even yesterday after Powell, it was giving me downside vibes. Am I the only one who still picks up their own takeout? Nah, I do it I think I do it half of the time or 3/4 of the time if I'm ordering out. I'll go and pick it up because I like to go outside, bro. Especially if I've been inside all day, like if I have nothing to do real estate, if it's all real estate computer shit and I'm not like going out driving to a property, like, oh dude, I need to go. I got to move my legs around more. That's why I like going to the gym. The gym is usually my recreation time. So it's good. I promise I'm free. I'm not like, this isn't like a Space Jam Michael Jordan situation, but I do, I like to go outside for a little bit. How much do you bench? Oh, I maxed out at 225. Probably, I don't know, I might even be doing less than 185. I haven't benched in a minute. Ever since, even more stretching, and I kept getting clapped. You have no one that delivers where you live in the boonies? Why don't you become the delivery then? Seems like you could corner the market. My gym membership, I think, is like $20 a month or 15. I've had it for years. That's it. I just never canceled it. That grandfather, son. Am I buff? Not as much as I used to be. I'm like fit, half dad bod as I've been doing stretching. Even when I was swole though, I haven't had a six pack since I was like 19. At one point in my life, I thought a six pack was the holy grail. I think it was because like girls at school were like, oh yeah, it's so hot. And I was like, oh fuck, I need a six pack. And then I had one for a little bit. I had one in college, but then that's it. And then it went away. They don't offer DoorDash. You should make your own. Call it Blazing Reefers Delivery. I could deliver you food, reefer, whatever you need. What's up? Post it on Yelp. Honestly, bro, you'd make a lot of money. I don't know how motivated you are. Blaze Dash. Nah, for real, though. Even if you think it's somebody going to try it once and they're going to get addicted. Like, yo, this kid just brought me this food. And that's it. Bro, you find 20 motherfuckers in the boonies and they start paying you $5 to deliver. Even depends on I don't know how much gas is in the boonies, or if you could walk, or if you could ride a lawnmower. I don't know where you're at, so I'm spitballing here. But you never do. I don't know. You could Blaze Dash could get popping, bro. Water boy. My mama said that it's pure H2O. Exactly. I feel like I could be the water boy. And look at the GameStop. It seems like it's not stopping. Is that ironic? Exactly. You need to put the bong down. It's crazy how the volume, that's where I think this, because we still been in this low liquidity, but it's easy to get fooled because some days the volume just ramps up and then it gets clapped. Oh, shit. Homie just sent me his DoorDash login. All right, man, I might try this thing. Is it going to, flag us, though, if it's you just logged in from San Diego, California? You are not an Arab. Ban, guilty. What? No, that's not. What if they know? So make sure, bro. Make sure Before I log in, just make sure you're for all the associated risks. It could have low key. It might cancel your account, I think. Because I didn't know, bro. Like Uber drivers, they do like a face verification now to like do it. So before you could start, you have to do it. Why don't you create an account? Because it's a process. They do like a background check. You got to send in all of this info. Then they got to send you a box. And then you got to get approved. Like, it takes a couple of weeks. You can't just, like, sign up today and start dashing. All right, SPY going a little lower. Watch out here. And then I need to go to the restroom. I don't know if there's a commercial. Yeah, low, bro. Again, anything below here, it gets bad. I was telling you guys this earlier. So even with the low volume, it just sucks. You have that awkward digestion in the background still.
I'll be right back. We're seeing competitor Arista Networks also higher today. So there really is a trickle effect
Follow me on
across
Instagram
the space.
at the Trading
Good news,
Paternity.
too, on the call, they talked about memory, so that bodes well for Micron as well as Samsung. You're seeing some green on your screen. And then lastly, SMH. You know, it's a good barometer of the chip space. That hit an all-time high today.
Yeah, SMH hitting an all-time high. Lam Research, Micron, also Qualcomm. What a time to be alive. An extra billions, not really that much money. I mean,
I know,
what an amazing
myself
time.
Saying that, like, how dare I say that? But I work for a financial news network, and, you know, $1 billion when you have all of these, like, $4 billion run rate for VMware. That's what they're saying next year, you know, every single.
Everything's relative in this life.
Exactly.
Christina, stick around. We're going to talk a little bit and trade the chips. Jason, I'm going to come over to you. By the way, nobody here owns Broadcom, but you do have some chip exposure, NVIDIA and also Arista Networks. What is your take on what Broadcom's doing, the 10-for-1 stock split, the earnings, also their color? Christina hit on some of it. $3 billion in revenue tied directly to AI.
Yeah, no, and I think that's huge. And that was up quarter for quarter, 35% and 280% year over year. Again, we don't own Broadcom, but we do own Qualcomm and we do own NVIDIA. And I think to Josh's point earlier, you know, the capex and the spend that's going on in this space is significant, and obviously, I think what we're looking for as investors now is to seeing that spend showing up in the revenue line, and that's what Broadcom delivered, and I think you're seeing it all over the space, and we'll see, you know, how it plays out quarter over quarter. But I think we're in the very early innings of this trend.
Brent, I want to come over to you. You own NVIDIA. You were mentioning earlier just the cyclicals. They generally work better in an economy that's accelerating. Chips technically are cyclicals. They're caught up in this momentum trade. What do you make of Broadcom? What do you make of the entire chip space right now?
Well, I mean, obviously I own NVIDIA, but I think also I own the Qs. And I think the Qs continue to be such a great way to play AI at this point, because Broadcom is now going to be the number 6 holding in the Qs, just right behind Google. And so as this company continues to get stronger, the Qs, which is a market cap-based ETF, is such a great way to have exposure across there. And so, I mean, I just think these are real numbers. We're in the early days, and I think, you know, Broadcom is going to be another winner. And so I'm actually like, cheers for Steph, because we know Steph owns Broadcom. So even though she's not on, I'm sure she's excited about the 10-for-1 split.
Christine, I want to come over to you. You often say, you know, all chips aren't the same. It's, you know, different use cases, different industries and sectors that they serve. This report from Broadcom, is that a read into any other chip names?
The Arista, maybe the Cisco too for the networking world. I would actually maybe argue against your CapEx, right? If CapEx keeps climbing, this bodes well for names like Broadcom, Arista, because you need those connectors for the GPUs. Yep. But that doesn't necessarily translate into, hey, we're going to spend a lot more money on AI PCs. And that's Qualcomm's narrative now. So I just wonder if that narrative is really going to result in revenue monetization. Everybody's hyping it up and the excitement's all there. So that would just be my concern with Qualcomm, Intel. AMD has also talked about the AI PC, NVIDIA a little bit less so. So that's maybe a part where I'm still questionable. And then analog. Analog has seen a Texas Instrument, NXPI. There's talk about that sector really seeing a rebound given the valuations and opportunity there.
Josh, you on NVIDIA, you're conspicuously quiet on this conversation. What do you think?
Apart from AMAT and Lam Research, most of these chip charts just do not look great. And I'm not in any of these names individually, I still like the capital equipment cycle, and so I still like AMAT and Lam Research. I don't own them personally right now, but I feel like those charts will continue to roll higher, and they might even be under-owned relative to some of the chip names that we just talked about.
That's kind of how this is like the white version of my hair, I feel like if I was having like, you know,
still in its infancy,
and like
we
it
don't
would
know
pop
who the
up.
winners are going to be.
Like in
And
my
I've
mind,
talked
I
a
just
lot
got
on
the
show
curly hair
recently about
instead.
Corning.
But like you see how he got that little like
downgrade by
spiked up
Morgan
mohawk,
Stanley
where
today.
he like,
Stock's
you know, he
barely
hanging
down.
on
It's
for dear
essentially
life.
flat, which should
That's
tell you
exactly.
something. This is a technical
I
breakout
fuck with
happening.
Josh, man. I
You
don't know.
absolutely
It's hard not to like
cannot do
just 'cause of
GPUs
that.
and cannot do data center build-outs without glass. You need the optical fiber cable, number one, and number
He
two,
hitting you up with Corning
need
again.
the actual glass that goes into the chips. On some chips, glass can be the substrate.
The substrate. Bruh. All right, Max. Is Max here? I wanted to answer Max's email. He sent me a great email, bro. I've been waiting for Max. He sent me even his house, too, on the lake. And I was like, man, that's beautiful. You know that? Some of y'all, man, listen. If you don't live in a city and you live in, like, a beautiful nature place and, like, you are surrounded by beautiful nature, bro, enjoy that shit, okay? Just know you are blessed. Homie sent me his, and I was like, man, that looks so beautiful. Enjoy it. Make the peace out of the peaceful situation. And even if you ain't in the best, then make peace out of the city too, man. I see your email. I don't know. I could check, but like even then, that's what happened with me and Max yesterday. He was like, did you get my email? And I was like, I don't recall. And then he forwarded it again to me, and then I saw it, but then I kind of got distracted. No, you're not from a gaming company, are you? I only have a Owen trying to get me to sponsor shit. But I don't see a Owen in my email. Yellen, I don't have a headline yet. But she technically, her and John Williams should be at the Economic Club in New York conference. No, last email I have from you is from 2021. Mr. Owen Osborne. This is curve steepening, yes. It's just not rapid. And then ironically enough, you're not getting it. But again, you're getting the short end going down. But yes, the long end is going up, is going down further. Let me see, actually. I got to double check. Yeah, slight curve steep. It's very small. But yes, a little bit. And I'm basing it off the 2-year, 10-year. GME big pop. Calm down. But it's moving. I guess that is technically almost $1. It just looks tiny with how it's moved. When SPY's still going lower, man, unfortunately, it's I think this is still dot plot digestion, sadly. And then I think it just the market is not doing it fast because of the Fed futures. Because they're still back up, dude. It's crazy, actually. Email me option data. Let's see. So this happens with low volume mostly, no catalyst expected. SPYs consistently ended up in the pin zone that kills most options. Here's the option interest expiring. Max damage is staying around 541. It's been wild how accurate it's been. So is this kind of like the bubbles? I'm on your TV. My whole home can hear you. Blessings to that whole home, man. Amen. And I hope you all got long terms. Amen. Amen. Blessings, baby. Blessings. So, kind of makes sense. This is like a different version of, it's Max Payne theory. Different version of the bubbles. They don't give the trial on Bookmap anymore. I don't know, but Max Payne thing, it's weird. Again, like everybody's just, it just reminds me of the dailies. You guys remember when daily options were to blame? We got to drop first. We have to drop first. If you go up, NVIDIA goes up 1,000%, I ain't hear shit about a daily. If that shit go down 2%, they'd be like, daily option traders could be responsible for the downside volatility. DFJ collected more. Doan? Who's that? ADHD startup Doan Global arrested, charged with fraud. Accused of targeting drug seekers with deceptive ads. Defrauded pharmacies and Medicare payments. Doan? And then we're flushing a little bit more now. NASDAQ is even in the red, so that happened. Is it Doan or Done? Doan? And then the video, dude, the chips is so awkward. But again, you got young Broadcom. Gold led the way down. This was the same thing yesterday. You guys don't remember? Gold was the first one dropping, and then the bonds, and then it was equities. And now today, bonds rip. Gold drops first, and then equities follow behind. And then now you still got to deal with Bondlandia. But hitting another new low. Do ads really impact drug seekers? I think they're saying like it's like an ad it's not a real ad, in the sense they were putting out ads that was like letting people know, hey, we'll sell you drugs. You know what I'm saying? So they're like, do you have trouble focusing and need an easy approval? I'm assuming. I got to look into it, but there has been cases like that, and like you can't really do that. Website done first. It's like, get ADD today. Let's see. Professional mental health care made easy. I always thought I had ADHD, but did not know. Done as exceptional service. Now he's so happy he's on drugs now. You see, I love biotech, bro. They're like, wow, now I could have the wind blow in my face and smile. Now I'm confident with my glasses. Ever since I got a bunch of methamphetamines. Now I could actually write nothing in this notebook in the same spot. I love looking out of a cloudy window with my coffee now. Oh, I love the beach. I fucking love the beach now, yeah. Oh, I love the wind again. Your path to mental well-being made easier. What the fuck? You got NFL players? Yeah, and it was a tough game, and like if it wasn't for the methamphetamine, I don't think we would have been able to get that victory and play some defense. Psychiatry done right. Who benefits from my service? I'm not sure if I have ADD. I want to resume my ADHD treatment. Stanford. Man, Stanford be fucking... They just pumping out just shady dudes. Y'all too smart, man. It's always the ambitious people. Was it George Carlin? The problem is ambition. It's the ambitious people. Always doing shit. That's funny, man. But yeah, they just got clapped by the Department of Justice. Kicks $79 a month, man. ADHD. Online, bro. Licensed psychiatrist. You get Adderall in a day, probably. See, that's what I think. That's all it is. It's not even like that's just a SaaS service for drugs. Any news on Vanny? Finally, bro. I had this typed up the whole time and nobody asked me. So thank you. Wow, I thought you would never ask about Vanny. Vanny is up today because they got FDA approval to start their trial for their GLP-1 drug. The investigational new drug application for its potential treatment of type 2 diabetes has received the U.S. Food and Drug Administration's clearance. The FDA also lifted the clinical hold on NPM 119 to permit the start of a phase 1 clinical study to evaluate the safety, tolerability, and pharmacokinetics of the miniature GLP-1 drug implant. The company said the company will likely launch the clinical trial in H2. Vivani Medical Chief Executive Adam Mendelsohn said Josh owns 5,000 shares at 2.21. More than half of those shares were made free on the first pop. His most recent purchase was at 1.79. There you go. Yeah, he got really hyped at the end there. It's good. Is the yelling live? I didn't think we'd get it, but if we can, I don't know if you're open for a nap right now. I'm down. Biden's at a global infrastructure thing. Dude, did you see Biden at that ceremony? He was geeking, bro. Yeah, everyone was like, he's frozen. He's frozen. I'm like, nah, he's elevated. I know that look when I see it. He is elevated, to say, elevated consciousness, some would say, I guess. No, that was a little different than freezing. Do you think he pooped himself? I saw the video clip. I mean, it sucks because I wish there was a way to confirm it, but there was that little old guy in the back, and he kind of made a weird face. It was weird how he acted, but I don't know if I could jump to the conclusion of shit himself. But then again, I've shat myself before. I don't know. It's not. In a weird way, if he shat himself, I can't really I fault him less. I don't know what to tell you. Bro, I gotta give the guy sympathy. He's old. I'm a young guy and I've shat myself. So I could only imagine traveling all around the world, motherfuckers telling you go out this door. And then eventually, it's dude, maybe it was just bad timing. That's it. Maybe he wasn't feel good. I didn't feel good, and I was in between feeling good and sick, and then I farted, and I thought I farted, but there was terms and conditions. I guess I signed up for a little bit more than just a fart, and then that's it. So I can understand. Even LT, I think LT feels the same way. Homeboy has been driving by and just stops at my house because he's like, I shat myself. I had to go to the bathroom. He's like, can I use your shower? I'm like, sure, go ahead. So it's, I don't know. It happens. I'm more offended at the debasement of the currency, not that he shat himself. I don't know about you, but hey, that's just me. Mm-hmm. Nature happens. It's a power move. He just shits himself and stares you in the eye. Yeah, I did it. What? You're a fucking negotiator or what? I'm not scared. I'm not scared to shit myself. You think I'm scared of you? I mean, I've been in this game for years. Good. You're the 100% the most hated streamer? Oh, honest streamer. I was like, oh, okay. Yeah, well, I don't know, man. Either way, I just like doing this. I don't know. Some people need to get that through their heads and need to start having discernment, for real. Because everybody just want fucking money, man. I genuinely enjoy this. I don't know, man. And especially good people with good conversation. And again, I mean, the markets fascinate me, man. So I'm very excited for the path we take forward. And I'll be bugging y'all about the yield curve and other things. But that's it, man. And just get a damn long term so you guys make this all worthwhile until the trades align with the right events and the right opportunity. But, you know, the stock market has brought good to my life in many ways, but it is, you know, that long term is the key. And at the same time, man, it's not, you guys got to be here for the right reason. And at the same time, you know, because I was even talking to Colt Real Estate, man. We were even going over lessons. We were talking about some other things, but even as I was showing them, I don't know if I saved the pictures. I was showing them one of my negotiations on a property. And, like, I was just explaining, like, bro, like, money. Like, do y'all realize, like, the stock market is just a bunch of money flying around? And, like, y'all got to stop being naive in the sense of how people behave with money and how money corrupts people and how it really does get them acting a certain way. They're not always like that. It doesn't always start off like that. And it's just like, you got to be, like, don't be naive in this game. And everybody wants your money, bro, especially if you're going to give it to them. And that's why I'm saying, like, long term, what you see in the markets day to day, man, you're going to be presented with 1,000 opportunities a day of someone trying to take your money, whether it's through a stock, a play, news, a service, anything. Like, you see what I'm saying? And just, like, people, a lot of people, I think, kind of miss that. Like, you're not really thinking about it. So, you know, you gotta really be aware. And that's why I really hope I could help with that. But at the same time, just get a long term if you want to make your life easier, because it will. And even without all the other stuff, you know, put your money in something good, let it sit. Don't fall for all the tricks and traps and people stroking your ego, dangling the carrot in front of you. And at the same time, when you start getting the money, don't let that money, you know, take you off of the right path. You see, y'all think I'm just telling you, oh, money. No. Like, even then, I think a lot of you can relate, especially after, like, big trades and all of the other stuff. Like, make sure that the money, because y'all, sometimes you get the money doing something, and then once you get the money, you stop doing it. You know what I'm saying? So it's a trippy concept of humanity, but that is something you got to really think about. Shaq, Josh Brown comments. No way. The Colt Real Estate live stream, I mean, it's not public. I don't think we're going to be doing it public anymore. Because, again, I mean, we're transitioning into a lot more investment side, and that's why, like, I'm even changing my schedule to be there a little bit more. But we're, you know, and then again, we're like investments, but we can't do it publicly if I'm sharing certain things. So, like, yesterday, I was showing them the deals I was working on that day. So, like, yesterday I had deals sent, but, like, it involves addresses and all. And we've done it before, bro. We've done live streams with real estate, and Shaq is ripping off of that. We did live streams with real estate before and cold calls, and that's it. They're just like, we got like one or two weirdos and people who act a certain way, you know, and that's it. We're not changing it to investment instead of agents. No, it's just, this is phase number 2. Like, it's not, nothing has changed. I mean, we built out one level. And I think it's time. I mean, some other things kind of brought realization to it, but it's, I think, phase 2. How to join? There is no joining. It's too late. So if there is another opportunity, I'll let y'all know. But for now, I mean, we like I said, we got what we want, man. Quality over quantity. We don't need to sign people up for shit. We don't need to do any of that. It's just literally now about executing and having that quality and again, that team and the network. It's already good. It's already good enough, and that's where it's like it's a great opportunity. So that's why we didn't have a watch list yesterday. So that's where I was. It's all, and then again, as a reminder, my investors. It's 9:30, bro. We've been here. Oh, wait, we should do more push-ups, too. Yalla. Let's go. Stand up. Bop, bop, bop. Stand up. Well, let's go, man. Every hour, you get some calls in. You get the call in, the title reps. You could go outside. I'm telling you. It's already been, 3 hours since the market opened. At minimum, that could be at least 6 calls if you did 2 an hour. Someone make a comeback? My brother, Sam, you are any time, my brother. Any time for you, my friend. Of course. Of course. Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right, man. Get the body moving. I'm already doing my hip drivers. Stand up. Oh, you guys want to do it? Snowflake to close hacking probe after attack targeted client. What? What does that mean? To close hacking probe after hacking targeted clients? It's an internal probe. 10K to your name. How would you go about buying your first property? I would just find a off-market deal. And, like, it's going to take you time, but you just got to really get, if the money is not going to limit you, the hard part is finding the actual property. And then this is going to start the conversation. They're like, you can't find it. It's this, that, and this market. No one's going to sell. But it's like, that's as simple as it is. It sounds very simple, but that's why I'm reminding everybody right now. I'm like, yo, it's been 3 hours here. So if you're doing real estate and you listening to me, you've been here for 3 hours. You don't need to sit here for 3 hours doing nothing or monitoring every single little move in the market. What I would be doing right now is making phone calls. Or, again, we gave some certain things and instructions for title reps and what you need to be doing to find those off markets, and even for the investors. And, like, you could be little by little, you'll walk away with something to show for it. So that's what I told him. I told Colt Real Estate this yesterday. And it's the same, I think, for your long term. And it's the same thing with, like, real estate when it comes down to, when it comes down to, like, finding, like, off market in a investment property. It is going to be difficult. It's not, like I'm telling you, it sounds simple, and I truly believe it is, but it does involve a lot of consistent work and effort. And it's just like, but that's why I said but a lot of times people say, oh, I'm looking, but they either binge and go hard on one day and then never do it again, or they do it little by little, and it just they're not actually really doing it. And what I mean by that, it's the phrase, it's like if you told me that it's actually, this is, I forgot, I think it was Charles Spurgeon, Arthur Pink, or C.S. Lewis. It was, they said this in relation to God, but I apply this to investing. They said, if you believe in God, it should actually change you. There should be a visible change. And it said, if a lot of people, it's like if you said, I got hit by a train, and you're walking and talking normally, I would be hard-pressed to believe that you got hit by a train, right? And it's the same thing with the investment-wise, especially finding your property. If you do it every single day, and, like, you actually, like, this is my goal, to become an investor, to get a property, and you do it every single day, little by little, and you're like, I have nothing to show for it, I would borderline argue it's impossible. It does, because it reminds me of the gym. You're not going to, you're going to go to the gym a couple times, but you start doing it every day. You're not going to get a six-pack overnight. But then at the same time, like, it will gradually, you're going to run into something if you are actually giving it that daily effort and letting it build into that. And then at the same time, it's like, oh, I go to the gym every day, but you can't lift a weight. It's like, hold up. Are you really going to the gym? And that's what I'm saying, even listening to me right now, if you are working on that, find a way to be effective and find a way to actually be making progress. Don't just be organizing lists and shit. Like, actually go after stuff every single day. how much should someone have to start with house flipping? In my opinion, it really depends, but I mean, 15, 20K, all the way up to 50K. It just depends on the type of deal that you're going for, because you could do a lot of different things, but I don't really even think you need money. It's just that effort. Because if you find if you find a property, man, like it's crazy how it actually works. And it's just like equity. It's, if someone gives you an in the money option, it doesn't really matter how much money you have because it's all based on equity. Schwab users are seeing inaccurate stock data on their platform. Yeah, the hustle is important, but it's like financially, the concept is equity. That's what I'm speaking about. When I'm telling people you don't even need a dime, is because you need to find equity. You find the equity, and remember, equity means the asset's worth something, and then what you have to pay for it, and the value, and in between there, it's like you have equity in a deal. You find that is where it doesn't really matter what you have. Land, they don't make any more of it. And they don't make any more Cadillac DeVilles or Cadillac Eldorados. I'll never forget that phone call. I cold called a homie before. And and I said that to him. I said, they don't make any more land. And he said, you know what? They also don't make any more Cadillac Eldorados. So should I go buy them all? I was like, all right, you have a point. You have a point, old man. I'll give it to you. That was years ago. I'll never forget that. I'll never forget, homie. I don't remember his name, but I remember that. I mean, SPY, low-key, we've been doing this all day. I think it's the digestion, and the digestion is literally the battle between the dot plot and good inflation and where the market is pricing in rate cuts. Dot plot says 1, market says 2. Inflation says inflation's dropping. And PPI too. Again, that was part of this morning. PPI hints at a recession. Well, all of the data, if you wanted to take a more bearish view, all of the data says you could find a way to say recession because it's dropping now. So if prices is dropping, that's usually because of the economic activity there. Or again, wages going down because of labor or imported labor, as Powell would even talk about. So there is a bearish take to it, but just like the yield curve, until it's rapid, it's not really meaningful, if that makes any sense. Healthcare is on the way up. I see like 3 healthcare names: Cardinal, Humira, and I think one more went by. Yeah, even UNH, but they're in the red. My E-Trade down again? No, we good. Would inflation drop if consumers were paying for less goods overall, i.e. purchasing less? Well, not if the prices are going high, right? That's the thing. That's where people get into the whole recession thing, because it's whether people are buying more or less goods. If those prices are going up and down, it's like that's kind of showing you how people are feeling, and even if they have the ability to do so. Quite frankly, do you guys, like, one of the big reasons why inflation is calming down, it's pretty simple. It's wages. That's it. It's the thing everybody complains about and hates. It's pervasive. It lags behind, but it's wages. That's it. Pulte, I just bought 1 million of Tesla shares. Elon deserved the pay package, and Tesla may now become the biggest company ever. But wages is the answer. So as of lately, you got to really think about, as our inflation has been coming down, It's wages. We did not get a wage price spiral. Your wages did not go up to a degree. They went up, but they stopped going up as much, and that prevented a lot of things. Wages is important. If you really want to know how important wages are, go look at Japan. Again, even recently with their hike, they were in such a cycle of wages, it took them 20, 30 years finally to be able to negotiate higher wages. It's actually insane. But then why that's so key, because once they negotiated higher wages, that is what allowed some inflation now to start that cycle. They call it the virtuous cycle. But in this case, our wages were going up with everything else, but to a certain degree, the wages kind of just got their knees taken out. And it's not like they dropped, but they stopped going up. So that's why, even then, this immaculate disinflation, it's just wages. It's not that's it. Wages have stayed stagnant, or they stopped going up at an excessive pace compared to, the rate everything else was going up on. And that is kind of what's keeping a lot of things at bay, plus energy, and not dealing with crazy energy. But that labor goes a long, long way. You bought my new house. I live at the bottom level and I rent the upper level. Wow. See, you pay $600 a month with utilities. Congratulations, bro. That's awesome. Very, very good work, my friend. Blessings to that home. Horn. That's hype, bro. Big day, man. Big day in your life. You get the property, man. It's your biggest investment. Love to see it. Yeah, and you don't got to walk up the stairs, huh? Well, is that why you chose downstairs? Why did you choose the downstairs? Sounds to me like you hacked the house. Yeah, because I would get mad if I hear her stomping and shit. But then again, I don't like taking up groceries. Have y'all ever lived in a high rise and had to fucking get groceries? Because that's awful. And then if you take massive shits downstairs, it's easier to clog your toilet. Because when it's upstairs, you got gravity helping pull this stuff through the pipes. Does Cult Real Estate treat its people like Grant Cardone videos? I have no idea what that insinuates or means. But at the end of the day, I think years of seeing me, you'll see how I treat people. Sometimes I'm an asshole, sometimes I'm not. I'm definitely not as aggressive, but at the same time, I wasn't as involved in Cult Real Estate because again, we've done 4 or 5 years of agent side, and now I am going to turn these agents into the triple threat, baby. Triple threat. Can you charge more for the lower level? Upper level was being leased before I moved in. I feel. You kept it OG. You lived off-grid, cabin off a creek for a year and a half. 47 steps one way. Ugh. Groceries and laundry were the worst. My goodness. Why did you move back on the grid? You lived in a walk-up New York 5th floor. Groceries sucked. Yeah, dude. I used to have a wagon. That's it, but I was like, I hate it. CRM pop. Adabe is going up, too. Again, they got earnings after the bell. Sarah, I'm trying to move off the bottom, 230. Wasn't this the price I was in at? Or I think I was at 235. So remember, I'm out of it. I sold out after that, but my goodness. CRM's very interesting. Do leases break in Cali when there's a sale? No, they have the renter's rights. BNED 13G. Vital Fund Co. reporting 13 or 12% stake. No news on Williams and Mester. Or actually, 54 minutes ago, I see one. It got overshadowed. There's other headlines. Yellen says expects to see further progress, lowering inflation. Firm seeing high returns to investment. Outlook for business is good. Labor market pressures have eased. Wages rising more slowly. Labor market remains strong. Strong U.S. growth is lifting global growth. And does a lease break anywhere? I don't know, actually. I don't think so. I mean, I'm much California biased, and usually any property I ever buy, if the renter want to stay, I let them stay, especially if they got a good track record. So that's that deal I was talking about yesterday, the one I'm buying to rent, and then I said if anything breaks, I'll just sell it because it has the equity, but that one's coming with a renter, and I'm just keeping them in there just because it's, dude, usually it's good. Well, you have to go back to work. Your sabbatical ended. It rendered its rewards. Reconnected myself and with my wife now. She lived there too. That sounded awesome, bro. I might try that one day. You really do this shit, hit different when you're consistent. Hey, man, it's for everybody. And what I mean is the harvest is plenty, but the workers are few. Would your girlfriend want to live off grid? Oh, yeah. She wants a farm. Like, I've already shared with her my farm ideas, but she's totally down. She just wants a bunch of animals and then just a farm and call it a day. You know, Switzerland got like mad farms, even though it's like a lot of money. You would think it's like banks, you know? It's just literally like there's like villages, farm villages. $30-year bond auction, yeah, that's why I'm waiting for that before we get into anything else. What's stopping you? Family. Like I said, I'll probably move once my family is no longer in California. I'll probably be heading out. But until then, a family is the most important thing to me. So we'll see. Bond auction will be in a minute. Give it like 2 more minutes, and then we'll go from there. But the last 10-year auction was stellar. Remember that a couple days ago? And I was even telling you, I was like, what the hell? I even said maybe it's China, because even foreign demand on that last 10-year auction was huge. But it was a good one. So we'll see. If the bonds are already up, usually if the bonds are up into the auction, that's usually a good sign. All the gig economy stocks and Watchlist red. And they low-key got dumped on. Oh, wait, did they do a reverse split on Barnes & Noble? How come I just noticed this? This stock was not $9. Holy crap. That means when it was a penny stock doing that rip, it was at 130. So that's like giving you like an equivalent valuation, like kind of giving you an idea. It's not like, I mean, technically it did go there, but holy shit. Yeah, they split this shit. How the Fed can cut rates this summer without cutting rates. Oh, man. Let me see if I can find this. The Federal Reserve has more than one way to work its will on the economy. It could soon start using its more subtle tools to start nudging rates down. That still could have a real impact on businesses and households. Central bank most directly controls short-term rates. Hold on. Do we got the when issued? Be on the lookout for that. Oh, 4.418. So there's the number when issued. Anything higher, bad. Lower, good. 22 billion. That's not that. It's a lot of money, but the other one was bigger. And I think they stopped adding to the longer durations in terms of sizing. So give it like another minute. It's already been 1 minute. Biden to nominate CFTC Commissioner Goldsmith Romero to FDIC chair. Wait, they skipped the lady? Who's Goldsmith? No. Yeah, okay. It's a chick. I was going to say, why did they... I thought they would have picked the girl. Yeah. Her name's Christy Goldsmith Romero. She goes by her middle name, I guess. Longer the wait, the longer the tale. No. He's dancing around a little bit. So again, you'll see it on the wire when it comes out. The bond auction, you go Treasury Direct. I mean, my wire does make it easier for you, but that's where all the info is. 4.403. It came in lower, dude. Again, allotted at high, 8.49. So, yeah, and that's a 4. What? Oh, no. Wait. Damn. So this is good. Remember I was telling you guys on the 10-year? Look at the coupon. This is a 4.625 bond. So people are buying it for less. No, this is really good. That one we had. That's what I was telling you. We haven't seen that lately. But now you're getting like that. That's a coupon. It's trading lower than the coupon. So it's fixed at 4.625, but people are willing to buy $22 billion worth for 4.4. They're willing to take a quarter point less. That's good news. And in general, 2 out of 3 auctions. The first one this year, or the 3-year, didn't really count. But yeah, that in a weird way, that's kind of implying lower rates. So if you really think the rates would kind of come down a little bit, but don't get too... I don't think this is something you fucking go all in on, but it is, I mean, good news. Add that to the PPI. Or recession, yeah. That's the thing. All this, the data, just like the yield curve, the data, everything offers 2 sides of the story, but it's just all gradually moving. So we're going to find our answers once we get a rapid either decline in an area or a rapid movement somewhere. But as of now, we haven't. Gold kind of went up a little on that. But gold, that's the problem with gold. Even recession or not, gold's already up a lot. So it's just a matter of is it already priced in or not? But last real recession, gold really did go crazy. Zoom out, won't do much. I think it's just this is good for the bonds, and bonds are already good. They're already breaking out from yesterday. Like I said, it's good news paired up with the PPI. Even then, it kind of even highlights how the vigilantes are still implying a certain price, but I don't think this is throw all your money at it because of this headline. I'm holding my MGC. No. I'll tell you if I really want to dip out of it, but if anything, this is I kind of learned it. If I'm really confident, I'm gonna go with the big GC because I love that shit. That move's great. It makes a lot of money. If you get the right move on a quick move, you get to make a lot. But after even kind of dealing with a lot of fuckery, one contract at a time, I could work my way into it. So I'm down. I'm going to be holding this one until we get the cycle. I think there's a little bit more drawdown available in it, but that's what I'm saying. I'm probably more likely to buy gold than I am to sell out for a loss, just because I'm not really fully positioned, and I still got an eye on silver. I did not forget about that, but silver is outpacing heavily. TLT is going beyond equities today. We noticed that from what, right here? I think right here, market was still going down. Equities rallying. Even on this dump, bonds were breaking out. And then now you literally got a 30-year auction. So TLT, long end of the curve, that came in positive. So that's why you have that. Yeah, the good old days when SPY and TL, yeah. One day we will return to that, I think. But maybe we won't actually, too, though. I don't know. It's kind of a whole new world. Silver still seems undervalued. It does, but the problem is, like, silver's still cheap. It's the cheap one. So it's going to be more sensitive to any of the pullbacks or anything, and it's already outpacing. So if anything goes wrong with the commodity-type beat play, I think it has just a lot of risk, especially since it is outpacing. Same thing goes with gold. Gold still has risk, but I do think it's a little bit more solid. Because gold is solid. You get it? First one was gold. Second one was silver. I'm not worried about dents. I mean, here's the deal, bro. Bro, some of this gold I've had for like 10 years, and I've not done anything with it. So let me have my fun. If I have that is the only utility I have in my gold. In the last decade, I have not been able to use my gold except to make noises on stream. That's provided me value beyond just the price. It's insane. So I don't care if it dents. I am gonna have my utility. It does not give dividends. No. That's why I said it's like, because I have good gains. I'm like up over 100% on my gold, but even my silver, like my physical silver. But there is a compelling argument that if you just bought a dividend stock at the same time, you probably would have preferred that more with dividends, value, all of that. All right, let me go pee, and then I'll be right back.
This election. What did
follow me on Instagram
the folks
at the Trading
have
Fraternity
to say, if anything, about that? Because they also heard from Jeff Zients, the White House Chief of Staff, today, speaking on behalf of Joe Biden.
Yeah, interesting, of course, that Joe Biden is preoccupied in Italy, where Anne-Marie Hordern was joining from just moments ago. Therefore, his chief of staff had to speak on his behalf. But it is, in some sense, a bit of conflicting messaging, because obviously the corporate tax cuts that were put into place under Donald Trump in 2017 aren't necessarily supported at large by Democrats, who think those lower taxes just resulted in higher profits being kept by those companies, whereas Donald Trump is really pitching easier regulation, lower taxes across the board. That seems to be the idea. On the idea of 2017 tax cuts, though, and potentially those being reinstated, when I was speaking with Congresswoman Malliotakis earlier, she said he didn't really talk about that specifically, more so just building upon the success he had in terms of lowering taxes in his first administration. It seems as though this is a conversation that has gotten started, but likely still needs to have a lot of details hammered out. It seemed by and large the meetings that Trump had this morning, at least with the House, were much more more overarching than they were getting into the very specific nitty-gritty of policy. And of course, getting any of this policy actually implemented, Joe, will likely require Republicans keeping a hold of the House of Representatives, which a lot of people were talking a big game about leaving the meeting this morning, but we know is far from guaranteed.
That's the sticky part, isn't it? Kaylee, great to see you. Thanks so much for being with us in your travels around the District of Columbia today, from the Wharf, then back to Capitol Hill, where Donald Trump is next addressing Republican senators. And we'll have more from the former president later this hour. He's at the NRSC, the National Republican Senatorial Campaign Committee, and will hold a news conference, or at least deliver remarks, to be more exact, from there. About 20 minutes from now is the schedule. We'll see how on time things stay, along with Joe Biden as well. 15 minutes later, set to hold forth in his news conference from the G7. The idea of extending or making permanent, though, the Trump tax cuts from 2017 is something that's already being debated, as we've made clear here. And Maya McGinnis has some thoughts about this. The president of the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget, the group has been crunching numbers on this to understand better what the impact would be. Kaylee's talking about offsets. Let's talk to Maya about this. It's great to see you, as always, Maya, on Bloomberg TV and radio. Let's say they get this done. Donald Trump wins the presidency and he manages to get this through Congress, making permanent the 2017 tax cuts. Would do what to our deficit?
Yeah, so it would absolutely explode an already untenable fiscal situation. So just to take stock of where we are already on track to borrow another $20 trillion over the next decade. We are going to be hitting record levels of debt as a share of the economy in just a few years. Interest payments are growing faster than anything in the budget. They are the single largest item in the budget. The fiscal situation is really bad. Part of what got there, obviously some of what we got there was emergencies like COVID, where we should have borrowed. But a big component was...
Chadadonia. Ladies and gentlemen. Oh, man. Oh, man. Chadadonia. Brit still gets FDA accelerated approval. That's not why I did the clapping, but that's coming out now. Yeah, PG running too. Oh, I have quite the philo for you. I actually have two options. I have two options of philo for you. I'll let you guys decide. But before I do that, good work, you guys. For real, yesterday was awesome in the chat. I mean, we did have to do some things and get rid of a couple of things. And, you know, we have full chattitative tightening. But like I've been saying, man, in a lot of areas, it's been a good reminder, bro. For real, quality always better than quantity. So it's crazy from the moments where we started. I know some of you have hated philo, turned to love it, whatever it may have been. But, like, for real, I do appreciate this moment. And I hope you guys do too. And like I'm saying, man, anybody trying and making an effort. I gave you a little quick one yesterday. But at the end of the day, man, just I am very, very proud of the people trying and making an effort and just actually doing it. And hopefully, too, you know, we were talking a little real estate, but, you know, I hope you actually, like, don't bog yourself down like, oh, well, I'm preparing for the moment, in the sense where you do more preparing than the actual work. It's the same thing with personal development, man. And I encourage you all to keep going, to be blessed. And at the same time, man, just like look out for what is best for yourself. And I don't mean that in a way of like be a demon, all selfish and all of that. But no. I mean like like really like think about the actions that you are doing. Think about the things you're going for, man. Every even the littlest things, bro. And trust me, I mean, you want to build a future for yourself. And that goes from the long term to what you do, the habits that you build, man, because your habits make you, man. I hope y'all know that. So that's why I'm saying I'm glad we have a habit of some of this stuff that we do here. So good work, baby. Hey, go work, baby. Halfway done through the year. And yeah, too, honestly, this is going to be a moment, especially depending on what route we take with the PHILO. I have 2 options for you today. I will let you decide, but no joking. Again, during the moment, I make a lot of jokes throughout the day. You know what I'm saying? And I know you all have it, but anything, this is going to be 0 tolerance mode. I don't care if you got a badge. I don't care if it's 5 years, 2 years, 1 year. This is all. Give me my 30 minutes, my 10 minutes, however long it takes. You know what I'm saying? But this, I take this moment seriously. So please, I don't want to ban you, and that's what I'm saying. If you really want to be here, at the same time, you might ask me a question. I may not agree. You may bring up stuff I don't like. I will give you that respect, though. I'm not gonna, you know what I'm saying? If you're genuine about something, man, I'm gonna meet you at that level. So if you really want to be here, even if you don't like it, even whatever it is, just I ask. This is gonna be a no joke environment because I will mods. You are free to ban them. Feel free because it's something new I've been trying. So full chatitative tightening. So here's the deal. Which PHILO do you want? I have one PHILO. I think both of them, they're very interesting. One of them is, I think, something we all need to work on. One of them is a very fascinating duality in life and something that it's a skill. And even I've noticed myself, I fluctuate heavy on the pendulum of this skill. That's one option. Maybe we'll call it the pendulum. The other option, it won't affect all of you. But some of you, this PHILO, this other one, it will punch you in the face. I could honestly tell you this PHILO, if I go the second one, it will make some of you uncomfortable. Some people very uncomfortable. Some people a little bit. Some people will get mad. So it's a punch. It's a gut punch. So which one? Pendulum or number 2? Door number 1 or door number 2, Chattadonia? I don't think we got time for both. No. Oh, they all want door number. Are you sure? Because here's the thing. Once I open up the door, I mean, that's the funny part about, like, ignorance. No one's going to blame you if you don't know. All righty. We're going number 2. Be prepared. Viewer discretion is advised. Some of you will not like this topic, but I think some of y'all need it. Because, like, what happened, it's I don't know, man. It's funny because some of the greatest things in the Chad, bro, like, literally, I call it Chad. This was before there was a lot of streamers, bro. It's funny to think about. This was before people called Chad. But, like, I remember I got made fun of for how I talked, how I said words. And I was like, I would say, shout out to Chad. They were like, who's Chad? And we just ran with it. But this was another one the other day. Somebody made a joke. And, like, they were trying to throw shade. But then when I was like, wow, I saw some of your guys' reactions. And I was like, damn. And I've never talked about this, but I think it may be the time. So let me ask you guys this. Have you prayed for wisdom, maybe specifically understanding, and felt like you haven't got it? Like, act like, oh, give me knowledge and wisdom, knowledge and understanding. You feel like you've prayed and prayed and prayed for it, but you have never, like, you haven't gotten it. Never. Wow, you should. It's a good thing to pray for. It really is, man. It's a good thing to focus on, man. For real, wisdom, understanding, knowledge, bro. That's what I believe in. Y'all got to realize it, man. It don't matter, dude, for the background I came from. Again, all of you, it doesn't matter who you are, what you look like, ethnicity, none of that shit matters, bro. Your mind is powerful. And when you do learn things, it's true. I know it's cliche, but people can't take that away from you. And what you know and wisdom and going through things, it can really advance you and the people around you. So I'm not going to say this universally. Like, I know some people, and like I'm saying, you guys need to pray for discernment. I may be talking about you. I may not on this one. I'm not targeting anybody. Like I said, I noticed this, and I think it's time to talk about it. But, like, for real, this isn't going to be for, like, I'm not going to try to blanket judge everybody, and let alone I'm not trying to judge. So, if you have prayed for this knowledge and understanding, and you haven't gotten it, I'm going to give you one big reason why. Are you ready? It is because you are watching corn. Y'all don't feel me. Corn. That's why you say it on the internet so that you don't get clapped. Adult videos. The Hub. Do you get what I'm talking about? Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, you dance around the word because they, like, literally you get flagged. If you're wondering why we use that terminology. It's a touchy subject. It's a touchy subject. I know you didn't expect it. You are lacking understanding because of that. I know you might, and this is going to piss people off. You're like, no, it's not trying to do this. I get it, man. Believe me. But, like, I will start with one thing before I tell you why this. I'll show you where it makes sense. But, like, dude, you don't think it's weird that it's free? You really, everything in this world you have to pay money for? Everybody's charging you for the stupidest stuff, no matter what it is, and you and the effort that goes into even producing that stuff. It's free. Yeah, YouTube's free too with ads. It's different ads, bro. But I'll just tell you it, man. Proverbs 6:32. I'm being literal. You are lacking understanding. This is what I'm trying to say. I'm not trying to judge you. I'm not trying to tell any of y'all this. I'm just trying to let y'all know, like, certain things, bro, we don't fully understand sometimes. We are immature beings. I'm an immature being. Little by little by little, you got to learn something. Foolish to we don't understand everything. Proverbs 6:32. But who soweth committeth adultery, with a woman lacketh understanding. He that doth it destroyeth his own soul. This is the irony of it. And I told you, I honestly, that's what I'm saying. I don't know if y'all realize I have more understanding. I've even told you I'm an adulterer. I don't even hold the weight to be able to tell you that, oh, do this, do that. But that's, I have been revealed. I could understand things now. And you know, the funniest part about it is that, like, when it, you know, my problem, I'll tell you mine wasn't the videos. Sadly, mine was the real thing, and it sent me down a whole nother cycle. And that's, it doesn't matter what it is. Fake, real, it doesn't matter. But y'all got to really, like, think about this. This is the one thing out of all of the, you're like, people know, you got, some people get so mad when you say sin. Again, people really don't like it to hear that. But it's funny because, like, if you read the book and what the book says, it says this is the only sin that hurts, that sins against yourself. Because you're right, you're not hurting anybody. You're not doing anything wrong. Like, do you get what I'm saying? You're not attacking somebody. You're not killing somebody. You're not stealing. Oh. Do you get it? This is why everyone's so okay with a lot of it. Even the best of us. You know why? Because when it's all said and done, you're just looking at yourself like it's you. I don't know if y'all feel me. That's it. There may be a justification in there. Like, really think about it. And listen, man, it's not going to, like, you're not going to die tomorrow. It's not going to be there. There's something very spiritual about all of it. And little by little, as you give over your control to other things, you lose control over the dominion you have. I don't know if y'all feel me. That's what I'm saying. I don't care if you get mad about it. And even if you think I'm too this or that, it's a reality. It's addiction in another way. You give your control to something. The more you build a habit of giving up your control, it takes away your ability to have dominion over things. You want to control, that's what I'm understanding, money, you want to have the control. Where are you giving control? You got something coming out of your body every time. You are giving something. It's not going to take your knees out tomorrow. It's Samson, baby. It's little by little, it depletes you to zero. So, realistically, I'm not trying to tell you what to do. I'm really not. You want to get to the conclusion? I'm trying to make sure you all take control. I don't know what it is in life that is stopping you from it. Freedom. The main point is to take control, not to open up the doors that lead. Because this is it. This is one of the easiest ways. I'm telling you, bro. Some of y'all cannot get tempted with anything else. God bless you. You know that? Go read all the history. Again, how certain things have opened up the doors that lead people to losing control and losing favor. It starts with the connection you're making that leads you to giving up your dominion. So, I get it. I've never talked about this in years with you guys. If anything, I clowned on it before. You know, people, it's funny, and that's why it's so weird, because it's like people get real mad when you talk about this shit. I shout out some of y'all who like really receive this, you know, but like, nah, man, people get mad because it's like, dude, it's like I'm saying, I get it. You're not hurting anybody. You're not and I feel you. Believe me. But it's like, you got to really think about it, man. It's like, it's for you. The only thing it's going after is you and your power. Real power. And like, that's why it's like, bro, it's so weird that everybody tells you to do certain things. I'm not the popular voice. I'm telling you this, I can find you 900 people for every one person telling you, no, do it. They don't know what they're talking about. No, look at this and history and then this and that. I get it. Believe me. But I also have seen other sides. I'm just telling you, man, you need to have control over your flesh in every aspect. Some of us, dude, it's drugs. Some of us, it's alcohol. Some of us, it is anger and greed and jealousy. Some of us, it is men and women and sex. Do you need me to keep going? You think I'm here to put you on the cross? I'm not. I'm here to tell you that we need control. We hate watching things go out of control, especially if we can't make money off of a put. Y'all don't feel me. Do you get what I'm trying to say? Like, dude, I'm just trying to encourage you the control over the flesh, and you got to understand one day the public opinion, the public voice is not going to tell you, oh, yeah, okay, you're going to find comfort in people agreeing and, oh, well, yeah, no, this, and I get it. But the whole journey, there is a discipline. So I really hope y'all get what I'm saying, man. And I got love for all of you, for real. Like, especially you listening, thank you. This topic, I appreciate the lack of jokes. And I really hope you appreciate the sincerity. There's means to an end, and the end is control. The end is dominion, whether you have it or somebody or something has it over you. I don't care if you don't like me. But I wouldn't wish that you became a slave to something, to this world, to the flesh, which is never ending. I'm not saying, oh, heaven, hell. No. I'm telling you, you haven't noticed that the desires of the flesh have never been satisfied. You went from poor to having money. You're like, oh, if I had this. But now you want more money. Oh, you drank a little bit. Now you want to drink. It's like it never is enough. Have you not realized how deceptive the flesh is? It has an overwhelming appetite that pulls you every single day. Yet it is never fulfilled, even if you feed it. Do you feel me? It is human instinct. 100%. That's the flesh. That's why I'm telling you. Do you have a priority of control, of being in control? Do you control the flesh, or does the flesh control you? That's the question. In the The irony or the sad part is we think that one part of the lack of control in one area isn't going to affect the other. You know what I'm saying? That's why do not be deceived by the lack of consequence immediately. But you are building a habit of giving up control. So what is the fix? Step number 1, baby. Where my AA people at? Admit it. Realize it. If you hear what I said and you're like, yeah, maybe I do. Maybe I am giving up control. Well, that's where you start. But I know damn well there's some people, they ain't accepting this. Well, there you go. But for me, it's realizing, again, you got to actually take the law seriously. And saying, wow, there's no gray area behind it. Again. But whoso committeth adultery lacketh understanding. You're praying for something. You want knowledge. You want understanding. What are you, like, until you realize how dark it really is, you're never going to run from it. I promise you. You go punt is going to be in your life forever. It will control you. Why is it dark? Because it is giving up your power. And you're like, well, what power? You're not realizing what you possess. You're not realizing that you actually have a lot more control than you think. But if in every area you are conceding, give a little here, give a little there. I broke the law. I broke the law of the word. I have been. I'm not. It's not like, it's funny because mother effers, even then, I've been saying it, bro. Y'all haven't noticed it the last couple months. It's crazy that I made a year of revelation and then I realized the lie. It's just the law of the book. I love Proverbs. I just had enough of trying to justify certain things. Started taking it literal. But then understanding these connections that we are forging are deep, bro. And with things of the world. And like I told you, remember I told you a couple weeks ago, consumer. We are a consumer society. If you don't have control and discipline of your consumption, it is going to consume you. The irony is that the consumer gets consumed. I love Proverbs. Book changed my life. Which God is good, man, because I didn't even follow it all the way. But it's like, how am I going to read that and then try to say, is this or that when is this there in writing? But again, I'm trying to tell you, bro, you're not a bad person. None of you are this and that. Do you not get, remember I told y'all the other day? I said, bro, I care about souls, for real. And it's an honor in some ways what I've already seen. But this isn't something, it doesn't say you wronged somebody. It's not saying you did any, but it does have a threat to yourself. Like we saying, what good is all, you could change the principles, the system, anything you want. It doesn't matter how educated you are, how smart you are, how disciplined you are. Again, if it gets polluted, if you are constantly allowing some of you will never hurt anybody, but you are okay with hurting yourself. I told the goal of anything negative, they want you. So yeah, amen, bro. I'm saying choose to not be controlled in this. And listen, you you got to realize in a weird way, some of you, how? Again, acceptance. I told you the other day, y'all think holy water and this and that. There's nothing more powerful than a confession. But like you got to realize nothing. You really want to come close to God? Really deal with lust in the flesh. Go to God with that every day with your struggle. It's not going to be instant, dog. God don't. It's not snap fingers, click your heels 3 times, hibbity bobbity boo. Oh, it's gone. Amen. No, it's going to be failure. It's going to be progress, setback. It's going to be doubt. But the question is, what do you rely on? And what do you turn to? What do you make the law? And in that process, you will probably learn something, and you will probably experience something you have never experienced in your life. So, I wish I had a better answer in the sense of, all you got to do is this. But it's bigger than that. And the answer, it is, like I'm telling you, control, dominion. You all have territory that is yours. You have territory that you're coming into. You are going to take it. But you cannot if you let something take you. This is what, and maybe you're like, oh, it didn't affect my life. It didn't do this. That control and discipline. You want that. I hope you want it. I hope you can value it. Because it's the necessary requirement. Bro, if you are prone to manipulation, what are you going to possess? If you are prone to being manipulated out of your own control, you can only be trusted with so much. I'm not trying to make you feel bad, because this is the reality I had for me. I have been entrusted with a decent amount. But if you are going to be prone to manipulation, dog, there's only so much that can be granted to you. Whether you believe in God or not, bro, even at the most human, worldly level, you can only possess so much if you are prone to manipulation. And this is what I'm saying. You could fight me with this. You may fight against it, but the logic is, are you prone to giving up your control? Giving up your control is getting manipulated. Is having the power, but letting something have it. So, Chattadonia, I told you this one would be crazy. But at the end of the day, man, I really do think some of y'all, man, this understanding, it's there. And it's for you. But you need to take control. These things, until you realize it's not a threat to anyone around. It's a threat to you and just you. But it is a threat to control, and your control determines your power. And that's why I'm just saying, man, we got to watch out. And it's right in front. Like I said, bro, somebody made a joke. This is why, bro, I don't want to talk about this. I had another PHILO. I have a whole nother PHILO. I could talk about a lot of other things. I don't want to talk about this. But it was crazy that in that joke, I see somebody messing around. But then I just saw so many people just kind of drop things. And I was like, wow, I don't know if I could shut up about it. Some of y'all inspired because I'm like, no, dude, this is crazy. So I don't know if this was the timing. I don't know if this is what you wanted to hear today. I don't think you're a bad person. I really don't. None of us in here is innocent. And all I'm saying, though, but this control thing is important. And you really got it. And I mean that for you, and I mean that for your soul in so many ways, even for your financial success. Trust me. It's all control. So I think some of you, that understanding you've been praying for, man, I hope you could understand the value of what I'm telling you right now. But even then, go read the book. Go read Proverbs, man. And go read all the stories. From David to Samson, the tribes of Israel. What it all starts with. People who controlled nations in this, they let control go in one area. And it's not about that one thing killing you. The problem is opening up the door. It is the entryway to take away control. And that's what I'm worried about. It's the means to the end, but the end is what I am trying to wake you up to. Control, dominion. You don't have to believe what I believe. But discipline rewards those whether they believe or not. The principle doesn't change. The principle does not discriminate. So I hope your prayers are answered. I hope you get your understanding. And I hope you could see what is stopping you from gaining more understanding. And just understand the control link. Once you get it, there's a knowledge and wisdom in that. And even that itself will help you. And like I'm saying, man, sometimes certain battles are the only things sometimes that'll get you'll never experience certain things until you battle it. So Chad, I don't know if I should apologize. I'm sorry if it punched you, man. But for real, I appreciate y'all. And like I'm saying, I mean, I think I probably risk more talking about this from bans all the way to people hating me, calling me a radical. You know what I'm saying? But like, I don't care, dude. Because if one of y'all fucking gain control off of this, amen. And like I said, I am not perfect. Even though I say that because I'm saying the F word. I know that there's more areas of control. So it ain't just me, man. It ain't just you. But all, even as one as we are here. I really hope y'all feel me on this. So I do thank y'all. And I encourage you to take this seriously. At the very least, don't treat it like it's nothing. Every day it's an attack on you. Every day it's a threat to your control. Every day, every time it's telling you that you can be manipulated out of power. We all want this power. We all want these things. Have you ever thought about how easily you could get manipulated out of it? So, Chad, take that one to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. And that is it. Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. It's funny, man. I know which ones of you have a problem now. That's it. Ironically enough, less people got mad about that one than many other philos. If you get mad at what I just said, you have a problem. And I don't mean that I'm not trying to hurt you. I'm saying it's disrupting you. No, seriously. Like, you know what I'm saying? It bothers you. But why? Just why?
It's a letter to the people, I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil, it matter about the God. It don't matter about the weapons, it matter about how you armed. All that matters is the weather, when weather to bet the farm. I ain't gotta see it to believe it. If it's signing, then it's needed, and my eyes don't need a reason. I won't even try to explain it unless it say I got a feeling. I'm gonna sing my praise like David, but the king is still a killer. Listen up and go and get the tropes. Hope you know you ain't scared of them, they scared of you. And I know you might be scared to take that point of view. You see them arrows in my back? Yup, son, that's gonna happen too. But the harvest on the way, you gon' barter every day. That means you have to make a trade, either life or it's the grave. The result will not remain, every day will bring a change. Kinda funny and it's strange how the hope will pave the way. You hearing what I say? The only difference between you and them comes down to faith. There's a difference in the man who believes in a better day. Cause once you believe it's past, you willing to wilt away. We was never willing to be the same. We want it all in the long run, they want it all today. My father is really awesome, don't bother with giving snakes. Regardless, I can't control it, so either way, giving thanks. Yep, you could take that one to the bank. A leader without a rank, a speaker without a face, a people without a race. They eating without a taste, they scheming without a safe. The meanings have been replaced. Another time, another place, we could talk about it. Keep some oil in them lamps, don't get caught without it. Want them once, want them twice, they never talk about it. If you never get a second chance, then that ain't meant to happen. What I understand is you ain't trying to understand. Take 100 grand, then 100 undergrads. Pay them all to make a plan, but they couldn't comprehend what it means to never die, but somehow still be born again. It's a letter to the people, I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil, it matter about the God. It don't matter about the weapons, it matter about how you armed. All that matters is the weather, when weather to bet the farm. It's a code.
What I understand is you ain't trying to understand. That's crazy, man. I wonder what would have happened if y'all picked door number 1. I guess we'll never know. It's the number 1 champion now. Yeah, we about to go down. It's the hottest in the world right now. Just touch rates when rates come down. Yeah, and they gave you a cut. Powell said 3, but he changed last month. He just sold out all the QT. Now everyone want QE. Take me on the Fed. I want to FOMC. I really want to have Powell cut the rates. You could be American rate cuts. American. I paused it. I mean, the song came on. I see. I have my post PHILO. Oh, is he still live? Do you guys want to listen to Donald? I mean, I think I've listened to like. I think Donald's over, or they probably don't. Oh no, he is live. No, he's over. He's walking out now. I don't know. I think it's gone. It just finished. Too bad. It's okay. Like the video. Like the video. Some PHILO, baby. That one hit. You have no idea. I was just shocked yesterday. I don't know, man. It's just the way it came up. And at the same time, too, man, I don't know, man. There's a lot of things that happen and, like, just watch out, man. Like, everything. I don't know, man. We got to even talk about alcohol and some other things, too, bro. You could have one life. But then there is a lot of dark things on the other side that people don't. It's funny because the world's like, it's cool. But, yeah. So, I'm glad, man. Glad to hear. The Biden-Trump debate? When is it? I mean, I can't wait to watch it. I would like to be my own. Yeah, hey, listen, I'm going to lower health care. That's what I'm going to do. We're going to lower prescription drugs. Hey, no, that's what I did. I did it first. No, I did. I really did it. I don't know about that. No, I did it for Obama. You fucked up Obamacare. And the premiums. I know. There's a lot. A lot. We're going to stop the border. You can't say that. That's what I'm going to do. Stop it. Can you believe this guy? Is this even a debate? You're saying what I'm saying. Here's a gap on the low. Is it gapping? Have I ever met any politicians or been to Wall Street? I've walked Wall Street. I've never been to the exchange, and I have met politicians. I've been to the California Capitol, actually, even for a couple of days before. Decent amount of time ago. But yeah, that's the first time. I told you that story. The first time I ever encountered a lobbyist, that shit was crazy. I don't know. Even some of you might want to be lobbyists. Like, low key, it's wild how it works. It's when Uncle got the key to the city. Oh yeah, does my court date count? Why don't you upload clips or shorts? I mean, I try to when I have time, but even then, that's why, like, just my YouTube account is fucked, bro. Like, that's why you guys need to let me know what content you like, but a lot of time, it don't even matter. I'm in a box, bro. But either way, that's why I do it for people who want it, and it's there, but just a different era, I would say. I do want to do a prank, actually, though. I really do. I really, really do. Love you, Josh Chad. Listen every day. Sorry, I can only afford 10. I'm getting smashed, but much love, man. Anything, bro. Don't even trip. Nothing is required, bro. It means a lot, man, especially if you're telling me that. Let's go, baby. It's Friday, Junior. Oh, actually, I know one I could do. Bro. I could do prank calls. I definitely can do prank calls. But I don't know. I don't want to troll people too hard, but maybe, man. Imagine the impact Josh would have if he was let out the box. They did let me out. I was out of the box for a little bit, bro. As you know, we reached over like what, 30, 40 million people. So I'm blessed, man. I'm honored. Yeah, you know, but that's time and place. It's in the Lord's hands. I have no doubt about that. And even then, y'all have an impact as well too, baby. So live it, baby. Do you think? I don't know. I think I could convince somebody that I'm Joe Biden. I really think if I called them, it's like, hey, we're calling voters. How are you? Good. Wow. So tell me, have you registered to vote yet? Huh? Maybe one day. Spy bounce was at the 61.8 fib, the 1 minute chart. So I don't really use those, but I mean, tell me, is it the same level? Like, is it right here? Like 54.14 between 54.14 and 54.10? Because that was the level even then. It was stubborn yesterday. There was a lot of demand at VWAP, and that's kind of where it was. Beckon selling decent. Beacon Roofing. Oh, what was that one yesterday? They did good. The RTO, the Retina Kill. Rento Kill. That was the Nelson Peltz one. Kitty Tweet. Oh. It's going up. What is it? 1 minute? Isn't the whole point of that movie, the thing was to like, yeah, you do the fake movement to get the thing to come out. Riding the worm. Literally riding GME. But no, that thing, because like in the Dune movie, they use that little poof, 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 is because those like animals, they sense movement and they come after you, so it like fakes the movement to bring them out. I don't do, that's the only part in Dune I understood. I watched Dune the other day, the second one. It came on TV. It was on what's it called? It was on HBO. And it was just like playing. And I was like, oh shit, let me watch this. And I watched it like if halfway through. And I was like, all right, not bad. GameStop reschedules shareholder meeting June 14th. That tomorrow? Every step I take, every trade I make. The Dune movie. There is an OG of that, yeah. Like, apparently it's the books, so it makes sense why there's such like a cult following on that. I think the books are where it started. Anything they make a movie out of and it had a crazy book series, it's usually good. They were attracted to sound waves. The movement they do is to make the worms not come out. Really, I thought it was the opposite. I thought they use the things to like get them to come out. Yellen says largest Chinese banks value U.S. access, mindful of violating U.S. sanctions. That's crazy. What time is it? 2:00 already? They're attracted to the rhythm. So, yeah, right? I thought that's what it was. That's why they do the walk. Yeah, right? I think I'm on point with it. Yeah, Elon, that's why Tesla's killing it today. $44,000 volume on the kitty calls. Let me see if I can find the report. Because, again, that was one of the headlines this morning. They're like, strategists believe that Roaring Kitty may have sold out. Yeah, thumpers brought them out. The funny walk was to avoid the rhythms. We should watch Dune together, it seems like. I feel like understanding Dune is like trying to understand options the first time. Dutch, welcome, my friend. You want my voiceover? I've never tried it with movies, honestly. Let me see the clip. Yeah, Keith's rolling over his position. Bro, I'm telling you, ghetto spread. Keith, if you hear me out there somewhere, the ghetto spread frustrates Wall Street. Trust me. That's why they get mad. It's not called ghetto spread. But yeah. That's crazy that this contract is next week. So here are the 20s. Yeah, a lot of volume on that. That puts him at what, 29.30 now? He needs to just get past like 26. He still has equity on all of it and the shares. Oh, check my email. I got you. Where's Max? Maxwell, are you here, Maxwell? I've tried to find Maxwell 3 times today. Maxwell, who emailed me. If you hear me now. So you were wondering if I could consider starting a new long term. I had recently had to restart mine because I bought a house. Good work, bro. Yeah, we can, but what did we say we were going to do it? Didn't we say the other day we're going to make a new long term? What was our criteria? Bro, house looks nice too, man. Good work. Oh, yeah, when the yield curve uninverts. Yeah, that's it. Disney, Netflix, what? What do you mean Disney Netflix? No way they're going to... If it is what I think it is... Incoming news. Let's see... Looking. Para apparently as well. Walmart in July, Roblox creator will help create a selection of no boundaries outfits. Walmart will be more inclusive with sizes ranging from extra, extra small to 5X. Netflix has been in touch with broadcasters that currently air NFL games, including Disney and ESPN. When's the first game? Because don't they already have that? So that's what PNC's saying. That's the first word I have on that. Troy said there's incoming news, and then PNC, that's the first headline. Netflix seeks production partner for Christmas NFL game, CNBC. Are they talking about it now? Or is it like words?
In number.
Oh, I love Rick Santelli. Hold on, I have to listen to this now.
That. And when you take X-Food, Energy, and Trade, 0.5 last look. It was 0.4. There was a revision. All the revisions, by the way, were up in the rearview mirror. In May of last year, we were at 0. Okay, now here's where it really gets tricky. Year over year, 2.2 was 2.3. Look at where we were in January, February, March. 1%, 1.6, 1.9. Let's look at core. In January, 2%, 2.2 in Feb, 2.2 in March. We went up to 2.5 last month, now back down to 2.3, still higher than the first 3 months of the year. And this one in particular, ex-food, energy, and trade, from 3.2 last look, 2.7, 2.8, and 2.9 in the rearview mirror. What does this mean? I am just saying that it's been a bumpy ride, nonlinear, and if we're forecasting where inflation may be to cut rates, well, I'm sorry, but none of this really was forecast as it was happening on the fly, especially before the revisions. Kelly, back to you.
It's a double whammy, a low PPI the day after the lower CPI. Rick, thank you very much, Rick Santelli. Coming up, some must-see TV. Tesla shareholder vote taking place this afternoon.
Every move I make. He just told punted. Mr. Rick. I'd love the guy. He's great usually. Since like even 10 years ago. I remember even back in the day, like he would get mad on air when people were like, were not paying attention to like the bonds and shit. I'm surprised they don't give Santelli, like I feel like he got more airtime back in the day. Yellen does not rule out sanctions on Chinese banks that violate the regime. Oh. Man, I can't believe it. It's already 11. I'm setting up this stream for tonight. So again, watch list. We're going to be live at like 6. Sound good? Spy costs, spy costs, spy costs, QQ costs. Let's go. Yalla, Habibi. Where is it? Why not just sell instead of ghetto spread? It leads to the same result. Because then the position still remains. So if he wanted to add pressure even to the market makers and then even have a little bit of upside and still have the ability to roll over. And then technically he could keep his play, have upside, and then take the money from the sell and then put it towards the to the rollover if that's what he wanted to do. The ghetto spread, you just sell an option. So in this case, we'll use Roaring Kitty GME. So he owns the $20 calls at $560. Are you following? He paid $560. Actually, he can't even ghetto spread. Oh, scammers. Well, there you go. He can't even ghetto spread it. He's too deep in the money, and they're hoeing the premium. See, because he paid $560. He could have done it earlier when it first popped. Like yesterday, he could have done it. Yeah, he did wait a little too long. So like when essentially we'll go back in time, right? Just follow with me for a second. Yeah, he could have, look at this. So he could have sold, and I was saying this from day one after it really went crazy, but then again, if he listened the first time, he probably would have sold it for too short and left money on the table. But assuming he fully optimized it, if he bought those contracts at 560, he could have sold the 120s at 596. So he could have made a 30 cents a contract on 121,000 contracts, I believe. He would have made 3.6 million net, but then he would have got his $86 million back. So 3.6 is net profit, but he would have got his $86 million back, and then he would have had upside all the way up to 120. The only way he missed out on opportunity cost would have been if GameStop went above 120. So even then, even if you wanted to make it a little sweeter, he could have probably done the 100s for $7.89. So that's like $2.20 now. So he could have made 220 times 121,000. He could have profited 26 million net profit, got his $80 million back, and then still would have had $80 a share profit as well. So not only would he have made 26 million off the option, if the stock went up any dollar for dollar, he would have had unlimited profit, or up until 100, up to $80 a share. So the ghetto spread would have probably broke the market makers, because again, he would have won no matter what, and would have had the ability to roll over and do anything. But that's why, if he really wanted to play it and protect himself and have the upside, that's why I say he should have done the ghetto spread instead of just selling it. He would have lost all his street cred. I don't know. I mean, he might have, because when I did the covered call, even Lending Tips was like, so you think it's not going to go past there? And I was like, no, but it's safer, I guess. I don't know, man. He wouldn't have gotten filled. I mean, that's the thing. It would have put the market makers to the test. Because if they didn't, if he really came with that much sell supply, like they would have had to buy it, or they would have had to literally drop the bids to zero. You get what I'm saying? So it would be difficult challenge getting, but again, they filled him on the buy. Who knows it'll go higher? Yeah, well, we'll see, man. But I'm always a big fan of the ghetto spread. Well, right, people are speculating he's sold, but as of now, there is no confirmation from Kitty. Everyone's just looking at the option volume and then making assumptions, and then they're tracking the open interest. And that's it. If he exercised, it would probably lead to demand of the share again, because unless they already have it organized or something, but it would be quite interesting. But demand, short answer. Oh no, I didn't do it right. Oh, shit. I signed out of YouTube. Y'all still hear me? Ryan. I feel like Ryan Cohen hates Roaring Kitty. I feel like he despises him. I don't know why. It's just everything from the offering all the way down, even the meetings, and just, you know what? I mean, he made a lot of money off of the guy. Like, he's making bank off of Roaring Kitty, but like, in a weird way. Like, he has no shame in just, like, yeah, like, that's it. So, conference reportedly exploring multi-million-dollar naming rights for Big 12 and All-State 12 Conference, or Globe Life Conference. He made out. Yeah, but like, I mean, there's people who make money off of me that don't like me. It's the same respect. At the moment, if they have a moment to kill him, they would. Same with, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's it. Like, I feel like he is just, like, I don't think he likes him. Kitty single-handedly just gave him $5 billion to work with. Yeah, but like, take the $5 billion and then kill the cat. Like, I think Ryan Cohen would if presented the opportunity. I don't know. That's my hot take. Sorry, I get quiet. I'm setting up the stream still. How everyone reacted. It is funny when you think about the, like, you go and look at the video clips and, like, people on the news watching that video he posted the other day. And, like, the news is like, we're all waiting. Wall Street is watching. And then he comes out. Beep. Beep. He is really a troll, man. It's funny. Oh, no way. Hold on. I think all of my channel strikes have disappeared now. That's cool. Nice. Oh, I just figured that out by re-signing in. Just in time for the election. That means if the next time I get banned, the punishment will be softer until it hits again. All right, we good to go. Batata? Gratata? What is batata hara? You just call me hara? Why didn't Pfizer dividends when you bought in April? Did you buy it the day before ex-dividend? That's the key. And then the dividends haven't paid out yet. I think it should be coming tomorrow or soon. I got a Walgreens, 3M, and that's it. That's crazy. What, dude, it's already halfway through. We still need more money in dividends. I am still about $700 a year short. Ask Mom. It's funny. Let me show you this then. Lending Tip sent me this one. And I was like, wow. I feel like this is very related. Are you ready? This is a video. It's band for band. Trend on Egyptian mom.
What did they say? We can go back for ban. What is the meaning of it? We can go bun for bun. Wait, Omar, I'm not feeling well. What did this mean? We can go bun for bun. في ايه يا ابني؟ في ايه يا ابني؟ حرام عليك بقول لك تعبان. What is this Chinese what? What is bun bun bun?
This is literally like my life.
What is mean of this one? بلا بن بلا بن. ارحمني بقى غرف داهية. ده تاكل قرف.
It's perfect. I'm like, damn. I was like, man, my mom does sound like that. Exactly. Like, maybe that's where I get it from. Like, sometimes, like, it's just Egyptian. Like, honestly, like, sometimes y'all don't realize it. Yeah, that's why y'all, like, try to troll me and shit sometimes, and then that just comes out. I'm like, yeah, Ibni. Yeah, Egyptians are really like that. We like, especially like when we like come to America and we like start becoming like American, we love trolling our parents that don't know much about the culture because then it's just always a funny reaction. The gold digger prank in San Diego. Yeah, man. I did it at, what's it called? Firehouse? Or not Firehouse. What's it called? PB Shore Club? Or what the fuck is it called? I'm not that young anymore. So you could kind of hear it in the video. But I did that video with like an audience of people watching. And then that's why in that video when like the girl was about to get in the car, everybody from the restaurant was like, no, because they saw me doing it for like an hour and then like making the whole video. And then that was it. That was it. Oh, yeah, we can review Adobe. Adobe. Cleveland Cliffs, Michael Ralph III buys 20,000. I have never been to Connecticut, no. Dabat. Where is it? Okay, I got it here. My thing is not working. The text is big. It looks kind of awkward. French left-wing parties issue joint statement saying they have reached agreement to create a new popular front for parliamentary election. Let me check real quick. I want to check where French bonds are at. I know, Market, bro, we had the battle between rate cuts and dot plot, and you go down, and then we right back up here, but it's not done much. Where is the France? It's still climbing up, but it's not there. But like you guys know, so the thing about France, believe it or not, France has some of the best bonds in the EU. So like France's bonds are actually like pretty good and stable. Even if you think about it, like these rates are kind of like it's not as risk. Like look at it, it's 3.1. So imagine everywhere else. And I honestly would argue who's the only one lower? Japan. I guess Germany. Damn, Germany's at 2.4. But Germany is not as stable. And then Italy's higher for good reason. Is Canada at 3.3? That's still higher. And then China. It's a first world country. Yeah, I mean, it's good. Like they're one of the better ones in the European Union, but that's why it's like after that whole little parliament thing or the snap election stuff, that's what got everybody kind of a little weirded out. Remember, I was like, dude, you literally have like you got the bonds in France, they were about to blow out. So like even in the Liz Truss thing, they didn't even go that crazy. The euro rates speak to global deflation. Well, yeah, I mean, honestly, a very good point because if you go and look at like any of the places with low rates, they all have deflation. So like literally China and Japan. So very interesting. Where is Max? Is Maxwell here? Because he had a great question. I don't want to go over it without him being here. I think a lot of you would enjoy it. And he asked a really good, honest question. And I would love to discuss it, but maybe it's not the time. UK got the gilts. France got the oats. I mean, is that what they call it? They all got weird names, man. Mobilize been going crazy. You had a Mobilize spammer a couple minutes ago. It came down, though. It's at the midpoint. Maxwell. Paging Maxwell. Courtesy desk Maxwell. Not you. No. You're good. You're good, bro. I appreciate you, for real. Great call-outs. Even when I called you out for not, like, I was kind of a little rough with you, but you were a homie. You did not take it personal. I appreciate you. I'm a grown-ass man. Amen, bro. Amen. No! Maxwell, paging Maxwell. Y'all don't remember that? So I was that kid. I would get lost at the store and they would always page me. But then like I had a secret obsession with it that like I liked it. I liked when they did the call out. So like the moment I couldn't even like I would just like walk away from my mom and then I would just go to the front to page her. She would get so mad. But I loved it. I don't know. I loved it. Something about just having them call out the name on the speaker. I was like, yeah, can you call my mom? Mm-hmm. They're like, what's your mom's name? I'm like, Abdullah Habzalamadad. You had to say it like that, man. They're like, what? This was like 01. That did not go well. Awk on the high. AWK. Water. Let me get a breakdown real quick. We had one in the morning. Let's see the breakdown in composition. Would I copyright strike you if I repost your stories? No, try it. Let's see what happens. If you add a fucking Discord link, they'll almost slap you. So, SPY has 159 names green, 342 names in the red. Dow Jones, 11 green, 19 in the red. And then NASDAQ 100, 28 green, 73 red. So a lot more red. But GME, it's going for 29. Yeah, we had Kmart. We used to go to Kmart. I love Kmart. And apparently Kmart is not legit. You know, they hated on Kmart. Yeah, so Bella, that was the immobilized spammer. Kind of borderline about to get timed out. I can't decide. Posted like 20 different plays spamming. It was like June 21st. It was like a weird call out, so I don't know. You got 1,000 shares of Mobileye, $28. Blue light sales, yeah. I remember the rollbacks, man. I remember the rollbacks. They had a computer for free for an hour? No, I don't remember that. What? That would have been dope. The only place I was able to use a computer was the church. Because we didn't have one for a long time, let alone internet. And then it was a guy from church. They were like, I don't know. I feel like every church back in the day, there was like a nerdy tech guy. And there was a nerdy tech guy who just built our family a computer. I love him. He was honestly a genius, man. They were kind of weird. Like it was like, honestly, me and my mom talk about this to this day, bro. Because it was this like tech family. And like they just loved computers, and like this was in the 90s, right? So, but they were geniuses, and they literally, no exaggeration. I think they had 11 sons. Bro, they would drive to church in a Econoline Ford. Like, I don't think, let me show you what I'm talking about. They had a lot of, like, they had money, but they also, like, they lived, I'm pretty sure that like a couple of years ago, like, I think it was before COVID, I'm pretty sure they moved to, like, Oklahoma and, like, built a bunker type beat. Like, they were very interesting people. Oh, cool. On the high. Yeah, bro, they had like the Econoline church van, but like it was like 12 of them. And it was just a mom, a dad, and then all sons. And all of them were tech geniuses. All of them knew how to build computers. This is when computers were just like starting too, like in a weird way. And like, that's all they would do. I think they owned a thrift shop. And they all wore the same shirt, outfit, jeans, and a button-up every time I'd ever see them. Same thing. And, like, they were very frugal, and they were in it. But, like, they built us our first computer. They gave us our first computer that we had. But, like, no, they weren't Mormon. It was kind of creepy. No, bro, it was, like, I'm not going to lie to you. It was definitely, like, we thought... Like, we were kind of the oddball out, and like to a degree, the little Egyptian family, you know, we had a bunch of kids too. They were white people. They were just straight up, like, you would think they were kind of Mormon, but it was just, they were Christian. They were the church tech people, and then they built us the computer, but they have an interesting ass I really want to see where they're at now. No, they were quite like, they were I don't think they were doing anything weird. They just didn't let their kids like go outside. Like, that was about it. I think they were like a little racist. I'm surprised they even liked us. But like, they were just like really like hardcore, like, just, I couldn't even describe it, man. That's illegal. I don't know. I think they did it, but the sons, they seemed like they liked life. You know, they didn't seem, and then they all were geniuses. I'm telling you, they were building computers before anybody. Like, it was nuts, bro. Like, it was nuts. And they were very, very well educated. And they were all homeschooled. They were very Old Testament. Yeah, hella Old Testament. Heaven, Old Testament. I think they have a bunker, and they own a lot of shit, dude. They own a lot of land. They were buying a lot of things back in the day, but like, I know they got a bunker somewhere, but I have no idea. Russian central bank halts morning FX trading. Is that for all currency? They halted dollar and euro on the exchange yesterday. play video games at Walmart? Yeah. Walmart or Best Buy, where they had the game machines. Best way to get the second house if your DTI is high from the first one. Business loan or private money. Pretty much get 20% down. You get 20% down, anybody will give you the loan, even if the DTI is high. It's not going to be in a non-QM. It's going to be a non-QM loan. You can put 20. Yeah, so search up. Remember, I don't know if you were here. We did it live. I did it live with Lending Tips. Just search non-QM lenders. I usually go with LLCs for every house I buy, I put it under a corporation, a brand new one. Some of them are under the umbrella of other ones, but ideally, if I'm going to be using it for a rental or short term, if I'm not going to like have any living capacity in it, I put it under a corporation. I'm 23. Do I fall under first-time homebuyers help or whatever Biden did? I think so. And then, I mean, are you a second generation? Are you first generation? Are you foreign? Are your parents foreign? And then depending on certain things, they, and your state, if you're in California, they give you different stuff. But even for now, even without like Biden stuff, like FHA loan is dope. Honestly, if any of you guys, it's the thing that sucks about FHA. Literally, we were talking about this yesterday. One of the Chads was representing a client, and the buyer was like FHA loan and all that, and it was kind of a mess. But it's pretty nuts because they make you jump through a lot of hoops. It is hard to compete with cash, 100%. It's nobody. I don't even if certain loans I don't want to deal with. Like if I'm selling a house and the offer and it tells how they're funding it, a lot of people will even avoid FHA, but it's good. You make too much money for FHA, then go make a company, make your company for where you generate your money, and then pay yourself a salary that's lower, and ta-da. There's not as many cash offers as you would think right now, actually. Dude, inventory is going up. I'm kind of excited. But then I'm worried because the ironic part about inventory and real estate people, you might want to listen. Let me see if I could get it. You cannot make your portfolio your company, but you can make a company. You can make a trading company, and then you could put yourself as an employee. But even then, like I'm saying, if you're trying to get one of these housing loans, having a W-2 helps tremendously. I don't want California. Well, we could use Cali, but here's the deal. This is this number of homes for sale this year in California. It is up 18% year over year. That's amazing. Trust me, if you guys want cheaper houses, you want to be able to get a home, or even if you're overpaying and you think houses are expensive, this number going up, that means you're going to get a better house. Even if, that's the this is what I get pissed off at. Because when inventory is really, really low, you're paying the market price, but you're not getting a good house. So when inventory starts to rise, that increases the opportunity where, the price may still be high, but it's probably going to be remodeled, or it'll be nicer. It'll have certain things. So here's what I'm trying to show you. What do you think this is the inventory chart. So again, 2019, 2020, it was low inventory, but you could see it literally, it's even though it's risen 18%, bro, we're at the same levels of 2021 and still below 2020. This is for California. So, what do you think I'm going to relate this chart to? This is Redfin. Go search Redfin, has great housing data. What do you think I'm going to relate this to? It's not related to real estate, kind of. This chart should remind you of something. At least it does for me. Yeah. I think you guys know me. This reminds me of the yield curve and bonds. Oh, Edward. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Man, 48 hours ago, you getting timed out because you had a bunch of TLT and trying to just get me to say bye TLT. And now you understand it. Amen. Rapid steepening. Yes. But I want you to you have to have watched the video to understand this. But remember, I was telling you in the video how, like, the problem sometimes with bonds is that they get bullish and you get a steepener, but then what happens? It fades. It doesn't rapidly steepen and fully uninvert. You get some steepness and then that's it. And that's how you get a lot of those false signals. So do you see real estate inventory? A lot of it is seasonal. Don't get it twisted. A lot of it is seasonal. But do you see how, like, that's what happens, and you're like, oh, 23 looks weird. Imagine rates and everything going on with rates in the economy. There's little effects on housing, and that's what happens. You'll watch, like, steepening, a.k.a. inventory goes up, and it creates these pockets of opportunity until there's actually a rapid steepening of inventory. But that's why it's like, so certain times when you watch inventory spikes, you're going to be able, you might find a little bit more deals as everyone's like, oh, I don't know, I got to get in, get out for whatever reason, rates, whatever it is. But it's something to keep in mind, and that's why I'm saying if inventory, we're getting a little bit of a steepener. If we get more steepening, if we get more real estate inventory, I mean, it will threaten prices, but it increases the opportunity to get better property, better quality. Ta-da! So yeah, the chart, even Cali chart kind of looks like the rest of the U.S. Biden and Zelensky. I think I have to play it or they'll put me on an enemy list.
Security agreement between the United States and Ukraine.
Yeah. Wow, perfect timing. I'm not going to lie, I love Zelensky's fits. I can't hate. Like, it's like it's like casual, it's like streetwear war material. Like, I don't think it's actual, like, war clothing. But, like, I think it's, like, designed to be. And he's kind of buff. Like, bro, like, I don't know. And then he got Tim's on, technically. Those are Tim's. Yeah, it's a 10-year agreement. 10 years of money. But it can be revoked. So they were trying to put out.
Good evening, everyone.
Yeah.
Last year at the NATO
they
summit
were
in
trying to get a
Lithuania,
deal that was unrevocable.
The United States brought together every member of the G7 to sign a joint declaration of support for Ukraine. 25 additional countries joined us quickly. Each agreed to forge a long-term bilateral commitments with Ukraine. President Zelensky and I have just now signed that agreement between the United States and Ukraine. Our goal is to strengthen Ukraine's credible defense.
I'll answer that question in a sec, open face. We'll see.
For the long term.
I think we're giving $10 billion away a year or 100, but it's a 10-year agreement.
Ukraine's own ability
it's
to
a lot.
defend itself now and to deter future aggression anytime in the future.
Yeah,
the United States is going to help ensure that Ukraine can do both, not by sending American troops to fight in Ukraine, but by providing weapons and ammunition, expanding intelligence sharing, continuing to train brave Ukrainian troops at bases in Europe and the United States, enhancing interoperability between our militaries in line with NATO standards, investing in Ukraine's defense industrial base, so in time, they can supply their own weapons and munitions. Working with Ukraine's partners to build a future
going
force
crazy.
that is strong,
it wants the 30,
sustainable, and resilient. And supporting Ukraine's economic recovery, as well as its energy recovery, after Russia has repeatedly targeted Ukraine's energy grid with massive attacks in the futile attempt to break the will of the Ukrainian people. All these lines of efforts and others are laid out in this agreement. Additionally, the G7 achieved a significant outcome this week on the matter of Russia's frozen assets in Europe and other places outside of Russia. Back in 2022, 2 days after Russia's invasion, members of the G7 and the European Union worked together to freeze $280
He had a streak
billion
where like he ain't fucking
Russian
fumble
central
once.
bank funds outside of Russia. I'm very pleased to share that
It's almost crunch time.
this week the
They gotta
G7
get-
signed
I
a
think
plan
he'll
to
be back
finalize and unlock $50 billion from the proceeds of those frozen assets. To put that money to work for Ukraine, another reminder to Putin, we're not backing down. In fact, we're standing together against this illegal aggression. The agreement that President Zelensky and I just signed also lays out our shared vision for a just peace, a peace rooted in the UN Charter and the principles of sovereignty and territorial integrity, a peace with a broad base of support around the world that holds Russia accountable for the damage it has done in this war. We will see this vision strongly affirmed at the historic peace conference happening in Switzerland this weekend, where Vice President Harris will represent the United States. Finally, this agreement accelerates Ukraine's integration into the European and transatlantic communities. It includes major commitments from Ukraine to implement democratic, economic, and security reforms in line with the European Union's accession goals and NATO's programs of reform. While we take this step, the United States is also intensifying pressure on Russia. Yesterday, the U.S. Treasury Department made clear any bank anywhere in the world that deals with sanctioned Russian banks, companies, or individuals risk being sanctioned themselves. And we announced roughly 300 new sanctions on individuals and companies that are helping Russia with war effort. They include key parts of Russia's financial sector. I'll wait till it goes over.
What the fuck?
As well as individuals and entities that supply Russia with items critical to its defense production, like microeconomic.
Yeah, clear the airspace. Where the fuck is he?
Machine tools and industrial materials. We also
healthcare
sanction more
companies.
Russian future energy projects.
Remember, they were jumping up earlier. Yeah.
That are under construction.
What's going on?
Not yet fully operating.
It's part of the deal
Putin is
with
counting on revenue
yeah,
from these
UNH,
projects.
Humana.
Our
They're
sanctions
going
will
nuts right
disrupt
now.
those plans. Plus, at the G7, we discussed our shared concern about countries like China, where resource supplying Russia with materials they need for their war machine. And we agreed to taking collective action
And
to push back
Pfizer?
against that activity.
It has to be
Because of
something
this,
governmental with
we've taken
Medicaid or
3 major
Medicare.
steps
Pfizer's smaller.
at the
UNH,
G7
and then
that
XLV
collectively
in
show
general.
Putin
That's a
you
big
cannot-
pop on Humana. It
cannot
was
wear
already
this
up.
out. You cannot divide us.
Medicare star
Working with
ranking
Ukraine
revisions
until they
could
prevail
result in
this
hundreds of
war.
millions
First,
in bonus payments for
bilateral
insurers.
security agreement just
Announcement
signed.
expected as soon as
Second,
Thursday. That's
historic
today.
agreement to provide $50
Oh yeah, it's right
billion
here.
in value from Russian
It's literally right in front of us
to
on the
Ukraine.
wire.
And third, an agreement
CMS
to
plans to
ensure
redo
sanctions
quality ratings of Medicare
disrupt
Advantage.
third
That's
countries
huge. That's what brought
that supply
Humana and all
Russia's
these guys
war.
down.
That will increase pressure on the Russian economy. Collectively, this is a powerful set of actions and will create a stronger foundation for Ukraine's success. 2.5 years ago, Putin unleashed a brutal war in Ukraine, and it's been a horrifying ordeal for the Ukrainian people who are so brave and incredible. It's also been a test for the world. Would we stand with Ukraine? Would we stand for sovereignty, freedom, and against tyranny? The United States, the G7, and countries around the world have consistently answered
Use
the
this
question
moment
by
to
saying,
stretch.
yes, we will.
Arm
we
circles.
will say it again. Yes, again
Anything.
and again and again.
I'm doing my
We're gonna
hip
stand with
floor
Ukraine.
exercises.
Thank you, and I now yield to my friend from Ukraine.
My friend.
Thank you so much.
You're a
Mr.
health
President
insurance agent.
Biden,
These star
dear
ratings aren't really reliable.
dear
But do you think
journalists,
there will be
dear
like
Ukrainians,
a
dear
bonus? Because haven't they been
Americans,
lowering the amounts that they're
and
giving the
thank you
companies?
so much. Thanks, Italy and
Have you
Georgia
seen anything
for
decline?
invitation.
Because it hurt a
Dear
lot of
friends,
those companies.
Today is a truly historic day, and we have signed the strongest agreement between Ukraine and the U.S. since our independence. And this is an agreement on security and thus on the protection of human life. This is an agreement on cooperation and thus on how our nations will become stronger. This is an agreement on steps to guarantee sustainable peace,
This is Zelensky.
and therefore it benefits everyone in the world because the Russian war against Ukraine is a real global threat. I thank you very much, Mr. President, for your leadership, which is reflected in particular in this agreement and in your years of support for Ukraine. I thank our teams, both teams, thanks very much for making sure that the details of the agreement are really good. And of course, I want to thank every Ukrainian soldier, all our people whose courage made this level of alliance between Ukraine and the United States possible. And I'm proud of our people and what Ukraine can do, and I'm very grateful to all Americans, to everyone in America who strengthens American leadership. So, under the points of the agreement, first, the agreement contains a very detailed, legally binding part, and this means the credibility of America's support for our Ukrainian independence. Secondly, security commitments from the United States are based, among other things, on the sustainability of security and defense support, not only for the duration of this war, but also for the period of peace after the war. And we will definitely ensure peace. Third, it clearly states that America supports Ukraine's efforts to win this war. Fourth, the agreement has good provisions on weapons for our defense, whereas specifically on the Patriot systems, whereas specifically on the supply of fighter squadrons to Ukraine. That's right, plural squadrons, including but not limited to F-16s. We have worked for a long time for this. The agreement is also very specific about the supply of the necessary weapons, joint production, and strengthening of the defense industries of our countries through our cooperation. And this is something that will not only provide security, but also new, good jobs for Ukrainians and Americans. The agreement also outlines what is needed in terms of intelligence information. The agreement contains key aspects of protecting the lives of our people. Fifth, it is very important that the agreement also addresses the issue of Russia's just responsibility for this war and its attempts to destroy Ukrainians. America supports both fair compensation for the damage caused by Russian strikes and working out ways to ensure that
you guys remember the economic lesson
are used to protect
with Germany
and rebuild Ukraine. The agreement also
when it's all said and done, they're going to add a bill to Russia
that will make Russia feel
so no matter how it ends up,
what it is doing,
Russia will. They're going to ask Russia for the payback,
and
just like they did with Germany.
Things. I'm
if you don't understand,
philosophy
World War
of
II.
Our security agreement is, in fact, the philosophy of the alliance, and that is why the issue of NATO is covered through the text of the agreement. It states that America supports Ukraine's future membership in NATO and recognizes that our security agreement is a bridge to Ukraine's membership in NATO. It is very important for all Ukrainians and for all Europeans to know that there will be no security deficit in Europe, which tempts the aggressor to war and makes the future uncertain. Now we are clearly defining everything. We will cooperate for the sake of victory, make peace guarantees effective, and provide the necessary security for our people. And thank you, Mr. President, for your leadership in the G7's decision on $50 billion loan for Ukraine. It's a vital step forward in providing sustainable support for Ukraine in winning this war. Russian immobilized assets should be used for defending lives of Ukrainians from Russian terror and for repaying the damage aggressor caused to Ukraine. It's fair and absolutely right. Mr. President, thank you, your team. I would also like to thank the United States Congress for their support, both parties, both chambers. Thank you, and thanks to every American heart that does not betray freedom and supports us. Slava Ukraini!
Now what we'll do is we're going to take 2 questions from American reporters and 2
UNH, sir.
questions
Humana,
from
both
2
of them
American
going up.
reporters and
Watch that
questions
healthcare
from
stuff.
2
That means there's probably going to be news after the bell.
The first,
if they're saying Thursday.
The first person I'm to call on is Colleen Long of the Associated Press.
Thanks, Mr. President. About 2 weeks ago, you changed course to allow Ukraine to fire U.S. weapons into Russia. Given the reported successes, would you consider further expanding the parameters on U.S. weapons into Russia, even despite your concerns about escalation? And on the news from home, you're going through something that so many American families go through, the intersection of addiction and the criminal justice system, but you're not like most families. Was
God
your
bless
son
you,
able
bro.
to get
Thank
a fair
you, man.
trial? Do you believe the Justice
I
Department
don't know why you've been
operated
showing this much
independently
love,
in
bro, but
politics?
I appreciate it.
And for President...
Let me answer your question and you ask his question, okay? With regard to the
Slow the
first
fuck
question,
down. Come on. One at
it
a
is
time.
clear that
Hilton and Marriott are on the high now,
near
too.
abroad, meaning just across the line of the border with Russia and Ukraine, that it makes a lot of sense for Ukraine to be able to take out or combat what is coming across that border. In terms of long-range weapons, longer-range weapons into the interior of Russia, we have not changed our position on that sort. With regard to the question regarding the family, I'm extremely proud of my son Hunter. He has overcome an addiction. He's one of the brightest, most decent men I know.
He's still sticking with that
I
one.
am satisfied that I'm not going to do anything. I said I abide by the jury decision, and I will do that, and I will not pardon him.
President Zelensky, a number of leaders here in Italy, including President Biden, are facing upcoming election challenges. How will the security agreement signed tonight and the other promises
about to
of
shit on
support
Trump.
continue if they are not in office? And what's your contingency plan if they don't?
This is good 50 billion, you know what I'm saying?
Thank you for this question. May I ask? First and foremost, I'd like to thank the people of the nations, first and foremost, to the United States, to the countries in Europe and on other continents who have supported us since the very beginning of the beginning of this
breaking out
absolutely
more.
unjust war of
500.
Russia against the people of Ukraine. That is it. They've been killing people, that homes and territory, all that is very important. It is part of life, but first and foremost, we're speaking about people and lives of people. You understand? And this war was unjust since the very beginning. The war of this evil, whose name is Putin, the war against the people of Ukraine, and he has killed so many people. To say that it is not him, there was a military man who did it. The last one is just an instrument of his, and he's playing this instrument, and therefore it is important for us that since the very beginning we were supported by people, by nations, because they understood that we share common values. We simply want to live, and the people understood. They imagined what will happen if such evil attacks them, and therefore we were supported by people. And I thank President Biden and other leaders who, since the very beginning of the invasion, Putin's invasion, started to support us. They, based on their values, they were.
It sounds like Josh AI when he speeds up.
Of their people, and it is impossible without people. And I am sure that this nation chooses leaders and presidents, and it seems to me that no matter whom the nation chooses.
Oh.
First and foremost, it seems to me that everything depends on the unity within this or that state. And if the people are with us, any leader will be with us in this struggle for freedom.
Honestly, he's not. He's been way more anti-Trump than not. That was pretty neutral.
Yeah.
Very interesting,
Thank you so much.
Zelensky.
Так, будь ласка, телеканал
You make an appeal to the people.
Yes, please.
Unity.
Irina Ivanova, Inter TV channel.
For both leaders. So today, during the G7 meeting, the discussion focused on developing Ukraine's air defense system based on the most advanced Western complexes and also on enhancing long-range capabilities. So my question is, can you provide any details on the initiative and about the readiness of our allies to take part in it? Thank you.
I'd be happy to respond to that. We have acquired commitment from 5 countries so far for Patriot batteries and other air defense systems, as well as we've let it be known to those countries that are
Dell's still going up, and CVS. CVS could be
systems
benefiting off
in the
that
future,
insurance stuff.
that they're going to have to wait. Everything we have is going to go to Ukraine until their needs are met, and then we'll make good on the commitments we made to other countries.
I think President Biden already answered your question. Really, he knows, and all other partners, they know that urgently we need 7 Patriot systems. Yes, to save our cities, not all of them, it's a pity, but urgently 7. And we discussed the possibility of having 5 of them. It's true, but the partners work on it. It doesn't mean that tomorrow we will have these 5 systems, but we see in the closest future good result for Ukraine.
You'll have some relatively quickly. American reporter, Josh Weingrove, Bloomberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a question for President Zelensky shortly on the announcements, but if you don't mind, I'd like to ask you about your discussions on the situation in Gaza here at the summit. You were asked just a short time ago about it after the skydiving demonstration. Can you give us your assessment of Hamas's response? And do you believe that they are trying to work towards a deal, or is this response working against a deal? And what is your message to allies, including those here at the G7, about what more, if anything, the U.S. can do to drive towards a peace agreement? Thank you.
I wish you guys would play by the rules a little bit. I'm here to talk about a critical situation in Ukraine. You asked me another subject. I'll be happy to answer it in detail later. But the bottom line is that we've made an agreement. I've laid out an approach that has been endorsed by the UN Security Council, by the G7, by the Israelis, and the biggest hang-up so far is Hamas refusing to sign on, even though they have submitted something similar. Whether it had not
SPY kind of ready to break out. You're back to open.
We're going to continue to push. I don't have a final answer for you.
And to President Biden's point, a question about today's discussions. President Zelensky, the $50 billion today, you've had the supplemental, of course, from the U.S. Congress recently. Can you give us an assessment of the situation on the battlefield right now and what has been given now? How long will this get you in terms of either stopping the Russian advance or making headway on this? And how long will it last you if indeed future leaders or current leaders are unable to reach consensus on further aid packages? And President Biden, I'd welcome your assessment of the situation currently on the battlefield and what difference the supplemental has made as well, sir. Thank you.
Дякую за ваше запитання.
Thank you for your question. Indeed, we were expecting the fundamental package of the support within the Congress of the United States of America, and truly it was a long pause for our warriors first and foremost, but it is important and we are grateful that in the very end we have this supplement, and this will for sure strengthen our warriors. Yes, this has given the opportunity to the enemy within this pause to try to occupy Kharkiv, but that attempt was stopped by our warriors. They were repelled. The enemy was repelled, and we, despite everything, disrupted all their plans, and it seems to me that that is the most important thing. What this supplement that will arrive gives us, it enables us to fully equip the reserves, those guys, those brigades that are ready, so that they provide for the opportunity to rotate our units on the battlefield, so that they can have some rest, so that the brigades can regenerate, so that other brigades enter the battlefield instead of them with equipment. This is what the supplement gives them. So the raise of morale, but also the raise of strength of our brigades. And it seems to me that this is the most important. For how long this will be enough? Look, we without package have been holding the lines for 8 months, and the Russians had no successes. And therefore, the question on for how long it will be enough? No, I think the question has to be for how long the unity will last. The unity in the United States together with the European leaders. How these or those elections will influence this unity. It seems to me that we should look on this exactly this way, to preserve unity, to preserve the integrity of the world, integrity of the democratic world, because if Ukraine does not withstand, the democracy of many countries will not be able to withstand, and I'm sure of that.
We had to wait till we passed the legislation overall, even held up by a small majority of our Republican colleagues. It was just terrible. And there's a lot more money coming beyond what's already come in the other tranches that are available now that we've passed the legislation. So they'll have what they need and get it there as quickly as we possibly can.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Telegraph, будь ласка.
Telegraph, please.
Good evening. My name is Yaroslav Zharin of Telegraph UA. Thank you for this opportunity. I have a long way from Kyiv and have enough time to prepare such long question. Firstly, to Joe Biden. Mr. President, the additional Ukraine Supplemental Appropriations Act that you signed mandated the submission of strategy war for the war in Ukraine within 45 days after its enactment. This deadline passed on June 8th, and now yet the international community has not seen this strategy. Has it been developed? And if the strategy is classified, what steps does your administration plan to take to hasten Ukraine victory in the war? It's my first question. The second will be to the President.
What was the last part of your question?
Has it been developed, this strategy, and what steps does your administration plan to take to victory Ukraine in the war?
The steps we're going to take to make sure that Ukraine has victory and that Russia does not prevail is continued support, what we just signed. We signed that, and a significant number of nations have signed it. We have convinced the G7, we've got support of the G7, and quite frankly, 48 other countries. We sat with the Prime Minister of Japan, South Korea. We have 50 nations have signed up beyond the NATO and the G7. And so we're going to stay as long as it takes. With regard to the plan, that is a plan in process now. We're discussing with our Ukrainian friends exactly what it would be. We have a lot of movement toward that. We know the outlines of it. We have not done the detail of it all. But we know what Ukraine is capable of doing when given the material to defend themselves, and that's exactly what they're doing now.
And my second question is to President Zelensky. It will be in Ukraine. And recently you have made a couple of sharp statements regarding China, and there are rumors in press regarding the possible supplies of Russia's weapons to China. Apart from that, China is actively promoting its own peace plan among certain countries. What are the motives of Beijing now, and would it be possible to change the vision of China regarding our war, and which role the US can play in this? And the final question is China a partner of Russia in these crimes that it commits?
Good question. That's what Yellen was talking about earlier.
First of all, I had phone conversation with a leader of China by phone. He said that he will not sell
by WhatsApp
any weapon to Russia. That is the first. We'll see with you. We'll see. But he said to me, if he is a respectable person, he will not, because he gave me the word. The second, you know very good with details our peace formula is very open for everybody, basing on charter, yes, UN nation, and you know that it bases on next principles: territorial integrity, sovereignty, nuclear security, food security. If China has alternative view on it, it can prepare alternative peace formula. If we share common views on it, like with globally with all the world, I think so. So if they share the same way to peace, we will find dialogue.
By the way, China is not supplying weapons, but the ability to produce those weapons and the technology available to do it. So it is, in fact, helping Russia. Thank you all so very much. Appreciate it.
This concludes our press conference. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. All right, my bad. I was in the bathroom. I thought I had a little time. Did y'all hear me? I don't know if. Yeah. My goodness. That was Biden Zelensky. We just did another Ukraine deal for 10 years. And then I think we're implementing cost for Russia. So whenever this war ends, Russia will be left with a bill for all of the damage. Just like what happened to Germany after your boy Hitler. Pretty interesting. A lot of history behind it. I think very fascinating. Honestly, even then, I was kind of surprised there. Zelensky, I thought they teed him up the softball question to shit on Trump, but he made an appeal to the people. We're going to get an update on Humana and UNH, it seems like. And even then, I mean, I don't know. So Gio sent me this, but apparently, like, monthly premiums are $0. Is that true for certain things after this? So again, like, these companies have something to benefit. It all just depends on the Medicaid stuff. That's not real volume on Apple? No. You say Mexico? No. It's a war, not a wall. Oh, I have Adobe. We were actually going to go over that. So we have 45 minutes. Let me give you the Adobe preview right now. Better late than never, right? RTX Big Red? Yeah. What's the news on that? Biden, China's helping Ukraine with war tech. Biden has told, I think it's this headline. Biden tells countries expecting U.S. air defense that they have to wait, preference going to Ukraine. It was a little bit ago, that headline. So maybe it could correlate. That could be it. So literally that means we're not going to refill. You're going to give missiles to Ukraine before Israel. Well, the Tesla shareholder one could have some effects because people are bullish. That one guy, somebody said today, they're like, now it could become the most valuable company in the world now. Oh, you thought me asking that poop question was actually the event? That's funny. All right. So here's Adobe. RTX still dropping. I think that could have been the headline unless somebody has something different. Let me know. But Adobe, they're expecting revenue of $5.29 billion. versus guidance of 525 to 53 billion. Incremental digital media 437.4 million versus 440. Total digital 16.2 billion. Non-GAAP operating margin 45.6. EPS 439 versus guidance of 435 to 440. Cash from operations 2.44 billion. Ending deferred revenue 5.98 billion. Next quarter revenue 5.4 billion. Incremental digital media 428.3 million. Total digital media ARR 16.63 billion. EPS 447. Cash from operations 2.21 billion. Ending deferred revenue 6.11. Price history since last quarter, quarter 2, March 14th, Adabe is down 19.1. SPY is down 4.4. XLK is up by 5.2. Near-term options imply 7.2%. Revenue has been in our last 4 quarters, loss of 14, loss of 6, loss of 4, gain of 1. And literally, since they're down 19, they dropped 14 on earnings, and throughout the quarter continued downwards by 5%. Revenue has beaten 16 of the last 20 quarters with 3 in line. EPS has beaten 19 of the last 20 with 1 in line. And forward quarter revenue has beaten 1 of the last 20. Yeah, right? The question is, who will Adobe partner with? I feel like everybody's dropping an OpenAI that partnership on these earnings, low-key. That's funny. That might be there. So it's pricing in 7.1. That's a high amount. It's an expensive stock. Only difference is that Adabe, 2 standard deviations would be less than how much it's went down from last quarter. So these options are going to be expensive. There's no way around that. You're looking at what? 39.25? 40? We'll go with 39.25. Divided by 458. What a number. 8.5%. So about 6 double 2 standard deviations would be full gap fill recovery. So literally 2 standard deviations is going to be like right here probably. So again, what is that? 39.2? 78. $536. Oh, it's less. Wow. So yeah, that's kind of crazy. So it's possible if they have a good one. I just don't know how much it's going to cost. How much are the 530s? Oh, expense, Habibi. $200. So you're not going to be able to play it cheaper, but I don't know. Just like, I remember I said the same thing with Oracle. So Oracle, that one, if you think it's going to come out with a banger, like they will hit. But if it comes in with a neutral report or they cannot get an Adobe Intelligence, stop it. But if they could come out, if it doesn't have a killer report, if no partnership, no recovery, that's it. It's going to stay in there. A debit spread will probably work. Let me see here, like a 532, 530. These contracts have a way tighter spread. So low key 535, sell the 540. $52 to make 700. That'll work. If you really want to get it a little cheaper, that would be a 535 to 542. You low key could even sell the 545, widen it out, spend a little bit more. But yeah, debit spread would work. Even if you want to go straight up, if you don't want to cap it and you're willing to spend 200, it'd be about $500 both ways, I assume. That's it. It's expensive. But like Oracle, I mean, 2 standard deviations is a lot. But given how much, like 14% isn't a small move. But given how it's moved here, if they blow it out or they fail their recovery even more, this shit is going to move. Like even the breakdown point, like look at this thing. Yeah, like you're right here, bro. You fall through here, you're going down. You might go $400. So it'll drop $50 or it's going to run up $78, give or take. I think less downside unless it's really bad. Let's see, 458, 57 minus shit. What was the number? 76, I think, like 380. Yeah. So I did the 2 standard deviations for y'all. So it's really up to you at this point. $1.08, yeah, it's still expensive. The debit spreads will work. You YOLO to near the money. Oh, you got it like that? Let me get $1. grab 10 Adobe. Wait, what? Y'all just... I'm like, it's expensive, you know, unless they want. You're like, I got 10 of them. I grabbed it near the money. So, again, the debit spread if you owe 10 shares. Okay, I was like, man, you bought 10 contracts? Like, what the fuck? Like, y'all, okay. I guess I'm the broke one now. This is crazy. Like, y'all just blow. Y'all like, no, I got 10 of these. They cost only like $2,000 a pop, Josh. It's fine for one day. I'm like, what's up, Roaring Kitty? Oh, yeah, the debit spread will work. I don't know. I like Adobe. I played it, but then I've also been trapped on Adobe. And then it also came back up. So that one's kind of tough. The debit spread is not bad. They always cuck. Yeah, last time they moved 15. I think last time would have been a hit. I got cucked on the shares afterwards, but then I did get out of that green. So it really all depends. I think after hours will be interesting with it. But be careful though, because what I got reminded last time I played it, if that shit dies, I wouldn't try to buy the dip. Like the death candle that you think will bounce back up, Adobe is it does not like to hold. It doesn't have the snapback unless the earnings is good. But I like homie's joke. I think it might actually have some truth to it. They might announce some level of partnership and get their AI in there. Yeah, Vanny, it faded it. They said, nah. I was telling you guys in the morning, though, it's a really good development, and it's big, but it's still slow. It's phase 1, phase 2. So, again, second half, I mean, we're almost at second half, literally. We're going to be hearing a little bit more soon, but it is going to be, it's still on the early days. It's literally just like VKTX. So, they need to do good at the trial. Don't misconstrue what I'm saying. I'm not telling you this thing's going to go from $1 to 70, but at the same time, like the pace and where it's at, like VKTX, it took about a year to like develop through the trials. And once those diabetes trials started hitting and they had success, that's when it really took off. So they're lining it up. Everything's lined up. It just, they still have the potential to fail. And it's still very, very early. Oh, and then Openface had a good question. Where is it? Yeah, Openface. I don't know if you hear still. And then where's Maxwell? We paged Maxwell. Hi, Maxwell. I want to answer your question. Please, Maxwell. Please. Oh, are you here? Wait, are you Maxwell who emailed me? Are you the Maxwell that emailed me? And then yesterday, and then I wasn't able to get I emailed you back, but I want to answer it on stream. Was that you, or are you a different Maxwell? It's a good name. I like the name Maxwell. You know what I'm saying? It's a good name, Maxwell. It sounds very, how do you say? It's like, it's very, like you're a distinguished gentleman. I saw that in the chat earlier. It was you? That's you? Did you get my email? Are you sure it's you, or are you lying to me just so I do it? Okay, if it was you, what was the first thing I emailed? Like, what's the first sentence or the first words I emailed you? Yeah, 2-factor authentication, bitch. I'm just kidding around, man. But do you know? Tell me, what was it? It is about cumulative inflation. Mm-hmm. Let's see. It's him. I think it might be. It was a good question. I really liked it. Idaho, go hard. All right, it's him. Can I talk about it? Can I read your question, and can we have a discussion? And then Openface is paging next, too. I have his question queued up. as well. Yeah, that's the first. Because he sent me a crib. Bro, I told you it was beautiful. That was my first words of the email. Idaho, go hard. I'm glad he got it. That's good. 2-factor authentication. All right, let me pull up the damn email, though. I still can't find it now. All right. Are you ready for this? I think this is, and why I think this is a good question, because I remember times where I've thought a lot of these things, and at the same time, I do think a lot of Chads can probably relate, and I think you could take out a lot of good things. So, he said, Josh, my brother, I'll start with a thank you for all you do for the Chad. You're kick-ass, got mad love. I really want to know what you think of my overly simplified assessment of what's going on. I've been trying to find a way to justify the status of the overall market, specifically the SPY and SPX. All the years I've been trading, I've never seen the market behave this way. After all the downside we had in 2022, slaughtering of the bonds, the bank failures, and the persistent inflation, there is still no real legit reason that we should be trading where we are. I do have a bearish bias, but I think it actually gets worse the more that I learn, which is wild and terrifying. But yields up this high, faltering data, and the good, bad, bad, good, good, bad riddle has just became everything good since October. So it's hard to follow. Since the first week of November, we've had only 8 weeks closing red out of 32 weeks of trading. That's off balance historically, especially with all the looming issues. I guess the point I'm making is that the cumulative inflation we've seen is the only justification for where the market is trading. The high we reached in 2021 was about 480 on the SPY. But if you go plug that into the inflation calculator, it brings you to today's number of 555, meaning the SPY has a higher price tag, but about 4% less valuable than it was in 2021. I believe it's just that simple. Yes, some things have changed, inflation slowed, but things aren't better for your average American. The consumer is going to buckle. The writing is on the wall. I believe once they wring the last drop of money out of the average consumer, everything will take a brutal hit for an extended period of time. Once the spending slows, it will impact every sector from energy to discretionary to chips and communications. The can kicking has just reached a whole new level, never seen before, but the party has to stop. I'm targeting the SPY 55, then betting the farm on some downside. Just want to know if you agree. Is it really just that simple? Thank you for your bro. Thank you for what you do, bro. Your consistency helps a lot in the positive ass from slipping into the natural pessimistic state, baby. And he threw in the pick of the Idaho lake, man. So it was beautiful. Honestly, I even said it earlier when you weren't here, Maxwell. I said, no matter what, man. I was like, if y'all be living in like beautiful, like just take in the world for a minute, man. And not like the worldly, like the nature, bro. Because that shit was beautiful, man. So above all else, breathe in, and it's good. So I think it was a great question. I'm glad, I don't think there was at the end of the day, it was well written, and I mean, it's good to know he's aware of his bearish bias when it's all fucking said and done. You know what I'm saying? Because like I deal with a lot of questions, and motherfuckers try to conceal that shit. You know what I'm saying? Even with the TLT, they ask me about the yield curve, they ask me about the bonds, but it's concealing something else. So I think you're really well aware of your pessimism and bearishness, which is nothing wrong with it, to be honest. But let me read you my email again, because, again, you guys don't really hear me. I don't really email, and that's what I'm saying. I usually talk it on stream, try to give you guys full transparency. So this is what I emailed him back, and then I will begin, and we could have a discussion about it. So I said, Idaho, go hard. That's beautiful. But let's talk about this on stream tomorrow. I said I low-key agree with you, but I have been very bearish throughout times in my life. The market is rigged. That's why I get the long term. It's the phrase, the market can stay insane longer than you could stay solvent. I think it's sort of an Argentina effect on our stocks, and it's just going to be going up due to inflation, like you said. The chickens will come home to roost, but trying to time it is what will add confusion. I hope this helps and look forward to talking about this on stream. So that's my short answer. Like I'm saying, I don't want to leave you hanging, and I did want to talk about this here, but I think we should start with the first part. A lot of the, here's the deal. A lot of the economy and the data is correct. I mean, it really all depends on, and I hope you get my view. I do not live in la land, but I also participate. Does that make sense? That's it. I see the data. I agree with you in terms of the inflation effect. That's why I brought up Argentina. Like, you guys know, any place with massive inflation has a stock market that's going through the roof. You guys are all aware of that, right? If not, you should go look it up. Fact check me on this. You'll be surprised. So, like, literally, if you have high inflation, you have a high stock market. You know, there is like, your dollar has lost value, but again, it takes more dollars to buy the same SPY. But like, this is why I really stand by the long term, like I'm telling you. And especially, here's the problem. If you want to bet the farm, I'm telling you, I would wait until the curve, not a recommendation, I would wait until the curve uninverts. Why? Why do you think I take this view? Because I have gone through what you've gone through maybe like a decade ago. Yeah, actually, fuck. It was around that. I hit a flash crash even, but it was around a decade ago, which is kind of mine. I'm fucking old, man. But the point is, it's like you timing this is going to be very, very difficult. And there's a reason why I say I'm waiting for criteria. Yes, I could watch the data, and the data may look awful, but I have, even in the 10 years before I got to catch some of these types of moves, and then the 10 years afterwards, it really boiled down. I've seen so much bullshit. You cannot underestimate that. Like, and what I mean by that is I have seen data go awful to random green shoot back up. I have seen data in the doldrums, and I have watched the economy and financial markets excel. And this is why I tell every single one of you to separate your trading from your long term. So even then, if you wanted to really bet the farm, do not bet your long term. Do you see what I'm saying? I would still keep your long term as a hedge. You know, there isn't, and I really believe it, and I've seen it, I've witnessed it, I've been a part of it, even at certain points, even when I got caught on that NQ short. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just, the market can stay insane longer than you could stay solvent. I have a lot of money, and even then, it will fuck me up. It just doesn't matter, because imagine if you just keep going after it and chasing this dragon. But what I'm trying to tell you is, I think I think your head is in the right place. This is why, honestly, most economists are bad traders. I mean, shit, maybe I could raise my hand at certain times, because this is the problem. The data and the economic data, it operates very different from the real life effect and how it actually plays out. So, all of this being said, I agree with you. And in my agreement, this is why I own a long term. I really, really hope you get that, because that's a big part of it. The market is rigged, and it is rigged to benefit the patient and the people who just hold it. And why? Because all of the rich people already own it. They're not this is wealth. So you have to really keep that. There will be an opportunity where your short-term downside trade will happen. I do believe I don't know about the only thing I would disagree with you is, you know how you're saying they're going to drain the consumer for their last penny, and then it's going to collapse. And like, I don't know, and I encourage you to approach it with this level of humbleness, and humbleness is going to save your ass. Trust me. Believe me. Always ask yourself, what am I missing? What do I know? Even if I think I know a lot, there's something that I am missing. Always. And it's the Lord. Amen. No, I'm just kidding. Amen. But when you are like, you got to be humble about this approach, because I don't know how the decline will look. But here's the deal. I think a real deflationary cycle, that will create what you just talked about. You see what I'm saying? Where it'll be a long, drawn out, it'll fuck with people, it'll have a negative effect on the economy and stocks. That's deflation. That's what I see it as. So I would need to see deflation for me to agree with that part. Because unfortunately, I have seen really bad pullbacks, and they will last for 2 months and 3 months, and that was it. That's why, in a weird way, some people want to justify October as your crash. You know that? So where we bought Meta, Netflix, all that, for some people, they want to view this kind of like 2010 and 2013. This was the decline. So the same thing where you're like, it got so bad, and anybody who really believes in a soft landing fully, they believe this was enough. They believe this was the sacrifice for this. I don't know. Do you agree or disagree? Because, yeah, October 2022. Yeah, look at it. This was the sacrifice. They're like, yeah, we paid for our sins. This was the sins of inflation and everything. This is what people believe. I don't believe it, but that's why, again, why do you think even I don't care, but I bought it? Fuck you. But I don't believe it. This whole while, even when I take certain plays, it's just like I don't believe what they're saying. However, I will participate. I'm not like, because I have seen the profits of hitting the downside, but I have also seen how much you can miss out by being correct. See, I don't know if you feel me on this one. So yeah, it's like, and that's why I'm saying the real art of what you see right now and what you know is balance. It really is. It's an art. That's why you cannot. How do you respond and prepare yourself? And this is why I always say diversification. You really need a balance, because what you are seeing will happen. And then let's go back, like I'm talking about, or like you're talking about, the type of collapse and the downside. I say that will be deflation. And guess what? Sure enough, for multiple years, I've told you how the yield curve relates to that deflation theory. So, quite frankly, if you want the chickens to come home to roost, and they will, unfortunately, no matter how much data you see, nobody, even myself, will ever know when that day will happen. It'll either happen slowly until the straw breaks the camel's back, or one day it'll happen very abruptly and quickly, just like what happened with COVID. And you'll still have time to respond, hopefully. But more often than not, you will. But for me, I think it has to do with the yield curve uninverting and then a rapid steepening. But that is when we could really talk about betting the farm, if you wanted to. That's my take, my personal opinion. It's not a recommendation, but I'm glad that I've kept this opinion, because it is, even if I've taken other losses, it has kept me. If I purely stuck to that, I would have even saved a lot more money. But that right there I think it is a good metric and a good criteria that can allow you to monitor the situation and prevent you from shooting too early, especially if you have the desire to go all in. But even then, in the same respect, although I'm saying, yeah, maybe when it uninverts, we could talk about betting the farm, I'm going to be real with you. Betting the farm is never really a great strategy, right? It is if it's land and property. I'm not going to lie to you. You come across instant equity in a deal, or you're talking about betting the farm on a deal that has instant equity, then yeah, bet the farm. But it's all going to be about waves, and it's going to be making sure you have enough just in case. Like I'm saying, you got to be humble about it, in the sense that you may miss something. I've missed something. Everybody does. You know, even the best and brightest minds on Wall Street, even the big banks, even the government, everybody misses something. But for that reason, you make sure you have two more extra bullets. You do not want to load everything up and then that's it, boom. Especially if you need a high threshold. And that's why I'm saying I will believe everything you said if we get real deflation, but we can't talk about deflation or recession until that curve uninverts. And if it does, it takes a lot to do that. And that is my threshold where I'm willing to say, yeah, we should probably be a lot more vigilant right now. So, I don't know. You tell me. But that's my take to that. I love it though. And I bring this up because I know a lot of people have felt like this. Some of y'all have gone through your zero hedge era. You know what I'm saying? You go through your tinfoil, or you even just learn enough about the economy. Because again, Gerald Ford said that, if people really understood how the monetary system works, they would literally revolt tomorrow. The more you learn, the more you realize how fucking dumb this shit is. But that's, again, do you want to be smart or you want to get rich? You see what I'm saying? It does, and that's why do you think I know what I know, but I buy what I buy? I hold what I hold. There's a difference between you could be right all day and be broke. You could be wrong all day and be rich. Unfortunately, this is a fucked up game. But that's where I'm saying you need to be able to balance what you know, but do not let it tempt you into parting with your money. You see what I'm saying? Until it is really there. Until it is there, and or even better, this is what I've built my whole life on. If I think something is in there, if I think there's something, what's better than putting all of your money, finding a play with a high reward with a very, very low risk? Sound familiar? That's what every TLT was. Super small amounts of money turned into a bag. Simply because it's like, oh, there's a potential. There's something happening. Again, I made the COVID video, bro. You know, I made a video. It was like January 29th or February 2nd. I put out a video a month before the emergency cut. I got demonetized for that. You know, we had ideas. We did cheap debit spreads. 10 cents, 2 cents. Again, 5 cents. You know, and that if that's something you got to think about. You know, if you really get tempted, don't get tempted to put all of your money down. You see what I'm saying? Like, why? Like, what? Like, that is a trap most of the time. I'm being dead serious. Anything, like, think about it. Who wants all your money? Robbers. Give me all your money. Like, think about it. If somebody give me all of, they're not like, give me 10% of your money diversified. Give me a small portion with a defined risk right now. You know, it's pretty crazy. So the whole point, either if you're really tempted, high reward, small risk. But I would have a major threshold. And my major threshold is that yield curve. But until then, the market could be in complete fuckery. And I'm fully aware of that. And I hope you are too. That's why I'm saying I'm going to hold my long term. I'm going to be saving. I'll collect a little bit off the bonds, you know, still have it. And like I've showed on the yield curve video, it could be a couple more months. It could be 24 more months. I even am widening out my windows. I don't know what's going to happen. I'm even preparing myself for another 24 months of nonsense. Are you? Because what if you're right and tomorrow, great. Amen. Let's get reality. But if not, what if I told you it could take another 24 months? I don't know if it will. I think sooner rather than later, but at the same time, I mean, I've thought that before and I've been wrong. So it's like you kind of need a major threshold for that to be able to come through. So don't make any moves that would either cost you all your money or leave you left behind. And then I'll say it again, balance and diversification. And that really is going to be the answer. And don't look away. You know what I'm saying? I don't think your knowledge has failed you, but I think it's confusing you, just as it has myself and many other people, when you try to apply it to a trade instantly. You know what I'm saying? Because remember, all that data move hella slow. And then I will even tell you now, with how much data, all the economics I've shown, and everything, a lot has changed since 2020. I don't care about the president. I don't care about Trump. I don't care about Biden. I believe it is factually, objectively a lot different. So even a lot of the data we are looking at, it is prone to a lot of error, unfortunately. And that's why the only thing I could hang on to is the damn yield curve, because he's been around for the bonds. And again, they were selling bonds 30 years ago. They just sold ones for 30 more years today. It's like there's a certain element that is fixed there, and that yield curve can communicate, but it communicates slow and it communicates very softly and subtly. And that's where I just think with enough time, you got to give yourself time, give yourself margin of error, and the data. Keep studying, keep looking into it, keep monitoring it, but you need to resist the temptation until major threshold is broken. You know what I'm saying? A real major threshold, and for me, that is the yield curve uninverting. Oh, there you go. I hope that helps. Any follow-ups? If you have a follow-up, I got you. We only got 10 minutes, actually. 30 seconds till the 10-minute rigged. come rip some jet skis, I'm down, bro. Go key, bro. Just go outside today and like pray for me out there, cause that's what I do. That picture was beautiful. I'm telling you, man. That looked awesome. That looked so peaceful. Can I show the Chad? I don't know, bro. I was like fantasizing. Like, I don't want to make this weird. But I was like, man, I could, cause I have a cabin like that, but it's not on a lake. And I love that cabin. And it just looks so dope. But it's just like, bro, I would just be out with those tall ass trees, bro. I'd be chilling, no fucking sounds. Oh, dude. Oh wait, hold on. I gotta get the, and then you got a jet ski too, bro. That's even crazier. Yeah, bro. Look at this. I didn't know Idaho had shit like this. I thought Idaho was just sun, and then from what Troy has told me, y'all just discovered In-N-Out. So I was like, wow. Yeah, I thought it was just potatoes. But yeah, bro, I'm sure it's beautiful. You could look at the water. So that's it. Give me a prayer and meditate. Go spend 30 minutes and enjoy it. Truly appreciate it and slow down and think the future and understand your opportunity with what you know. And if you're already that aware, you're not going to miss much. You know what I'm saying? You might miss a little bit if anything happens, but you're not going to miss a lot. And I really think you can execute very, very well. So enjoy and appreciate, baby. Your grandma built that in 1949. No way. That's awesome, bro. Dude, I don't know, man. I saw that picture. I was tripping. I was like, dude, that's beautiful. So, hey, man. The yield curve and inverts. Listen, man, I don't know. I don't know exactly what's going to happen. But when it happens, let's talk about it. We'll see it in real time. But until then, that's a major threshold of mine. And I have said it for years. And that's kind of it saved you in a weird way, because clearly all the craziness happened. Even when 2022, it was still inverted, and things were bad. But until that curve normalized, I can't say panic. I really, really can't. But again, every day, every week, every month, you're going to have mother effers doubt that yield curve, just as they have been. But unfortunately, that's been the only thing that's somewhat reliable. The only weird part is we are entering the unknown, though. Like, the yield curve is about to be most inverted almost on every curve. If it goes out another 6 months, if it goes out another 24 months, the yield curve will have never done this ever in history. So, we'll see. AMD, what's another graphics play for Adobe? I feel like there's another one. Oh, yeah, we do got to prepare for. Thank you, my friend. I'll be live for a little bit for Adobe. We're going to be live at 6 p.m. on the Trading Fraternity. It's going to, it'll take you there right after this stream. Bump, 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 bump. I think we will be live for B of J unless it's at 9. I might be done before then. It just depends, but I think it starts at 9. Remember, they take a while. Speculate on Adobe, not prior. I do think Adobe is interesting, though. Like I said, those options are possible on 2 standards if it has a blowout. So I'd only play it if you think they're going to blow it out or if you think that recovery has no legs. You strain your bacon grease all winter for summer steaks? What? Yeah, man, y'all know how to eat, bro. That sounds so good. I don't know. How do you guys feel? I'm trying to I'm starting my food review through my Instagram stories. So at least one meal a day, I'm going to post it and then rate it. That's it. I downgraded Costco. It downgraded from 6 to a 1. Yeah, Poke Bowl. We started off rough with that. But yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, been a good day today. I don't know how many casualties there were in the Chad. Some permanent, some temporary. But either way, if you made it to the end, I appreciate you showing love and respect to the Chad. That means you made it. And sometimes you'll be like, oh, I snuck it in. I clapped. Someone did that yesterday. I had to clap him. I'm like, that's unfortunate, man. You see, maybe you did make it being shady, but, don't expose yourself last minute, my friend. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't tolerate it. That's it, man. But if you didn't, I appreciate you. I appreciate you a lot. So thank you for being here. Thank you for holding it down and being respectful. And because of that, I'm here to warn you that when I say earmuffs, it's going to get really loud in here. It'll get very, very loud. So if loud, unexpected noises, if they bring out bad behavior in you, if they bother you whatever it is, I don't know what it is, man. But I've heard a lot of things due to loud noises unexpectedly. So I don't think you deserve any of that, okay? So when I tell you that, man, that's all you got to do. That's all you got to do. That's all you got to do, all right? Sound good? Sounds good, man. Earmuffs is the word. Earmuffs. Protect yourself. Wear a mask. Okay? Okay, here it is. Earmuffs. Earmuffs. This is not a drill. This is not a drill. All right, ladies and gentlemen. We're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please stow them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the aisles with a trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. To make our final approach to the San Diego International Airport, it's about 68 degrees to 103. I don't know where we're going in between all states right now, but I have no idea. Hopefully you got a weather app, but otherwise a good day in the market, especially if you got extremely bearish or bullish yesterday. Point is the market makers won because you practically did nothing since open. But good news is we are no longer under COVID guidelines until the election, so no masks are required, but we do ask that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in your Call Rapid Awards program card, please flag down our flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the coat, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Wow, Chadadonia. Clock about 52-week highs at the end of the day. Look at this. You might even get some Medicare news after the bell. But Chadadonia, you only have 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Shares, options, futures. Are you playing the dabe? Are you playing the consumer sentiment? How do you feel about the market, the economy? Are you waiting for the threshold or not? Either way, you got to make up your mind right now. Bring home the plays. Tomorrow is Friday. The week is about to end, and now you have less than 10 seconds remaining. Oh, my goodness. Chadadonia. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Oh no, man, they gone away. That was a Rogue Wave voice crack. Rogue Wave voice crack, man. I say I can't. I said Rogue Wave. Rogue Wave. You don't know about Rogue Wave? Oh, yeah, but Chatadonia. We did it. We made it. 7 hours in the books. I don't care if you just got here or not. I don't care if your voice cracks or not. I need a good game in the chat right now. Let's go, baby. Good game. Drop that GG. Good game, baby. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Everybody that contributed brought something to the table. Plays, news, vibes, personalities, info, baby. Way to hold it down. Wait, I'm talking about members, non-members, stream alerts. You held it down. You threw in a dono. You tipped me. People don't even tip their DoorDash drivers, and you gave me a tip. You didn't have to. It's, either way, we love you. Like Chick-fil-A. It's my pleasure, baby. God bless you. Good game. I appreciate y'all. Way to hold it down. I see you too, Twitch. Members, non-members, I don't care. Honoraries. Do you got mutual respect? Do you got love? Oh, do you bring something? Do you leave the chat better than when you found it? Oh yeah, good game, baby. Oh yeah. Way to hold it down. Amen. Good game, baby. Good game. GG. I'll see you tomorrow. God willing. Good game. Good game. Good game. I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me. Let's talk. Oh wow, this comes up next. All right, I'm down. I haven't heard it. I might let it. I need to get water. You heard that Rogue voice crack. I love you though, Chad. Thank you for being here, baby. We got a Dabe after the bell. Let's see what happens, baby.
Shout out to Percy, that's me. You could just call me JP. I do not answer no questions. You could leave that to Shaki. Kamala riding with me. She'll lock you up for some weed. Say bad things about the vaccine. I'ma make sure you don't speak. Got a laptop you won't see. Hunter, I love her, but that shit was weird with his feet. I love my congressman trade. Shout out to Nancy, she paid. Double your gas in a day. Them must say Putin's to blame. Real politics in your face. 500 bill on the way. 500 mil to Ukraine. Every day. Javelins keeping them safe. Fuck it, just send them some planes. Tell them keep growing them grains. All of my bros and they old. None of their borders is closed. All of us got climate goals. All of us trade together. Strategically releasing the ore. They said that Putin won't fold. They in my cabinet no more. Fuck the squad, fuck the foe. Had a 9, fuck a roll. Now we going practical. Hunter, my dog, that's for sure. We ain't gon' fall about shit. Especially not 10%. We ain't gon' fall about hoes. Me and Nance get the votes. Lobby that shit on the low. I got Congress in control. I got your student loan froze. I got your mortgages froze. I got Keystone on froze. But mention and cinema froze. I'm getting faded, I'm eating this ice cream. I don't like voters who ID. Questions from press, that's unlikely. Bring up Trump if they don't like me. They give me the Eddie, I wake up. Passing bills, that's a layup. I'm the big man, I got say so. They lock you down if I say so. Booster on booster on booster.
Give me a drug?
Mandate on mandate on mandate. I just gave Evie a test break. Fuck you, Elon, I won't even say your name. Came in the office already ballin'. Silent just change my name to Stalin. Read off the screen and I'm gone with the wind. Do nothing about something till they pass a bill. Pull up in a brand new Benz truck. How about fresher than a bread truck? How I got it, how to just, yeah. How I gotta make it one car. Station on your block, took off. Mixing up my words, I'm live. So I think they mad. My fault, talking about inflation. I caused, dumping our oil turned me to a savage. $1 saved on a gallon. Fuck OPEC and King Salmon. And fresh, I'm tired.
One day, bro, we gotta listen. We gotta listen to the OG song of it. Cause I love that one. I just like some of it's just too funny, bro. He said, "All of my bros in NATO, none of their borders is closed. All of us got climate goals. All of us trade together, strategic." That's hard, bro. Like even then, some of you might think, "Oh, that's not that. That's hard, bro." That's like, especially with the other song, like, nah, bro. Fuck the squad, fuck the foe. How the 9 fuck up roll, dog. That's crazy. I know the Trump one. I'm stuck on the chorus for the Trump one. I don't want to tell you it because I know someone's gonna swagger jack it. It's so funny, but it doesn't. I can't get it the same way. But I get the voice down. You know, I'm working on it. You'll see. You'll see what's going on. I know. And then you know what I want to listen to? Just real quick, man. Oh, Adabe. Digital revenue 5.31 billion. Hold on, let me get you the estimates. It looks like a beat. Yeah, you're gonna hit those two standards if that's a real. If they partner with anybody. Where is it? All right, numbers. You got 531 billion. So they beat on revenue. Adjusted EPS 448. So they beat top end of EPS guidance. I don't have the guidance yet, or they versed their guide is what I meant. I'm waiting for the next quarter guidance, but they beat the report's record quarter in fiscal 2. EPS 349, adjusted 448. That's a beat above the high end. I don't see quarter 3 guidance. Achieved a return of 5.3 billion in second quarter, second year. Fiscal, 2 p.m. for the call. I don't know if they come out with next quarter. I think that might. Okay, you're right at the cusp right now. So if it goes above, here it is. Sees third quarter adjusted 450 to 450, so a little bit higher. It's not like an aggressive beat, but everybody, again, you were just calling them the redheaded stepchild. I don't know if that's offensive, but I don't know. People really they treat Adobe like Cinderella before she became Cinderella. So I don't know. It's back up 11. This is the cusp of if you break out from here with a guidance beat, you should go. Again, there's a lot of gap to fill on that. Or like 530, not necessarily 570 gap fill, 530, 535. Remember, that was the debit spread I showed you guys. Digital media net new ARR about 195. Where were they at? That's the one I kept. They were at 1.9? That could be very good. I think they were at 1.3 guidance on that. So that does sound good. Adabe. Chad should be happy with his 10 shares. Yeah, he just made what? Is it $500 or $5,000? I think 500. It's not bad. And now you got a good cushion until the call. I think my project need home. All right, I need to listen to something real quick. Yeah, Adobe, this is the threshold. Sorry, I had to listen to it. I had to listen to it. You love the hard one? No, man. Fuck. I don't like rims on my cars, man. Unless it's factory. Fuck that, bro. Fuck that. I used to want 29-inch rims, man. Technically, it was 24. Back in the day, 24 was the limit. If you know, you know. You know, nowadays they got 29s and shit. I don't know how. Yeah, they got 29s, bro. I'm pretty sure you could get 30s if you really wanted to. You know, no, but 24s used to be the limit, but nah, man. It's crazy. I remember the spinners. I told my girl I wanted to get spinners on my car or on her car, but she was not down. She told me that's tacky. And I was like, or maybe you don't know what style and swag really is. Nobody likes, I cannot bring back the spinner trend. You know what I'm saying? Like, nobody fucks with it, dude. It's like, for real. I've been trying for years, kind of. And, like, I've been testing the waters, trying to get public opinion. But, like, low-key, it's a different level of ignorant that people do not want to, they don't want to bring it back. We brought back Crocs. You could bring back Crocs, but you can't bring back spinners. I don't know why. I think it's stupid. I think we should be bringing back spinners, man. I don't know why everyone's so against it. Yeah, Dabe, baby. All right, here's the deal. $10 more. Dude, that debit spread was $60, 700 or 600 upside. Let's see what happens. Dabe. You know, Sprewell was the inventor of them. That's why. So Sprewells were the OGs. I don't know. He might have had the patent on it. But that's why. Latrell Sprewell, it was him. He was the guy who started it. But that was the OG one. I think spinners are illegal in my state. That's your cousin? Shut up. Bro, tell him I want to talk to him because I want to bring back the spinners. No way. Most people don't know about Latrell Sprewell. They know Sprewell, but they don't know Latrell Sprewell. That's who it is. He's a basketball player. And he's the one who started. He's the one who made it. Is it not true? I thought it was. But I'm pretty sure it is true. Maybe I'll have to fact check me on that. But I'm pretty sure he was the, or maybe he was the first one to do it. But I'm pretty sure he, invented it. Yeah, bro. Tell him I would love to talk to him, bro. I like the OGs, you know. Yeah, he invented it, right? Yeah. Dude, let me talk to this. We already got to talk to Arabian Prince. I already interviewed the OG NWA members, man. Let me talk to Latrell Sprewell, bro. It wasn't Chingy. Chingy invented the Holiday Inn. That's a good joke. He did not invent the Holiday Inn, but but he technically did. What you doing? Out there chilling at the Holiday Inn. Who you with? Okay, get it right. He invented the Holiday Inn. They bought him out early or something, man. I don't know. I could make it happy. Yeah, man. Please. I want Sprewells. That's crazy, man. Either way, even without it, no worries, man. That's awesome. Tell him much love. Tell him cold respect, bro. I respect his legacy. You know what I'm saying? That's it. Most people don't know about it. That's why I'm like, come on, man. James J.D. Gragg invented the spinners. Listen, I appreciate that. But if homie tells me it's his cousin and he agrees, I'm taking that one. I go with that one. Nah. That's it. I don't know. Something about it. I know a guy. Now I say I know a guy. My friend's cousin, invented it. Yeah, see, I'm taking that one. I appreciate the fact check, though, on that one, but I might have to willfully disagree. I'm not going to look it up. I'm going with my source, GG. His name is GG. But I got a question. Yo, Karan, you asking me all these questions. Karan, I got a question for you, bro. Yeah, you're still here, I assume? In the meantime, I need to listen to this one real quick.
Bomb ass. You got the bomb.
This song is awful. Thank God I played the clean version. I did not know it started like that. Are you kidding me? There's no way it starts like that. You know what he's saying, right? Oh, dude, what the fuck? Lord. Dude, because I was listening to this as no way it starts like that. What? Oh. Yo, that's wild. Dude, nah, I just want the chorus, bro.
It's road. I'm already blow my way in, but I can't.
Nah, fuck that, bro. That's crazy. That's crazy. There's no way it starts like that. All right, man, you're $10 away on a dabe. Trump CEO meeting CNBC. What is he a CEO of? Yo, Karan, I know you saying uncle, but Karan, what happened, bro? Like, for real, I'm being genuine. Like, I hope you could give me a genuine answer. But, like, I swear, like, a couple weeks ago, you were just on some really weird shit with me. And then the last, 2 weeks, you've been, hella nice. So, what's up, dog? Like, I have to ask. You know what I'm saying? I have to ask, bro. It's just it's confusing, but it's like, what's up with it? Like, what's going on, man? Oh, gee, me? Is it because we played You Got the Ball?
Entirely comfortable with the appeal of that idea to them. We're also told that Trump said the wars in Ukraine and Gaza would not have happened.
I thought
if
the
he was in
CEO
office
of
and
the
that he would,
SPAC dude was going to go
fix
on.
them once back in power. Back over to you.
All right, Eamon Javers, thank you.
Oh, the headline. Trump meeting. You were new here. Were you really, though? Or was it Or are you just like saying that? I won't ban you. I won't ban you. Trust. I'm honest. You have my word. I'm trying to figure it out though. I'm like, what's up? Because like, I don't know if you're genuine or not. Because we started off pretty rough. I didn't ban you. I just timed you out. But it was like, I was like, what's up, dog? And then now you like, what's up? You like, whoa, like you in it now. But is that really the answer? If it is, I'm down. That's cool, bro. Vaxart receives BARDA funding, next gen. Roaring Kitty update. Uh-oh. All shares now? Oh, what? So he exercised. Hold on. Wait, what do you mean all shares? Thank you. Price paid $210 million. He has $9 million. How much did he have before? Wasn't it $1 million? $5 million? So he exercised 4 and then took profits on the rest. Yeah, he sold some. So he sold some and then added a couple and got free shares pretty much. And then kept a little bit in cash.
But I seen those headlines.
No. He had 5 million before. He doubled up. So he had 5 million and now he has 9 million. So out of like what? He probably had the rights to 12 million, right? He grabbed an extra 1,000 for some reason. And then his price paid was 23. No, he didn't exercise because it wouldn't make sense. His average would have went down. No, he didn't exercise. Yeah, he didn't exercise. He sold. He sold and then bought shares higher. His average wouldn't go up if he exercised at 20. Unless he exercised at 25, but that doesn't make any logical sense. Yeah, he straight sold. I'm assuming. I could be incorrect. Again, we don't know. But it looks based off prices paid compared to the other one. Yeah, he sold his options and bought shares. So he spent like $210 million, but he probably has now, he probably got a couple million, like at least 50 million, I'm assuming, sitting there that he probably netted off of that. But no, he says he only has 6 million in cash.
E-Trade, I see those headlines.
Interesting. He could sell, yeah. That's it. So that's it. He's not as exposed now, but he still has shares. So he still walked away with Wall Street on the shares or on the options, and then now he has shares. He did good. It did say he had 29 million before with the it's something I don't know. I think he's on margin to some degree because there is the weird cash shit. Because on the other one, the other update, it said 29 million in cash. And he didn't, if he sold his options, or he probably sold his options at a low price. Other ways, like depending on when he sold the options, that's the only discrepancy that could have occurred. But the cash margin thing is still, that I think it's too hard to determine, but something is moving around there. But for the most part, he sold, I'm assuming he sold his options and then doubled up, got another 4 million shares or whatnot, and then now he's in with about $210 million in share at an average of $21, $20 or $23. Every penny GME moves is $90,000. That's awesome. Oh, man. I don't think E-Trade don't charge you on the stocks. There's no commissions. But the options, yeah. So he spent a lot on the options. I mean, low-key, He spent $3 million in commissions one way. So to open and close those options is about $6 million. And y'all complain about real estate agents. Yeah. Welcome to Wall Street. So yeah, that's even then they made their money. So that's why if it is even on like margin, like I'm assuming if you're paying 25 cents a contract, and I don't think they like him, I don't think they gave him a discount. Even if you cut that number in half, you're spending $3 million round trip. But I mean, it is it is $80 million. So it is a lot of monies. Amount of contracts times 25 cents. Oh, no. That's too expensive. No, you're right. It should be 0.25. Not $25. Why can't I type? Oh, 30,000. So 60,000 round trip. That's not bad. You paying 51? It's not as bad. It's not as bad. E-Trade charges you 50. They hate you. I don't know. E-Trade's kind of been going downhill lately, dude. I've not been a fan. But yeah, if you don't trade a lot with them or you don't like hit them up, they clap you. $60K in commission plus margin cost. Yeah, $3 million. That's what I was like, damn. But then it wouldn't surprise me though, because the motherfuckers, that's where they make their money. Interesting. All right, well, you got a Dabe. You got the GME update. And now, I think that's it, man. I think that's it. I think that's all we got. I think I might have to wrap it up. And God bless you, Karan. I appreciate the answer, man. We got a little distracted, but it's good. I think I don't know. I kind of like it now. I like the whole 24-hour subscription, because then if you get mad at anything I say and then you start acting crazy, you gotta sit on it for 24 hours, or now you have to listen to me for a full day before reacting. That's the only way. Check email about GME. Okay, hold on. I don't have it yet. Let me get you a song in the meantime.
I don't know what that would look like. So if I'm gone soon, it's my goodbye to the good times, maybe good lies, but the same enemies made us allies.
The Tesla meeting is about to start. So, and then, Troy, did you run this through, like, AI? But, because we don't know what price he sold at. That's the weird part. But there's, like, a trade explanation that Troy sent me. And this could be another theory. It's saying closed out 120, realized 13 million, increased stock by 5,001,000. The additional 4,000 were likely used from the proceeds. But it still doesn't make sense. So summary trader sold call options along with existing cash to buy an additional 4, increased position in 9 million. But we don't know what he sold the options at. That's why I think he sold them a little lower. I think he could have got a lot more. But at the same time, I think he did use the proceeds to buy the shares, but there's still the cash thing is, you don't know if it's margin or not. It makes it weird. Check out this tweet. 19 million worth of June 4th has been sold. Almost double the amount. Seems like Roaring Kitty has been selling for a profit. How much? $650. There's no way. Because this is so small. Like, you know what I'm, like, again, like, he sold out, like, it was just like, I don't want to call it, but it was kind of like a scalp in a weird way. No, it could be. He wouldn't be losing. This one would have been break even, loss, unless it's at 621. No, he's at 560. Yeah, he made $1. Excuse me. I'm tripping. Gain. I thought it was 6. It's 560. No, I think he didn't. I don't know if he wouldn't exercise. It would have been too high. Because his exercise, I don't know. His exercise price would have been like 25. I guess the stock never went below 25 or did for that period. So that's about it. But I just think he got a smaller gain on it. And then that's it. And then he bought shares, but then and averaged up a little bit. 2K today, tomorrow. Yes, honestly, we should. I don't know. Let me see the Tesla thing. I do. Honestly, we should play it because I make the 504 joke a lot and they don't get it. So I mean to take you guys back to childhood and like one of the OG freestyles of all time. Oh, wait. Is this not it? It's showing me the Tim Westwood one. No. This is it. The BET one.
Yeah. You know when it comes to Rap City in the booth,
they don't understand this, bro. They don't understand this, bro. We used to wait for this. We used to wait for this to show up on TV.
No. I'm not.
They don't understand, bro.
Right now.
They don't understand.
My bus
Check my swag, I travel like sound, dog. No, is this not it?
Man, I pulled up from Quincy. I pulled up from
Oh, wait, I got 2 of them.
Kevin Johnson. You see me with my
No. I
posture. I don't play.
This ain't the one. You need the 504 freeze. I wanted the live video. Oh, man. Check my sound. I travel like sound, dog.
Talk to me. No limit is in the house.
No, man. Come on. Oh, here it is. Oh, was it not on the basement? I guess.
Fuck with me.
Yeah.
Live from the 504, it's Mr. Crazy Flow.
I remember watching this video though.
Even in the dungeon, I glow. Even if it ain't Sunday, I glow.
If it ain't about money, I go nowhere. I'm nailed to the flow.
Money controls where I go.
It is the sail to my boat. And it's going down like there's a whale in the boat.
See, you can smell that I smoke. And yep, I sip that lean.
See, I know all of this crazy.
Combination and make my eyes bleed. I'm a shark in the water. Yep, I swim with the big, so I don't have time to deal with Willie the squid. Lily pad niggas, look at the monster. You don't want to crash like La 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 Bamba. See, it's me, Rona and Terry, and my new drop is berry, watermelon plum. Just call it fruit punch. I'm an old rapper, get to new bucks, and all you new rappers, you just new lunch. Flow sick, so sick, need a doc, yes. A creature, monster like the Loch Ness. I gets hotter by the top before I sizzle to death. I just tell the clock, give me a sec. In the middle of the wall where my enemy at. I'm running this bitch like Eric B. enemy back. Cause every time I hit a track, I'm like an energy pack. The instruments are crying out, where the sympathy at? Yeah. If you read the money, baby, him be back wherever legends look like.
I'm just doing my whole intro to the Tesla.
I walk right in hip hop like where my dinner be at. I ate that and I was like,
where my dinner be at?
I hate that women lie, so I lie to them back. Got 2 bitches in my pants, quiet, neither them that.
Word, bro. Grew up on
there.
this.
A lot of them that. Let's do a pill. I can fuck you for an hour with that.
He rocking the red too. Lil Wayne, it's perfect.
But when I'm on a drug, I don't have a problem with that. And my niggas got guns the size of Tyler's biatch, and we aiming right at your fucking collar, biatch. Pow!
Treasury down to 650. You see the repos? Repos are about to drop below 400 billion. I saw that the other day. No one said anything. It's 438. Wow, that's good. I'm glad. Thank you. So that's why it's so quiet. Why is it so quiet?
It's also a shareholder base that understands that in order to accelerate.
That's not his mom, is it? Because I know they have that accent. That's not Elon's mom. I'm just correct me if I'm wrong. Thank you for your sorry. God bless you, bro. Thank you. I'll get it every time the SPY would hit 504, anytime, and we go into that rant. Nobody understood. I hope the young guys understand. Live from the 500, first, second, and third. Thank you, man.
The best-selling vehicle in the world in 2023.
Tesla's already up. GME dropping.
Beginning deliveries of the much-anticipated Cybertruck, proving that the muscle and utility of a pickup truck can be electric and cool. And
Demolition or 30 minutes to New Orleans. No, actually, there's only.
In 2023.
I go to. Remember the one? What was the other one I was telling you the other day?
By using our products,
you started singing the lyrics, but no, there's another one that's like
over 20 million
a lot of the Drought 3, bro. It's so quiet, yeah.
Emissions in 2023. That is the equivalent
What's the other one?
of 51 billion miles driven by ICE vehicles.
I don't know. This one I listened to the other day. I love this. Is a classic. I don't know.
Avoided ICE miles since 2022.
One day. I've given you this blast to the past before.
Energy.
This is so quiet. All right, I gotta go though. I ain't got time for Elon. I already bought a fucking Cybertruck. That's it, man. Good luck though. Shout out all the shareholders. But Chattadonia, that is it. That is all we have. We'll do tomorrow. I'm sure we will go through our Lil Weezy. Lil Weezy. Okay. So Chattadonia, I love you. God bless you. Have a wonderful evening. I got to get going. I'm going to see you guys at 6 p.m., though, the trading fraternity. If you stay here, it'll have a little link on the chat. It'll say, go to this. We're going here. And then it'll take you right there. And just leave it on your computer. And then at 6 p.m., I will disturb your whole household if you turn your speakers on, okay? That sound good? But I appreciate y'all. Thank you for your time again. I hope you had a good one. Let's get a good Friday in, baby. You know what I'm saying? But that is all I have. Go read the books, Richest Man of Babylon, Proverbs, New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. And don't forget why we're here, why we keep going, why that faith, hope, and love ain't over going out of style, why we got to take control, baby, and why you get power when you can't get manipulated out of it, baby. So get control. Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory. And through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. It is Friday, Junior, baby. So I'll see you on the live, and then I'll see you in the morning. Have a good day, baby. You have a great one, and peace out. Nah. Hey. Yeah, come on. Where you at? All my bros in NATO? That's true. Come here. I'll give you a signed document. We're going to fucking bill you. Buy war now, pay later. I'm coming for you, Putin. You little prick. I don't know. You put me in tomorrow. I'll end the war. I'll end the Israel war. I'll end the one in Ukraine. Putin, he listens to me. You say it's because he rigged the election, but he listens to me. I know. You have a good one. Have a good one. Goodbye. Exactly. And put down the bong. Mm-hmm. Just stop playing around. Exactly. Or what are you smoking on? It's sky high. Exactly. I reclaim my time. Have a wonderful evening. Goodbye.